time. Oh, wow, my camera, though. Jesus, it's almost like something else happened on my stream that wasn't normal. Welcome to the classiest place on earth. My name is ClassyKatie, and good time zone to all of you fucks. Happy belated Easter Rama Dama Ding Dong. There was another holiday, wasn't it? Or it wasn't Easter. Maybe it was Good Friday. I don't know. There was like some mystical everything landed on the same day. I don't know. Did you enjoy the show? Welcome, everyone. How the fuck are you? Shall we cheers? I cleaned my bong. I prepared. Oh my fuck, Katie. Hold on. My mic cord's on my camera cord, which is going to be a nightmare. Hold up. Sorry about that. The cord nonsense. Man. Streaming's a nightmare, let me tell you. Don't do it unless you have to. There we go. Welcome, everyone. I cleaned my bong for you. Well, me, but you know. It's mostly me. You should have a clean bong. Happy fucking 420. I have so much cool weed to show you, motherfuckers. I stocked up with all the pot. I might have bought all the pot, and I got some edibles. I don't know where I put them. Oh, they're right here. I got some edibles. Because, you know, it's 420. I fucking smoke pot every day. Like, what the fuck am I going to do special today? I don't know. Maybe edibles, right? Sounds fun. Hold on. My camera's still, like, teetering. Stop. All right. Let us cheer. Shall we? Cheers. Scott, is that a mousse? Is it like a raspberry mousse? I didn't eat it yet, but it looked like a mousse. Like, Zeke didn't know what it was. I was like, that looks like a delicious mousse, but thank you. Eliza, literally, the New Jersey dispensary is open on 421 tomorrow. It's fucking fantastic. Cheers to all my stony lovers. To those who don't smoke, that's absolutely fine. Hydrate or caffeinate. Do what you need to do. It is fuck yes, dude. I love a good mousse. I know that sounds really weird, but that's probably one of my favorite desserts. They're so light and wonderful. Thank you. Well, Wiener, I mean, you could have a mousse indoors, but you need a house much bigger than mine. I had a friend who grew up in Alaska, and she said one day she looked out her second floor bedroom window and saw a moose's horns. Like, that's how tall they are? No, thank you. Cheers. This is a stoner bowl. I don't know what's in this, but we don't waste good weed here. I have no idea what it is. Cheers to that. Ooh, Passover. We celebrate our liberation from slavery in Egypt despite no archaeological evidence there were ever slaves in Egypt. You forgot that they also ignore all the other people that came back from the dead, which I still take personally. Kelty just gifted a sub to Wiener. Wiener, use a bub wizard of the highest order, baby. Go forth and be consensual in every way. You fucking know. We are a late stream today because it's 420, and I'm going to smoke / ingest enough marijuana to put a whale under. And I'm going to need to go to bed right after this stream, so that's why we're later. Welcome to it. I was planning, like, maturely. Dude, it's really... Oh, my God. Wait.
Nice.
It's really warm here. It's been beautiful. I've been outside with the dogs all fucking day. It is warm. Watch, it's like 50 degrees. Oh, it's like 70 degrees today. It's beautiful out. I've been outside with the dogs, like, a lot. I hope you enjoyed the unicorn. What a horrifying monster that was. Zach went out to run errands a couple weeks ago. Ezekiel_3, whatever the fuck you want to call him. I know everyone's like, who's Zach? You know who the fuck I'm talking about. He went out to run errands, and he came home with that. And I said, I'm going to light it on fire. So we did. Well, we melted it. We tried. That thing held up, though, man. What the fuck? Knives, how are you, love? So I expect you to just take off to the next galaxy. I haven't taken them yet. I waited for stream, because usually for me, personally, edibles take 30 minutes to an hour to kick in-ish. And so I figured if I took them during stream, you guys can all watch the glaze over. Because I know that's everyone's favorite day is the day I took an edible and forgot about it. That was a fun day. Sammy! Happy 420 lover, and thank you so much for subbing to class, keeping the class alive, and giving an anus its wings. You are a butt wizard of the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in every way. I've got an eighth of electric PB cookies. Ooh. 1/8 of Molotov and a zip of West Coast sour diesel. Oh, and a couple grams of sand. Fuck yes. I'm going to tell you everything I got. So normally what I do is I get like 2 of every strain just because it's easier and they normally don't have that many new strains. I got 1 of everything that I could up to my limit. I think in Colorado you can buy an ounce at a time. So I got 1 of everything all the way up to my limit. It was so much money, but I don't care because it's 420. It's our holiday. I just realized I forgot something in the kitchen. Quick, be right back.
Well, I'm sorry guys, I'm a little late. How's everybody doing? I see Mel. What the shit? Katie, your voice got deeper. Byron.
The fuck is this bullshit in my house?
Sorry, the stream was late, and I'm sorry. So I ended up here, and I don't know how. I did not shit in the shower, Greg. Liar. What's up, Khaki? Glut, Viata, Mel, Knives, Liza, Mel, Zoe. Who the fuck is this asshole? I mean, Myron, guys.
This is my Eliza. This is Eliza.
Yep.
She changed.
I can see now. That's the big difference. Oh, and the penis. Gizmo was a little much for today, so Gizmo will happen, but not here.
Totes. We talked about the Gizmo, just so you guys know. Gizmo was absolutely part of the plans. However,
you haven't been Eliza.
Eliza, there's no way in God's hell you could ever be replaced in my life, and you know that. In anyone's life, for that matter. This stream would have literally just been dog chaos, like nonstop.
Yeah. That and
so we're gonna do that a different day when we're not getting high off of our fucking asses. Yeah. And by high, I mean Rod's gonna hydrate.
Yes, I'm gonna hydrate and be a good boy.
Boring, but he's gonna be my caretaker while I become inebriated.
I got special training, guys. I have Katie training. It's basically shove a hamburger near her around 7 o'clock. Make sure she goes outside for her walks and everything else. So, do you have a pulp fuction kit? What the fuck is a pulp fuction kit? Speaking of weird shit today, who had Snickers and Fleshlight have a conversation on the end of the world bingo? Well, Snickers has been the whole thing for the last week with them is, were they removing the veins from the Snickers dicks? And the answer, Snickers officially said, is no. They are not. So, I would suck a dick for a hamburger. It's, that's fine. I will survive with my Mach 5. Wow, Rod. What did I see? Okay. Snickers sticks. Well, someone would start spreading the rumor on Twitter that Snickers was removing the veins. Probably. You mean the Tucker Carlson erotica?
Tucker Carlson won't suck a dick.
And jerk off to old green M&Ms. Redeems pigtails.
Only if they're in feminine. God.
I mean, Greg, I don't. I mean, I could do pigtails, but we're not gonna. This isn't a redeem pigtails kind of thing. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to butter Katie up. This is her stream.
Get in my chair.
Okay.
I don't have to take a headphone.
I didn't. Shit off.
Hey guys, I have a surprise. My friend Rod came over for 420 to hang out.
Yep.
What's up? So, if you are familiar with my channel, or you are new, or whatever, what's up if you're an alien? Normally, my friend Eliza joins me on 420, and we play games and get fucked up. However, if you have been in a cave, there's a pandemic.
There is.
That just keeps changing for the better because people are stupid or don't believe in science. I don't know what the fuck's going on. So my dearest Eliza is in New Jersey while I am in Colorado. And lovely Rod Johnson. This is a streamer, by the way, if you didn't know, this is my friend Rod. He streams, and he invited himself over.
I did.
I did not. I was naked.
So I showed up. I was like, I looked for Katie. She didn't give me her address. I just like did like data mining for it, and
It's
then
pretty easy, to be honest.
I showed up here, and Trick bit me 7 times
On the
because
dick, and you invited it.
I know I put it in. There was peanut butter involved. It was kinky. It
I
was
feel it.
interspecies erotica, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Where the fuck is the gate?
And now we're here.
Oh, there it is. Just kidding. What is it you release so they'll hear you if you can, so you can lean back?
I think it's.
Is it a tag?
No, I don't know. They changed it.
What is does anybody know GoXLR what I can lower so that, he can sit back and you can hear him on the mic? Both of us? I can never remember. It's like there's threshold, attenuation, attack, and release, and I can never remember which fucking one is it.
Who else knew this? I mean, Yada. I invite myself everywhere. What are we talking about?
It's the gate, and then it says threshold, attenuation, attack, and release. I think it's the attack, but attack's at 0, so it's really as low as it can go. Oh, it's threshold? Okay, thank you, Glut. I'm going to lower it just a bit, because my mic is directional, but this way, if we sit back here...
Yeah. I guess you could hear a little better. I'm loud as fuck, but...
I can hear you. Can you guys hear Rod pretty well? How do we sound, baby? Speak. Speak, dog! How is it? Are we
Okay.
quiet? I'll give us some added. Thank you for helping, by the way. It's always different when you have 2 people.
Yeah, it's...
How about there? How's our gate now?
There's the wife. The wife is here.
Hello, what? Neighbor lady. I love my pillow so much. That is gorgeous quality. Like, I immediately knew it was from Etsy. Like, I was like, a bitch made this with her heart. I knew it. It's so fast. It's so gorgeous. I have to show everyone.
Yeah.
Can you reach that with your long ass man arms?
Here.
Sorry.
There you go.
Rod's neighbor lady, which is, I've only met her a couple times because he forces her to come over when he invites us over to pretend he has a wife. Got me a birthday present. And it's
very adorable.
It's so cute. It's a pillow from Etsy. Like, I actually brought the tags so I could tell people because it's so fucking cute. I love it so much. Girl, you know me. Blankets and pillows and, like, snuggly items. Like, what woman in her 30s will say no?
2 months, you came back!
You came back. Liza.
Eliza just gifted that lovely neighbor lady a motherfucking sub. Thank you, Cookie, for gifting the lovely neighbor lady a wonderful sub to my channel. Cocky. Let's go to space. Dude, I'm ready. I wanted to tell you guys who this is from, though, because I always try to give credit to the artist. You guys know I'm a big fan of Etsy. And honestly, this is such a good time to talk about this. I'm going to take a minute, just real quick, to be said. You want to say it for me? Transgender women are women?
Transgender men are men.
Weird. And they don't owe us anything? What a coincidence. And some authors, or people who claim to be authors of certain franchises I'm in love with, turned into cunts and TERFs, which stands for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. Basically, they believe that if you didn't suffer with a period, you're not a woman or some bullshit. I don't even know. I don't buy into it. But I love Harry Potter so much.
Crispy gave the bits.
Crispy! What? I thought it was Cocky! I saw Cocky right below. I'm such an
I've done
idiot.
that so many times.
Thank you, Crispy lover. So I always tell people, like, you don't have to not have Harry Potter stuff. Just, like, go to Etsy.
Tacky did that one.
Cocky! I love you. We're going to go to space all together. I just thought that's such an important thing to say because, like, for instance, Lovecraft was a notorious racist who had a cat named the N-word.
Yeah.
Shit like that. Like, he's dead, so obviously I can't give him my money. But this bitch is alive, and I'm not going to give her my money. However, a wonderful human being on Etsy makes wonderful things, and it is Heartfelt Design. I don't know if it'll come up on the camera, but it's Heartfelt Design, and Rod said they have tons of pillows, like all different characters and stuff, and it's a really nice pillow. Like, this is really cool. I'm a sucker for snuggle time. Penis!
Firobot!
I love me some snuggle time stuff, so thank you so much for this. It's so cute.
Oh, hi, penis.
Hi, penis.
Penis.
Penis, penis, penis.
The penis.
Vagina. All right.
The meatier, the better.
Rod does not imbibe. He will be hydrating.
Yes.
today.
I'm enjoying the spirits of it.
Yes. He is much like much of you. Many of you do not smoke. 420 is not just for smokers. 420 is for those of you to watch us be dumb. So I will be imbibing. Rod, however, will just sit there jealously not.
Yes, I will be crying a little bit on the inside.
He already shed penis tears on the carpet, guys. I had to shampoo. Cheers.
I just told her they were penis tears. I really came everywhere.
I have to go. I'm gonna go shampoo some carpets real quick. Well, see, Wiener, that's what I said. I was like, let's start later because I'm gonna get so high that I'm not gonna be able to function after stream. So obviously I'm just gonna roll into bed. And he was like, I still have to drive home. And I was like, my house is really small and I can promise you nothing. Like, I'm not gonna hotbox. I've never hotboxed this house. I mean, you can see, like, he's in the house now. You can see it's a pretty open floor plan.
Yep.
So that's pretty hard. But also, that couch is real comfy if worse comes to worse. Cheers, everyone.
The only accidental getting stoned in this house is when Ezekiel _I eats Katie's pussy and gets, like, it's inedible at this point. It's like if you put THC in an Arby's roast beef sandwich, but here we go.
It's facts. I'm absolutely positive I'm inedible at this point. There's no way that any part, like, I've been, and we were just talking about this, like, people that brag about how much they smoke and shit like that. However, I have been smoking pot regularly since I was 11 years old. Don't do that. Bad ideas.
Here we are.
I'm gay.
And I'm already, like,
_490
you know what I'm saying? Like, there's no way there's, wait.
Right now I'm super high and having a threesome with the time spider and beef bean last night. Scrub daddy knocked up the Duolingo owl and the Snickers dick vein is canon while the gnome perverts are having their way with the Secuse and sauce looby woo.
I just want to fucking ride emotionally. What? Wait.
I think Zoe saved up a special one for
Zoe, I love you so much. I need to.
Ella knows that Zoe, her favorite subject lately has been the Furby that's made out of roast beef.
Rod saw my Furby. No one can see him on stream, but I keep my Furby close to me at all times. I will find a way to get it on stream behind me at some point, but I haven't framed it yet. So I'd keep it on the wall next to me and, like, it's close to my heart forever and ever. That's a lot to unpack. Yeah, I'm still working through it emotionally, but I'm also mildly aroused.
Katie
Neighbor lady, how far away are you?
Honey, you could come get us. I don't know where you're going to get us from, but we're stuck here.
I mean, I'm not stuck anywhere. This is my safe place. You're the one who left home, bitch.
Kirby who can blow a car at this point. Literally, there's, like, Kirby fanfic porn everywhere.
Dude, first, Kirby? Did you say Kirby? Kirby?
I think I said Kirby.
You did? Furby shit? It is. It's, like, got a resurgence for some fucking reason. Yeah. Someone had a current nightmare.
I like the weird, like, Nintendo being Nintendo in their, like, weird dive into, like, what probably is going to be rule, like, 34. Was it 34? Whatever the fucking rule is.
Rule 30. I think it is Rule 34. The one, like, if you've thought of it, it's fucking happened.
Because nothing's coming. Like the only thing is feeding back here is the XLR itself.
See, it changed everything. All the sourcing.
God
so-
damn. Oh, there's right there.
System. There we
Yeah.
go. Can you hear me? Can you hear anything?
There.
Did I fix it?
Where's the music? We gotta drop the music.
Did I fix it?
Oh, your stream's coming through now.
We can hear ourselves.
Yeah,
'Cause
like
I don't want that.
yeah.
Shut the fuck up. So I thought Lil stepped on something, but it looks like the GoXLR software
Yeah, just
crashed
crashed.
and had quite a heart attack. So I apologize for that. Give me 1 second. Every time, I mean, it happens so infrequently, but the few times the GoXLR crashes, you have to reset all your routing
Yeah.
on your PC for your audio. So give me a sec.
Catalina is very well.
Go ahead.
She's very well aware of what is in the view. That was what she was referring to with the, if you don't appreciate the view, you're doing something wrong, basically.
It's my boobs.
This is like sex. Sound goes in, out. No, that doesn't. Mel, what kind of sex? I mean, if you want to, I don't fucking know. Maybe I can't make sex sounds.
Dude, you want to know a funny sex story?
What's that?
Hold up. Wait till I sit down because they're not going to be able to hear me. I have a funny story about sex noises, though.
I mean, that's always.
All right, let's see. Can you hear it?
Here. Yes.
Yay!
Really loud though.
I will fix. Whoa!
I just turned it down there.
No, I meant like the problems.
Oh.
It's me. Yes.
Turning it down. Sorry, Beata.
You guys, please just be patient, okay? Take some more pot or whatever. Your drugs aren't doing their job.
If you're too high to recognize what's going, if you're not too high to recognize what's going on right now, you're doing something wrong today, unless you don't partake. And you're here.
Bird.
What is going on? You use ketchup? Man. Who wants to fist a jar of mayo? Because that just reminds me of the South Park where there's like a Scooby-Doo episode and they're like fisting the jar of mayo or whatever. Ma'am, I've already done 5 marijuanas today. Five marijuanas, according to the Republican Party, is enough to overdose to death on marijuana. That's what the Republicans say, okay? They say that if you do 5 marijuanas, you could die. My grandma was 67 years old and did 3 marijuanas, and her heart just couldn't take it. And she just gave up and died. 5 marijuanas. Oh, by the way, I saw the best fucking story of all time today. And this guy's in jail, and it actually makes me mad. So this dude took his wife out of a hospice center for a last hurrah. He sat there, and he got her out. They did meth, had sex. The camera. And something. Woo.
Fine. Continue your story.
And then she died the next day, but he's in jail because he did meth and took her out and did all this stuff, and she died. I mean, she was gonna die anyways, but yeah, I know. I wish you would have done like if you're gonna do that, do heroin or something, right? Yeah, ecstasy, something. Well, they say, okay, why I say heroin, and it's been a running joke with me for a long time. When I'm like 75 and like I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna do black tar heroin, because heroin's supposed to be one of those things that you do that you do it once and you're like, this is like heaven, right? It's why you're chasing the dragon. And so he's in jail, Knives. I don't know why. I think it's because his wife died is why he's in jail. What's up? Yeah. 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 I don't. Yeah. It sounded like it was a hospice center or something like that, or like a nursing home where she was going to die. And this dude, and yeah. But man, it's just like That's like the sweetest fucking thing. Yeah, like that's the sweetest thing in the world, man. Because, yeah, he's gonna probably give up and die himself. Yeah, and if they actually charge him, you did meth. That's fine. Taking your wife out for a good time, prison. I mean, Knives. We live in a system in a world where women's whatever is not like. I mean, look at what's happening in Texas and Tennessee and like marrying a 13-year-old is cool, but no, you can't have like. Why would you like,
You know, I read something. Maybe someone in chat can clarify this. I read something that said they're doing this law to do something else even worse.
Yeah.
Like this law is to block trans marriage or gay marriage or something else. But I mean, they're both horrific. But I read that.
Yeah.
Something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was.
That's why it's
Correct me if I'm wrong, Chad.
That's why been the whole thing with like the Republican nominating of Supreme Court justices has been such a thing, right? It's been such a like important matter for the last 20 years because this has been the buildup for all that.
Yeah.
And we're here now, and
well, did you hear that? I can't remember if it was Texas or Florida. Of course it was. No offense to anybody in those states. I know it's not you. And I'm so sorry you're stuck there. They were banning books in elementary schools, and they banned over 50 books.
math books.
Math books.
Yeah, because they had critical race. It was
The
Florida.
critical race.
Yep.
Like, was a kid named Jaquan? Like, what racist shit are you going after now?
Yep.
It's just fucking asinine. Math books?
Andrew, what's up, buddy?
What are we teaching now?
They want an entire population of uneducated people.
Easier to
Guess,
sway.
yeah,
They
I
don't.
mean, guess who votes Republican? Uneducated white people is their target audience.
Slavery.
So,
It didn't happen if you don't talk about it.
exactly.
According to them, I guess.
Yep. And Spiffy, it's like, if it's even taught at college level, it's
It's optional.
It's optional, yeah. You have to go in and do things like African American studies and shit like that for it to be taught. And it's the thing, man. They say it over and over again. You know, you fail to learn from your history, you're fucking, doomed to repeat it. Sent you a Gizmo picture? Okay. I don't know yeah,
On
probably.
the ground.
Okay.
If I slap his face a few times because of the headset, don't be concerned. He's just wearing a really expensive headset.
I break things. I'm sorry.
What? We won't talk about that. We ain't gonna talk about that, Ron. I got your phone for you.
Katie just defined the word yeet to a fucking
Stop.
extent that is.
I'll have you all know, I quite consciously cleared off everything from my desk while Rod was here, explaining that I was fully aware we would swipe everything off the table.
Gizmo's watching.
Oh, baby boy. Oh. Tell him next time he gets to come.
Yep.
Next time.
Next time when he's
When
like,
I'm not stoned out of my fucking mind, you know?
she's just normal Katie that
Yeah.
day. Yeah.
Let me move my thing in. My chair's made for people.
We are both two big people who don't know how to get out of anyone's way because we can't get out of our own way. So.
I'm also a lefty,
Yeah.
so the likelihood of me fucking is high. We should have sat in different spots, but you know what? We're stuck now.
I mean, we've gone too far, Katie. We've gone too far.
Oops. Dude, you see how much he fucking shakes my monitor, my dudes? Do you guys see that shit? He is so up on there. It's funny. I've been watching it the whole stream. It honestly is hilarious. Wait. Oh, I can't control the volume here. Which one is it? Oh, it's this one.
It's system, yeah. I turned that down
Oh.
earlier.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's normally this one, so I'll have to reroute everything later. It's fine.
All I did was, I didn't set that. All I did was turn it down, yeah.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'm gonna grind up some weed, but should we showcase? You can be my
Yeah.
QVC girl.
Yes, here. Knife said to turn up the mic a little bit.
I did. I jacked it up all the way.
Okay.
It was for some reason very low. Does it sound better now, Knives?
You good? I hear myself better, but
Fuck, what was my sex story? What were we talking about? Oh, it was sex noises. Okay, so sex noises story real quick. It's not a slow one. This is the first item that I purchased for today's celebrations. This is edibles, if you're wondering. It's by a brand called Infused because they're trendy. The cannabis infused sour gummies variety pack. One pack contains 100 milligrams of pure unadulterated THC, 10 milligrams per gummy. Exciting. All right, sex story. So way back when I was like in 8th grade, there was this kid in my class, and he I was in 8th grade. Granted, yes, you all know I was expelled in 8th grade. However, I was not the kid that everyone would look at and be like, she's going to get expelled. This kid was like, obviously had problems at home or something and was just in trouble all the time. So, of course, we thought he was hot and we were friends with him. And, do I have my whole fucking grinder here? Hold up. Okay. It looked very shallow.
Very full, yeah.
So, when you're in middle school, before the age of cell phones, like, we would, like, call boys late at night and sit in the basement and be like, tee, boobs, I like you too, whatever. So we were doing that with this kid who was cool and hot and got in trouble all the time. He was so not. When I look back at pictures, I'm like, where were my hormones at this point in my life? No idea. But he was like, at one point, we were just sitting there talking. It was me and a friend of mine had called him because, of course, girls don't do things alone. We do it in packs. More power. And he was like, I'm fucking touching my cock. And we were like, looked at each other like, fucking gross. Like, we were in 8th grade. We knew what cocks were, but we're in no way quite interested in the cock yet, And he was like, can you hear it? And we were like, absolutely not. He's like, you ladies should finger yourselves so I can hear it. Nah, dude. We went and got a thing of mascara. I'll showcase it for you. It's quite effective. Or no, I think it was lip gloss. Might have been lip gloss. It was lip gloss. Hold up.
I stuck my dick in a cantaloupe.
I don't fucking wear lip gloss, so this might be a dig. Shit is gross.
Oh, man.
Hold up.
Do.
And I really did clear my desk off because I knew that we would both be like winging it. Literally. Wah! But anyways, you can imagine. It's the... Wait, I might have one in here. The thing I threw at you. I mean, what?
Andrew, there's no such thing as homosexual. Not true. There's no such thing, Andrew. It's just fucking.
Nope. Doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the little pad foot on it. You gotta have a mascara that's got that little foot applicator, and it makes the perfect like noise. And we did it for like 30 minutes into the phone, and then just hung up on him. And I never spoke to him again. Like, we'd see him at school, and he'd be like, sup? And we'd be like, who the fuck are you?
You know he came in his belly button to that, though. And you know that kid just came everywhere.
Dude.
And at, like, that age, he might have came, like, twice or 3 times. Because
he came before he even said he was touching his cock, I guarantee.
Yeah, probably.
Huh. I don't know where I put the little bag of all my lipsticks and shit. Otherwise, I'd make a little jerk-off noise for you, but, You want not, need not, what? It was an interesting time. That was my sex story. That was it. That's what we did.
I mean, it is, like, notorious for the things you'll do at that age
Super
when you're
mashed
horny.
potatoes. Ooh, noob! Ty, happy 420. I'm grinding up pot right now. I hadn't shown everyone. Look at this. Ty, you might be... Do you live where it's legal yet? I don't remember. A lot of people are getting, like, dispensaries are opening in Jersey tomorrow, but look at this. I got so much pot.
What do you think I'm going to do with the lip gloss, honey?
I got all the ounces and the quarters and the eighths and stuff. So I was going through it all, so then chat could choose one to grind up because I just cleaned my bowl.
It was such an adventure that Zeke even told the story about buying all the weed when he went to pick it up for you.
It was a lot of weed.
They were like, you got all the good shit, huh? He's like, I guess so. I mean.
So normally what I do, is when I always order it online just so you can go pick it up. It's easy. I usually get like 2 of every cool strain that they have new, if they have new strains, and then I throw like lilac diesel in there, a strain that I know I really like. But because it's 420, I was like, what could I do different? Because, we fucking smoke pot every day. Every Friday we have Faded Friday. Like, what am I doing different today? So I thought, like, why not get one of every fucking weed strain they have? Even the dumb expensive ones, like, stupid, like 3 times, 4 times the price. It's the same fucking weed, I'm telling you guys. But it's super expensive. But I don't care because it's our holiday. So we're just going through it. Rod's my QVC lady.
So basically, Katie at this point is the weed equivalent of the guys who went out and fucked the horse. They died because she just needs a bigger thrill and a bigger thrill and bigger thrill. And at this point, she is the equivalent of fucking a horse, but with
Okay.
weed.
His name was Mr. Hands. First off, not a horse. And I'd like to point out that the gentleman who passed away was concerned if the horse came or not. That was his last words. What a soul. I mean, that's a kind soul. Like, you've just been impaled rectally and you're like, did he come?
You don't want to give a horse blue balls like as your dying action. Like you may go to, like you go up to heaven and St. Peter's like, well, we're 50-50 here and we've come to the last action of your life. It looks like you apparently gave a horse blue balls is the last thing you did. That pushes the scales to you're going to hell, motherfucker.
He didn't come. Did the horse have? I mean, I'm saying, I'm very familiar with this story. It came from Washington State, where I went to school, and my insurance company was the something of Enumclaw, which is where all this horse fucking is Enumclaw, Washington. So every time you whip out your insurance card, someone goes Enumclaw, huh? And you're like, yeah, I know people fuck animals there. Shut up, it's my insurance company.
Man.
I watched the video. It's just a darkness. There's nothing there, but you do hear him say, did he come? Which is alarming, to say the least. All right, weeds. So the first strain is Lilac Diesel. Need I say more? It's one of my go-tos. It's a dope strain. If you find it locally, I should say you should try it out. I got Gorilla Glue. There are no stats. I can't tell you shit. It's Gorilla Glue. If there's extra information, I will tell you. Lilac Diesel. This one actually has the info, though. It's 28% THC. CTH, what? So those ones, these are usually an eighth, and they're like $14, like $12 to $14. So this right here is also only an eighth, but is $40. So when I say it's 4 times as much, I'm not fucking with you. However, it's $4.20 and we do special things. This is Downshift by, this has way more information on it. Get your filthy fucking hands off my pot. You can't be high here. Remember, hydrate. Where's your water? It's called Downshift, and it's from Green Dot. Sick. I guess that's a grow house. It's the terpene profile is hazelnut, earth, and gas. I thought that was you that smelled like shit.
I mean,
it's 3.5 grams. It's exclusive genetics, expertly grown, perfectly cured, and hand trimmed, kind of like my pussy. I don't think it has anything else on it. Oh, the bottom.
what I was really impressed with,
26 point. Look at him fingering my. That's how bad he wants it. This is what you do when you federally make weed illegal. You just make people weirdly handsy. Wait, what does it say?
I'm just fascinated with the container.
No, you can have it. 26.57% THC for what was the strain? Downshift. I think I might have had Downshift a while ago. It sounds familiar.
It's 4 times as expensive, and I'm guaranteeing you half of it is the container.
It is.
The container is so much fancier. These are like,
well, it's not just fancier. Why are they better, Rod?
I don't know why they're better.
They're glass.
Oh, yeah, ceramic. Is that what it is? Yeah, instead of plastic.
These are disposable, just thin ass plastic jars. And the weed is really good, but if you are not, my mic thing's coming off. If you're not someone who smokes regularly, like you're not going to smoke up your weed fast, you don't want to keep it in a plastic container because over a very short amount of time, microplastics, I know you're probably sick of hearing that word, but they literally do leach into anything you're going to, and if you're going to consume it, you don't want microplastics leaching into it. Fun nerdy fact, if you look at the bottom of any plastic container, like a plastic bottle, it'll have a triangle with a number inside of it. And the number, I believe, the higher the number, the shittier plastic quality, meaning it's going to start leaking plastics into whatever it's containing faster, right?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
I think if it's not like a 1 or a 2, most, like a lot of places that
Get
do
rid of it.
recyclables won't even fuck with it. And it's one
Yep.
of those things that, again, we're back to John Oliver in Last Week Tonight.
Yeah.
And he did a whole episode on fucking plastics and how fucked up they really are and how they can try to convince people. Katie definitely just turned off a monitor, but it's back now.
Shut up, you're fine.
Shut up. Shut up. And the higher it is, the more you're fucking the environment.
Yeah. So just to give you a for instance, this little container that my weed came in is a 5, which means I should get rid of this as soon as possible. So that's the cheaper. I really like these ones. The weed sometimes is tastier. Like there's sometimes like grape tastes and stuff, but these ones that come in these nice porcelain jars and are by Veritas, I guess is the brand. They're 4 times as pricey because
Well, if you're in a dispensary in Colorado, say, one, you're probably not doing that badly for financial, like, like looking at your
and you
financial.
can get it all the time.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is, if you're aiming at a clientele that are willing to pay more for the container, Colorado is the place. I mean, we're very like go out and save the environment, blah 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 here. So
Well,
yeah,
half our state's like burning all the time.
yeah.
So I feel like we're very like, let's try to save what we can. Is peanuts? It's a 1. 1 is good. 1 means so. Like usually water bottles will be like a disposable water bottle, like Deer Creek or whatever they are now, Aquafina, whatever. They'll have a 1 or a 2, which means you can use it a couple times. Whereas this, the 5 basically means do not eat out of this ever, and like maybe don't keep your weed in it very long. So
Yeah.
usually what I do is when I buy the nice weed with the porcelain containers, I save the containers and then I put the nice weed from the plastic containers into these later, or I fill them full of spider molts and wait for people to try to steal my pot. So these ones are, you'll like these ones, forbidden melons. I have to read more information. Stop touching my
I was
drugs.
gonna Vanna White it.
But I can't read. Oh, well, maybe I can. This is an indica hybrid. Forbidden melons pairs well with dad's what? With dad's Playboys. Yep, it does say Playboys, like as in the magazines. So it is melons like tits. That's why I bought it. I like the names.
They also it's dad's. It says pairs well with dad's Playboys with a Z,
With
not an S.
That's an important point to make. Important points to make. This one I always buy my weed by the names. In case you're new to my channel or just curious, I buy it because the names are funny. This one's called Muffins with a Z. Muffins Breath number 3. It's Gorilla Butter and Muffins are the parent strains apparently. This is a stupid expensive weed because it's like the first batch or whatever. They even write on it like wine. They're literally look at it, it's handwritten.
It reminds me of like an old like a limited edition whiskey bottle.
Yeah.
Is what it reminds me of. Like it's got
They
that.
tell you what batch you are.
Yeah, it's got that like a $50 bottle of whiskey look to it. So it's like appealing to that type of people.
Do you want to Vanna White it so they can see that beautiful ass? Look at that shit. It's the exact same as it's the same brand as this one. Just to give you guys a comparison, put that one back up so you can see. Same brand. It's Veritas is the brand, but like this is the, first cut, blah blah, suck a dick, whatever, and this is not. It's just expensive. But it's good weed and it's fun. It's a holiday. I'm not saying that so people pity me or like for pity. Just so people know that. I'm just letting you know like where the prices of weed range. For those who don't smoke or you're just curious, like I would personally, just in my own adventures across the US, Colorado is the best weed I've had legally and the least expensive. Like most states like California, Washington, places like that, it's dumb. The taxes are dumb expensive and the weed's like meh, it's okay. Colorado weed's pretty dank. But the prices can go all over the place and I mean at the end of the day, pot is pot. If it gets me high, I'm dope. I'm stoked.
Only if the weed is circumcised with its own consent. We don't consent cutting off penis foreskins here without consent because it's mutilation and fuck that.
I have faith that my pot can irrigate its foreskin. I'm not going to set my child up for failure. Cruel. All right, next. Sorry. I got a lot of pot, guys, so I apologize. More lilac diesel. Am I basic?
You just know what you like.
I do. This is weed I've gotten over a couple different trips. I've been stalked because you can only buy an ounce legally at a time. Like, technically you could go to multiple different dispensaries and buy all the pots if you wanted to. But at one dispensary at one time, you can only buy an ounce. So over the couple of weeks, I've been stocking up on different strains and shit. And every time I go, if they have lilac diesel, I always get like an eighth of it. It's my favorite. It's just really good. Or a quarter or whatever. Free Mac is 26.9% THC allegedly. And everyone's had Free Mac. I don't need to say more.
I'm too busy staring
Yeah.
at what Gluttony put in the chat with the it's basically circumcision consent, and it's actually I think I'm gonna have nightmares about that because it's wiggling, and I don't know why the penis is like that, and yeah,
I like it.
I like it a lot.
Is Mass pretty pricey? I haven't had weed in Massachusetts yet. I've had medical marijuana in Maryland. I've had California recreational, Washington, Oregon. Montana. Where on the East Coast is it legal? Because I know I bought it on the East Coast. DC, obviously. I've got DC weed.
Yeah, I don't think they're just decriminalizing it.
Rhode
on the East
Island. I think it's the
Coast
only one
more.
that's recreational
Yeah.
right now. I think. And Maine. I think Maine is too.
Well, no, because
Hi, Safi lover.
Connecticut just didn't they just legalize it for Reese?
Oh, I think they did. Well, I
Yeah.
think they legalized it a bit ago, but it's kind of like Eliza's. They've been waiting for, the legislation and the actual, like,
Frame, you made that?
it's beautiful.
That's wonderful. Just
Yeah.
the combination with it.
It's gorgeous. Yes, thank you,
yeah.
Schmiffy. I did not buy weed in DC. I bought a $250 t-shirt.
Safi!
think?
That's cool.
I think this is the last strain. It didn't all fit in my bag, so there was some on the counter.
They
I'm
were
just
like-
making sure.
They were like, you're going to need to make 2 trips.
Also, Zach picked up my weed because if you didn't know, most legal dispensaries have like points systems, which is amazing. So like half the time I just put it under Zach's name and half the time I put it under mine. And then I have 2 accounts that have full points. And then for like 3 months, I get $20 ounces of weed. It's incredible. Like I plan this shit because OCD is a bitch. This one's called Local Love is the brand, I guess. Local Love, but it's
Yeah.
like Loco.
With an extra L. Yeah.
Clever. And the strain is Wedding Crashers. It says it is 24.13% THC.
You motorboating son of a bitch.
And that's it. That's all I got. That's all. That's it. That's all they gave me. But it's a cool Vanna White me.
Look at how shiny it is.
It is quite shiny. They make cool containers. I always save them and use them for everything. And then this is one I already had, but in case you're new to the stream or just you didn't know, this is the purple ass weed. I got another thing of it. So like was it like a week or 2 ago? I tweeted a picture of smell that. You smell how grapey that is? Like Fruity Pebbles.
It looks like little like raspberries or something, how purple it is.
But it smells like Fruity Pebbles, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Or like Trix.
Yeah. It
Cereal?
smells good, yeah.
It's I mean, to even someone who does not regularly, constantly live in a cloud of pot, this shit smells sweet. It's like candy. It's so wild, but look how purple it is.
That's the kind of weed that like little kids would find it on the table and pop it in their mouth because they thought it was candy. You know, that's what it looks like
close.
and smells like it even.
Reason number 372 why I will not have children. Hello, Bull V. I apologize if I'm missing any of chat. But I'm trying, I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out. Shall we grind up some pots? I guess my grinder's already full, which I don't know. It's Wosie Woe.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I told him before stream I had 2 little containers, like partially full, and I ground the rest of it up. So my grinder's currently full of Wosie Woe, so I guess that is what. Let's see how full it is. I didn't smoke today, just in case anyone's wondering. I stayed totally sober for stream. My brain doesn't work sober, apparently.
I mean, I think your brain's just doing like 19 things at a time. That's all it really is, right?
All the time, though.
Yeah. I mean,
That's pretty constant.
that's ADHD, man.
It's a bitch.
Thank your butler for the day. Read all of us in chat.
Make them into joints for later? I could, literally. I actually found my cones.
I mean, I'm just trying to add to this, like, the shenanigans.
He's here to entertain when I go comatose.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Guys, we got things planned too. There are things. I mean,
You all know how plans go in my stream.
plans. I mean, I think one of us mods need us to add a plans like in Zeke's stream. Plans. Ha ha ha. Plans.
Fuck, my shit did what?
Yeah, OBS it probably updated the plugin app. Yeah.
OBS is a cunt. Cheers, my stonies, but not you. Noob Tie specifically, I owe some cheerses, but we got it. This is Wosie Woe is literally what it was called.
No,
I didn't save the container. Oh, damn it.
Eliza, I'm here to remind her that she
Cheers.
took an edible. That's what I'm
I
here
didn't
for.
take one yet.
I know, but after you do,
Yeah.
it's.
I kind of like when chat's like, Katie, why are you cross-eyed suddenly? And I'm like, oh. It's kind of a fun moment. Like, you just never know what's going to happen.
I'm a happy drunk, Knives. I'm a real happy drunk. I give everyone hugs and like run around like a crazy person. I am like the most social motherfucker. I mean, I'm social all the time, but yeah, I give everyone hugs. It's funny because every time with like the wife and I would go out to a party, and like she would be drinking, and one of us would drink, and if it was me, I would like she'd be like, you weren't by me at all that night because you were running around the fucking house like a madman, hugging everyone and just being Rod. But
So you caused COVID, is what you're saying?
I mean, I fucked 2 or 3 bats in China, and here I am. I mean, I is that what I was supposed to do? I don't fucking know.
Is it still in your ass?
I
Because
mean,
that's smuggling.
this is true. It also like its claws are sharp. That shit hurts.
I mean,
Infections. I don't know, man.
no one's problem but your own. No one put the bat up your ass. Well, wait, Zoe. Can we get some weigh in here?
I mean, that's what I'm saying, Knives. I'm a happy drunk.
Are you really spiffy? Dude, I'm so fucking proud of you. How many days? Do you know? Dude, I feel like you deserve a coin.
Okay.
I'm seriously like astounded. You are doing something that so many people wish they could do
That's awesome.
or
Yeah.
had the courage to try to do. Like, it's incredible. I'm I'm just impressed.
I always think that like someone who has that like that gene in them that like makes it that they can or they get like to that point and then they are brave and like fucking tough enough because man, fucking coming off of alcohol can fucking kill you, as Katie can tell you, and just like if anything you could do can kill you, and you're fucking such a badass that you go and do that and like kick his ass, man. I am fucking proud of you for that shit, man.
It's incredible. Like, the only people who judge or what's the word I'm looking for, like persecute addiction, I guess, for lack of a better word, are people who have no
Idea.
experience
No
or
idea,
idea
yeah.
what addiction
Yeah.
is in any form,
Yeah.
whether it's drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, like alcohol isn't drugs,
Yeah.
food, in any form, like it's all your brain. People are shameful for no reason, and it pisses me off.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of us should realize better now with like COVID and everything and like being like confined in one spot that we are like all doing the absolute best we're trying to do the best we can. I mean, there's not many people wandering around and going, yeah, I'm doing my worst every day. People are trying to get through, trying to get like, like just survive.
Everyone's
Yeah,
trying.
Yeah.
And I firmly believe like everyone is not numbing, but like taking the edge off in some way or another.
Yeah.
And it's wherever we are in society dictates whether that's acceptable. Like there's actually a new disorder was added to the new DSM called orthorexia, where it's an addiction to overexercising. It's like a new eating disorder. But we pride, that thin, fit body so highly that how often is someone going to walk up to someone who looks immaculate and be like, do you have a problem?
Yeah.
Like, you doing all right?
It's funny because my wife's been rewatching Bones. She's like a big fan of those.
I've never seen it.
But the anthropology character like is very socially awkward, right? And there's an episode about like they're going into a gym, to like investigate a murder, and she talks about how like what we do isn't about anything besides vanity, especially now in modern world, because it's not good for you to be like that. It's like, I mean, remember everyone like okay, if you're not like want no spoilers for the new God of War game that's coming out, Ragnarok. Just tune out for 5 seconds. I'm going to count to 3.
Wait, it's coming out?
Yeah, it's just
How are there spoilers?
It was a trailer. So
Oh,
I just want to talk. I just don't. I know some people get upset about it.
Go
That's
watch
all.
the trailer.
Here, 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. So Thor in the game is like he's a big dude, and like people are like, oh, why does Thor not look like Chris Hemsworth? And it's like because that's not what powerful people really are. Like look like.
And Chris Hemsworth isn't Thor. He's an actor.
Yeah, but yeah. So it's. In
What?
The game, he looks like a power builder. Like, he's, like, big and thick, and it's like...
That's how they portrayed gods in, like, ancient shit, too.
Yeah.
And with tiny dicks.
Yeah.
Really tiny dicks. Big dicks were seen as icky.
Yeah.
Ironically.
I mean, the Greeks especially, I mean, when you're doing a lot of anal, you don't want a lot of big dicks.
I mean, maybe you do.
Maybe you do,
Your
but...
anus doesn't have a cervix, like we were talking about earlier, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, this is true.
Like, honestly, if I got in a loving relationship with someone who had a dick too big for my tiny vagina, I'd be like, you know what? My butthole does not have a finite end. Like, let's go on a quick soup fast.
It's going to be a enemas for all and all the lube. Not some of the lube, all of it.
All the lube.
Yeah.
Every sexually active adult should have lube in their house. I firmly believe this. Like
yeah.
It's not in any way like, I've known girls that are like, well, if a guy finds lube in my house, he's going to think I'm like dried up. the fuck? He's gonna be like, what's she putting into her?
What's she? Because you
Bitch,
start
she's
going,
getting
well,
freaky."
what do you need lube for? Well, anal is a prime example. I mean, also sometimes you have a lot of sex and things dry up a little bit, even when you're having a good time. And it's just extra.
Dude, have you ever heard me talk about like what my body does? It's so fucking bizarre. Let me know if this happens to anybody else. So, when aroused, if you are unfamiliar with vagina anatomy,
Yep, berserker, you nailed it.
vaginas, pussies, whatever, they tend to get moist to allow slippage for pee enter or whatever the fuck you want to do, right? So obviously, like if I'm like, yeah, let's do that. But like, I love to suck dick, so I think my brain somehow directs moisture in my body mentally, and I'm not fucking with you because it happens. Like if I'm like, no, I'm sucking that dick, my mouth will suddenly become very watery, but my vagina goes for the time being.
And if everyone
It's wild.
and anyone who's ever gone and tried to stick a dick,
Don't do that.
Yeah,
Just don't do that.
it's
bad
not-
for everyone.
It's bad for everyone involved, and
Everyone.
sometimes that's how you accidentally get a dick in the ass because
or rip off a labia.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's like when you get that Arby's roast beef sandwich and part of the roast beef falls off, and you're just like, but it fell on the floor, and now I can't eat it. It's just that.
so now it's just like half the bun has a
Yep.
weird lump of
And-
roast beef on it, and the other half's all smooth. Oh, I can't. Everything hurts. Everything hurts. My asshole's never been tighter right
He's
now.
coming next time, Vile. But we were Katie's weedness was like it'd
Well,
be careful this time, yeah.
And this is the first time you've ever met my dogs.
Yeah, exactly.
Usually, we always go to their house because we go to concerts with them, and it's down south.
Yeah.
So this is the first time Rod's ever meeting the puppies, and like the puppies are wonderful. However, you guys see that they're tiny horses, and some people get very intimidated, Scott, by my dogs for some reason. And so I was like, I texted him, I'm like, just a nice reminder,
Yeah.
they're huge, because no one really, because I think on stream, no one assumes that I'm 6 foot and you're like
Yep.
way over 6 foot.
Yep.
Everybody looks the same height on stream. And so
And-
my dogs probably don't come across as fucking ginormous as they
Yeah.
are. But I shit you not, Rod had, and I'm not just kissing the asshole of this man, he had the most chill energy. He came up to the back fence, walked in. We just started talking right away. The dogs did not even acknowledge him until we got in the house. And then they were like, oh, a new person to pet me, do it now.
Yeah, and now they're friends, and I love them, and I would die for them.
It was instant. Like I literally said, this is how they were with Eliza.
Yeah.
Because Eliza's the same. Eliza's grown up with dogs, has really good, like that just chill energy with dogs, not that tentative, whatever. Because when you see a big dog, and my dogs are young, so they leap in the air and get really excited with each other and shit, people can, kind of, are they going to leap on me? And it's like, if you aren't scared, you hear that? I
Yeah.
know, right? He gets to hear the grandioseness of Zach today.
I was gonna say Spiffy that we had a Great Dane and he didn't make it to 5 and it was the best dog in the world. I have him. I showed Katie like he's tattooed on my ribs and the dog was 80 pounds for most of his life and didn't make it to 5 because of epilepsy. So
I think Great Danes have a lot of issues.
Yeah.
I knew I don't know if I ever told you this. The creative director of ESO's wife rescues them.
yeah,
She works for the
talked
rescue.
about that. Yep.
Yep. So they've had many that
Yeah.
are blind and deaf and otherwise, and they're wonderful dogs. But like, any dog reads your energy.
Yeah.
But it's one thing when the dog's small enough to punt across the room,
Yeah.
or when the dog's big enough to punt you. And my dogs are big,
I mean, you talk about it all the time.
but they
like,
were so chill with you.
Yeah.
I was just like, it's so comforting.
They're very. I love animals. I mean, the 3 dogs I have, a bird, everything like that, and just like
So you catch the puppy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
so I'm like, man, I love animals that are just like chill and cool and relax. And Katie and Zeke have done such a good job with them. They're cool dogs.
I appreciate that. I feel spoiled for the lack of effort I put into them. I put in the minimal, like, listen to me, but they just get it.
Yeah.
They just do
They're
shit.
so smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're dumb smart. It's really nice. Happy's 420.
Vile, that sounds like
Hi, Vile. What?
a normal day for you.
I mean, same though. I asked him if he said, I don't know if he told you this yet. He's making it so he's permanently taking weekends off.
Yeah, I was like, I don't
Like,
believe you
I
because
said the same.
Yeah.
I was like, bitch, I'll believe it when I
dude,
see it.
he came back from his fucking vacation, like when he was out
I
here.
like when there's another streamer,
Yeah.
we get to talk shit about
Yeah,
chat instead
exactly.
of chat.
This
Oh my God,
this
what is
motherfucker
this?
got back from fucking out here and was like, "Oh, I don't have to work for like." I think he had 1 day off and like worked all over New Year's Eve and like all that shit. And I'm like, "You weren't supposed to work till like January." And like, and you're gonna actually try to stay like. You always talk about your fucking boss who like because they 420 too hard. Oh my god.
Is that what it looks like?
Oh my god. My wife is. I'm gonna come home and there's gonna be another puppy, and I'm not gonna be.
I mean, if you need it, like, toss one off. I got along with your dogs too. Like,
Yeah. I mean, Gizmo is everybody gets along with Gizmo except for
my wife
Ruby.
Sam had a 180-pound Saint Bernard. Oh, I love Saint Bernards. When we started dating 10 years ago, and he would push me out of the bed. These dogs can do that to me. Lilith can. I mean, and Lilith's the light, stringy one.
Yeah.
But she's like so. Her body reminds me of a greyhound,
Yeah.
but with just the feet of a fucking like a lynx cat. Like they just
Yeah.
have these huge, because they have webbed feet. I think poodles were bred for waterfowl,
Yeah, like
right?
like ducking and shit. Like that,
Ducking, yeah. So they have webbed feet. So their feet are they look huge. Like they look like clown shoes kind of. But they're so like lanky
Yeah.
that she'll sneak onto the bed at nighttime while I'm sleeping and just slowly do this.
Yeah.
Until I'm like, actually physically falling off the bed because she's completely extended. Oh yeah.
Spiffy. So my oldest dog is.
Cheers. Thank you, Nameless. Just got home from work. Was it horrible and busy? Viata got the day off and got half price weed, and it was super exciting. Cheers.
Yeah, but Spiffy, my older dog Newbie, just turned 15 in January. We got him like a hamburger and like some like because we're like we know how long he's gonna be with us.
Forever.
Yeah, forever. I mean, he is immortal. He is.
And when push comes to shove, he gets to fuck a hot bitch called Milosh. A hot Russian pug up in the unicorn places.
Yeah. No,
Cheers.
No, it's funny because when we got Newbie back when we lived in Ohio, we always said his first girlfriend was my parents' lab, a chocolate lab named Chloe. My parents loved.
Cute.
Yeah, and who passed away later from cancer. It was very sad, but she was the sweetest dog. Yeah.
We had a chocolate lab pass away from cancer.
Yeah.
She had breast cancer. It was hella weird though. She had puppies. And then like any dog I think this happens to, like when they have puppies, their tits are just kind of like saggy and pointy forever.
Yeah.
Not as swollen, but one of her tits stayed like a boob.
Uh,
And so we took her in. She had breast cancer. We had to put her down and everything. But it was before any of that happened. It was years, until that developed. She was one of those dogs who was like obsessive compulsive about fetch. Like
yeah. Gizmo's like that.
push a stick
Yeah.
against you for 24 hours, lay it on you, lay on top of you with the stick. Could not. Like you would
Yeah.
have to burn the stick. And we lived on a beach in Eastern Washington on a lake. So she could fucking find sticks all fucking day. There was no hiding a stick from this dog. But anyways, we thought it was hilarious. I would not do this now because I'm not a cruel bitch. But when I was a child, I was mildly less thoughtful. We had a dock very close to our beach. It was a state-owned. It's Lake Roosevelt, like the Columbia in Washington, if you're familiar. And the beach is state-owned. So any dock on the lake is also state-owned. So we had a dock really close to our house that we could literally walk to, like, up the beach. It was awesome. And we'd throw shit off the end of the dock for the dogs because you could get it further out there. And these dogs were obsessive. They'd go for fucking ever.
Yeah.
So we'd go out in the middle of the winter when it was like freezing cold and throw shit off the end of the dock. And when she would jump, like her titties would be like, like squirrel, like fucking.
That's the kind of shit you would like record and then just put it in slow motion. It's just like.
If only this wasn't 1998
Yeah.
when this happened.
What's
But
up,
it was
Drew?
like, it was so. It was very dramatic. I'm not
Yeah.
exaggerating much of it. Like her tits were so, because she was a very athletic dog. Had, I think, 8 puppies, which is a lot for
Yeah.
a chocolate lab. Labs aren't naturally very big dogs. Nursed all of them, so her titties were fucked. Any moms out there, like, high five to your poor nipples. They're still suckable, and if no one will touch them, leave that person. Anyways, it was so comical that like when friends would come over and be like, "Yo, you want to go to the dock and watch Brandy's tits flop?" Or Brown Dog. We called her Her name was Brandy, but my stepdad just called her Brown Dog because she was very annoying. You want to go watch Brown Dog's tits at the dock? And my friends would be like, sure. And we just go stand in the wintertime at the end of this dock at a freezing cold lake, throw sticks in, and watch my dog like.
I mean, kids will find ways to entertain themselves, man. And when you don't have better options, you will watch dog titties flop around like it ain't no thing. This is like,
Dude.
This is how kids become pyromaniacs because you just start setting shit on fire because you're bored, and then
Boredom is idle hands, right?
Mhm.
Dude, I used to lay on the ground when I was real young. We lived in Eastern Washington. I would lay on the ground on my side and watch grasshoppers like inject their ass into the dirt and lay eggs. I would just watch this for hours. I knew a spot behind a garage where it happened every year.
Yeah.
I just lay there.
It was your early signs of loving bugs and not like,
When I was 2, I tried to eat a slug. It's been going on forever. But I mean, boredom is where this came from.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't have anything. I mean,
Yeah.
most kids, I'm not sold that we didn't have TV. I just didn't have TV.
I mean,
Hi, Myron. How are you, love? Dude, seriously, in Kettle, I mean, really, in anywhere in Eastern Washington, there is fuck all to do unless you live in Spokane. And even then, it's just the world's largest trailer park. I'm pretty positive, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I lived there, Spokane was technically the biggest city in Washington State, which is ironic considering where they put the capital in Olympia. It's just an enormous trailer park. I mean, it's just forever. And I would never say that lightly. Like, it really is a shithole. It's just horrible. Drew and Hey Nicole. Oh my God. I think I have to pack a bowl, but would you cheers with me on this happy 420?
here we go.
Wait. Hold on. Drew, wait.
Hammer_419 tipped $5. CK, last night I was balls deep in Alex Jones since he started turning tricks on the Texas Turnpike for 420 a ride since he's a broke-ass bitch now because he decided to role-play a giant gaping arsehole that spews shit every time it opens up you.
I really would like somebody to clip that and send it to Alex Jones because like nothing would make me happier.
Please. Oh,
Nothing would make me happier.
what a 420 gift it would be. What the fuck? Eliza, thank you for gifting a fucking sub to my boy Drew. Rod, I don't know if you know my boy Drew.
Yeah, I know Drew.
Do
He
you?
lives- yeah.
He lives here, but
He's
did you
in
know Drew
Colorado
and I have been
Springs.
friends for like 7 years?
Yep.
Like far beyond this. And then we both happen to find Colorado.
Yep.
But we have yet to hang out because of COVID.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably 2 hours south of you, and then like an hour
In
and a half.
Washington terms, that's bullshit.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
nothing.
But now that things are like whatever, we need to make sure. I haven't been to Colorado Springs in years at this point, so their zoo is fucking on. Like it's on Pikes Peak. And
So
it's
you and
fucking-
Drew have like hung out and
No,
chat
I
and
haven't.
shit?
I haven't been there since before Drew was here.
Wait, what?
I
No,
haven't
I
been
mean
to-
in chat. Like
Oh
you
yeah, in
guys-
chat. Yeah, in chat.
Has he told you that the first time we ever met after being best friends for many years, he gave me a one-armed hug? A half-assed one-armed hug?
Drew, what am I gonna do with you, man?
I don't know if he filled you in on the like pertinent details of our relationship. I'm gonna grind up some weed and I'm just gonna grab the closest thing to me, which is forbidden melons.
With a Z. Remember, with a Z. Actually, that's just the Playboys. So.
Because we ghetto. I was gonna do East Side, but really it looks like I'm going when I do it, so it's terrible. The East Side, like, why did stop it?
I mean, Sean, I don't know what I said and what I didn't say. And this is, you can ask anyone who's ever hung out in my chat. Words are coming out of my mouth as my brain is thinking of them. So it's just a collection of things that have just popped out of my mouth. I'm Rod_Johnston. I'm Rod. I'm a mod. I'm a hangouter. And there is a Science and Empathy and a fellow streamer.
You did redeem yourself. However, as a quality human and friend, I can't let you live that down because if I did, ignoring history,
Am I doomed to repeat it? Yeah, I mean,
i.e. critical race theory, just as an example, maybe, is how we repeat mistakes.
so Rod is reminded of his. Oh, it's okay. My brain will remind me at 3:47 a.m. tonight, that I said something goofy, and that's where I'll be.
So I don't know if this will help or not, but I'm a little high, so we're just gonna see how it goes. Everything you say is silly and ridiculous, and most of the time you don't finish like half the sentences.
Yep.
So like, if all of it's silly, then none of it is.
Exactly.
Calm the fuck down and sleep.
Yeah. This is a crying fetus. Yes, it is.
I still have that alert on here. Hold up.
Are any of Katie's attracted to that shirt like the fish of the aquarium? What any of Katie's animals? Like the snake, like most of our animals are sleeping, right? Like the snakes moved a little
Everything
bit.
I
Yeah.
have is nocturnal, pretty
Yeah.
much. My geckos and frogs will like if you come close to the tank, they don't have eyelids. So here's the thing: the way you can tell a gecko's sleeping is their eyes kind of sink into their head like they're dying, and then if they wake up, their eye kind of like boops out a little bit, but they don't have eyelids. So
That's why they lick them, right? Keep them
Mhm.
like
clean them and keep them
yeah,
moist.
moist.
They have like an eye
Moist.
cap. They actually molt it off. It's crazy. Judy, how are you?
Spare the rod, spoil the child. I mean, no.
What
Because
would it be to spare you?
I mean, not putting me in pigtails for a couple months. That would spare me. But I don't know besides that.
Honestly, I think your child should come up with something more challenging. I want to see you French braid.
No, that would be very bad.
Why?
Because my fingers.
What better are you doing with your life?
Oh, that.
But
that I'm gonna go.
I could teach you how to do a fishbone braid. Your neighbor lady would be so excited because she has long, pretty hair, and you could fishbone
Yeah,
it.
they did, Vile.
That
They
would
did.
be incredible.
I don't even know what fishbone is. Besides, that's what my dad used to call fishbone.
It's
the
a
dog.
really cool braid. If I had long enough hair, I'd show you.
What's the story? Fishbone.
What?
And I told you, my dad used to call fishbone or wishbone the dog.
Oh,
the Jack
do you see
Russell.
what Knives said? I hate it.
Okay, what are I don't know if I know what box braids are. I know they're like
He does live in Colorado.
I probably know what they are if you showed me a picture. I just don't know the
Have
name.
you ever seen braids where it's like a thick ass braid and it's like tied in at one spot on someone's head?
Think so?
It's-
Yeah. Like
It's-
if there's a wrestler named Bianca Belair who's got like a long her braid is like literally 4 or 5 feet. I mean, it's like probably
is it
like
made,
4.
Like, does she have braids though?
No, it's just like
weaved
one
in?
single one, and it's so long she hits people with it with like a whip. But it's like real. The thing is like 4 feet long. That fucking thing leaves.
How does she bathe?
I don't know.
Does she have a special place for it?
Cornrows. Okay. See, I don't know. I don't know how anyone does anything with like dreadlocks or anything like that.
What do you mean? What do people do with them?
I mean, like how they keep them clean.
Dreadlocks
Braids.
are tough.
Yeah.
It really depends on how you created them. I did dreadlocks for a friend way back in the day. So I learned, of course, you know me, I
Yeah.
like bought every book because, the internet didn't exist.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
Claw 34 tip $10. Zeke looks weird without a beard. Lol.
I don't know if I've ever told you this, Katie.
Wait. Are they implying you're Zeke, or did he shave his beard off for some reason in his stream?
No, I think I'm supposed to be Zeke now.
He looks weird for a lot more reasons than that, honey. Thank you.
When Zeke shaved and showed it to you, I was like, Zeke kind of looks like my little brother
He
without a
looked
beard.
like a baby.
Yeah, he looked like my little brother, and I was like, it was very like, it's a very disorienting thing, but
I think in order to not have that like most people, if you shave your beard off, you feel like you look like a baby.
Yeah.
Unless you have like, for lack of a better example, like a Brad Pitt jaw. Like who's another person that just has
yeah.
Jean-Claude Van Damme has like that. Good. That's just like, would you like to see where my testosterone went? It went right here. Like that's the it. Otherwise, everybody has cheeks and shit, but when you put that beard on, you can
Yeah.
kind of sculpt your face into whatever you want.
Yeah, and I unfortunately cannot grow any facial hair. I grow facial hair like a
You can
6-year-old.
grow more than me.
I mean,
I bet you could pull off a really nice Joe Dirte.
no.
I'm ready to cheers. I can't remember. I'm a little high. It's happened.
Work at a CB shop now.
Did I do this for a reason?
Hey, you were gonna do cheers.
Thank you for the resub, Silver Wolf. I didn't take an edible, but suddenly the weed hit.
I mean, you
Give
waited
me a
till
second.
you waited till like whatever time, right? Katie doesn't have. Oh, there it is. It's 6:17. So we've been live how long?
Almost an hour and a half.
Yeah. So like, she waited till like what 5? So
Waited?
I mean, you saved yourself. I mean, you were waiting till you were live on stream.
Oh, I thought you meant waiting to stream. I was like,
No,
bitch, you
No.
followed me
No,
around
I did.
my
I did.
panic house.
I was like,
stop it.
Katie,
I
Katie,
don't. I
Katie,
wait for
Katie,
nothing.
Katie,
How many times did I
Katie.
apologize?
I mean, at least 6 or 7, if not more. I was like, stop apologizing, Katie.
I'm terrible.
Flip rod a roofie? I mean, why do you want it? What do you? Okay, Greg, I I want you to tell a story, Greg, on what you expect to happen from step 1, slip Rod a roofie, and I want to hear what happens after Katie slips
Leave
me a
the mic
roofie.
right there.
Okay,
If you slide it off, you might go on megaphone. It could be a dramatic
that would
moment.
be very loud for.
I want to move that over, but I'm
Yeah.
afraid what happened before will happen.
Yeah, and you're.
I have high fears.
Yeah, I after that first incident where I don't think Lilith even hardly touched anything. I think it was just
I
a
think it was the
GoXLR
software one.
update.
Well, GoXLR is a weird thing with updates. Like sometimes it doesn't see them
Yeah.
and acts, you know.
Yep, I know.
GoXLR is a very finicky bitch.
Mine just like
Finicky bitch. Cheers, everybody. Sorry, I was gonna cheers, but I wanted to make sure my mic wasn't just like slamming buttons and ruining what Rod was saying to you, because sometimes he's interesting. Tony, cheers to that. Fucking.
Hail Satan! That's a really long sub, motherfucker. Would you like to say Hail Satan? Hail Satan. God damn it, it's just got a better ring when it does it. Fuck, Hail Satan. Ah, fuck you.
fuck you.
Hate it all. Cheers.
Greg, that sounds like a you're admitting someone committed a crime live on Twitch, which I don't know if you should be saying out loud. I still like at some point always talk about where I'm pretty convinced I was at a wedding years ago and someone gave me an edible and didn't tell me, and it was like at a pavilion
What
in
do
Denver.
we think about that, chat?
Because I blacked out from 3 or 4 beers, and I'm like, you don't black out from 3 or 4 beers.
No.
And yeah.
I mean,
Oh, okay, Greg. I'm like, Greg, I believe that's where you were going. I think you just have to be careful with how you type those things into chat.
I wouldn't even know if I hit it right. I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest. I've been a solo smoker my entire life. The only person I've consistently smoked with ever is my friend Eliza. Like, I have no idea. I came up. I'm like a what would like
You're the so there are
the
animals.
missing link.
In the animal kingdom there are solitary animals that only hang out like by
Like,
themselves.
Figure shit out.
Yeah, and then when they get horny, they go to like the designated hookup spot, and then they fuck, and then they go back to being by themselves. Katie's like that, but with marijuana. She's like she just smokes her weed, and then when she gets weed horny, sometimes she goes and finds some people to weed horny with, and then she goes back and does her thing again. She's like a duck-billed platypus or something. I don't know. I think duck-billed platypuses aren't solitary animals. Koala bears are though. I think koala bears are very solitary.
Which makes me question all the chlamydia.
I mean, they still, again, we talked about the meeting spot, right? Where they talk.
I fucking inhaled it. I like stomached some of that pot smoke, so that just came out of my tum-tum. You're welcome.
Wolves are like that too, Knives? Yeah. You can just think of animals there are like lots of animals that don't do anything by themselves. I mean, with other versions of they have their turf and they just kind of hang out in it. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, you see
Who has its turf?
just whatever animal doesn't want to be fucked with, like a koala bear. It has its its eucalyptus tree, and it's like
Even some animals that mate for life, like most of the year they take off from each other.
yeah,
They're like, so I'm gonna go fuck other people, but same time, same place.
it's like
Make baby. All right.
they just
see
have
you.
very they're just like chill with it, right? They're open relationship koala bears. They're like
Yeah.
go fuck someone, just like come back.
It's kind of like your anxieties. Like if everyone has chlamydia, nobody has chlamydia.
Exactly.
Kind of.
Except I think unless you're born with it,
Or
which
maybe it's
I
just
don't
like
think
no
it's.
risk.
I mean, I don't know, man. Animals and
That's a
STDs.
tough one.
Animals and STDs are crazy because Dr. Claw has a cat that his mom had herpes when he was born, and it got into his eyes, and he's been blind his whole life. So like it's funny because isn't that funny?
Oh
But
my
it's sad because
God.
that when Dr. Claw picked him up, his brother was there, and his brother had fine eyes. It was just him as a kitten got the chlamydia or whatever herpes in the eyes, and
It's just
Yeah.
not fair.
yeah, I know.
So I have a story about a human that happened to. I worked with a lovely lesbian at a previous hospital.
Yeah.
Insert blank hospital name here. I don't know if she still works there or not. She's wonderful. She was way older than me, had kids my age, but we worked together all the time. And she was super she was from Texas, and she had this drawl, and she was just very Texas, but in Seattle, which was humorous, and she was cool. But every once in a while, she would have to take a couple days off from work, and she would break out in a scab that would be all her entire mouth and then go up her fucking nose, all her entire
Herpes?
upper lip. She got herpes from eating out someone who had herpes,
Oh, so she got genital herpes on the face?
which is
Oh.
so different.
Okay.
Like, there are two types of herpes
Yeah.
that are generally, one is for the genitals, one is for the mouth. However, if there's a wound on both people, there is a chance.
So I have to ask.
There's a chance.
That means that she went down on a pussy with open herpes sores?
Okay, so here's the thing. This might freak you out, but if someone shaves their pussy,
Yeah.
they have millions of wounds all over it for
Yeah,
like
that's true. Yeah.
weeks.
Yeah. I'm just thinking like how do you get into that situation? And it could be smaller or whatever. Or you could fuck in the dark too. Like you could go down on someone in the dark, like and just be like a little thing.
Every single time you shave, like anything
Yeah.
on your body, even if you don't see a cut, the blade still causes millions of what they call in dermatology micro abrasions
Yeah.
all over your skin. I know I've said it a million times, so this is probably a broken record, but nobody cares about this one, so it's fine. Millions of micro abrasions, which is where like usually the rash comes from shaving. So if you have any venereal disease,
Yeah.
you know, whatever you want to call it. What do they call them now? It's not called a STD anymore. It's like a VID or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they start like aiming at people when they hit about 30. They're like, if you don't know, then you're just it's too late for you.
I think like they've just like everyone has HPV. Like we just have it now. If you were born in the early 2000s, you probably fucked before anyone knew it existed, and we probably all have it.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not saying I'm clean. I managed it. I don't know how. I'm immune. Maybe I'm an alien. Seriously, like not even COVID wants me. It's crazy. Because girl has not been that 100% safe. No one has. Don't judge me. But for real, I've just
Yeah.
managed to slip and slide out of that shit. However, STI, thank you. So like if you like went to the club and took home a beautiful specimen who was freshly shaved, didn't have to be a razor burn or a cut or
Yeah.
anything. There are, no matter what, millions of micro abrasions all over their genitals. So if you did the same to you and then you guys mashed sweaty genitals, there's a chance. It's a small chance. It's
Yeah.
kind of like from spit. Like you're so unlikely to get herpes from anybody's spit. However, there's a fucking chance. And like, when do you not have a wound in your mouth, either from brushing your teeth, flossing, or biting your cheeks? I bite my cheeks like every day on stream talking.
I think there's like, what is it, like 70% like of people have herpes, like in just like
Like,
a large percentage don't have
and
any.
are we saying of type 1 and type 2?
of the mouth one at least? Yeah.
Well, I don't know, I don't remember numbers because I'm terrible with numbers, but there's a huge statistic. Most people that have herpes on their mouth, I can't remember, it's like the simplex or complex 1 and 2, they got it from their mom through childbirth.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
and that's no fault on either party. It just,
Yeah, I have him, and I get breakouts when I get really stressed over shit. Like,
yeah, that's usually what happens.
And so it was really when I was like not enjoying my job for a while. I'd be like stressed out all the time, and I would get them every like a couple times a year, and I'm like fucking hate this.
That would fucking freak me out.
It was not. And then the wife's like, "I'm not kissing you," and I'm like, "You probably have them already." I mean, we've been making out for 16 years at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm not directing this at any particular neighbor lady, but I'd be shocked if you ain't sharing shit at this point.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a long time. Our tongues have been everywhere. I mean,
Just kissing, literally, like every time.
Yeah.
If you brush your teeth and floss your teeth, you've guaranteed
Yeah.
cut. I bleed. I floss my teeth every day. I'm a psychopath, and I
I
still
do-
bleed every once in a while.
I floss my teeth every day too. So it's like you get
OCD's a bitch.
yeah, getting a certain number of like
F to the wifes in chat.
you get a certain number of like cavities you have to pay for, and you start going, this is way too fucking expensive. And yeah,
Or a horse steps on your face. I might bring that up too often, but I'm bitter about it. And then you look at like what your mom paid for your mouth all through high school, and you're like, I'll floss.
Yeah.
And I will buy that very expensive Sonicare. Thank you.
yeah, it is. Keep track of your mouth, friends. You don't want to get accused of having meth mouth or something like that.
I mean, I think anybody that's our age or older can probably attest to that, because I feel like our generation was like the last that people didn't really give a fuck about it. I
Yeah.
guess maybe. Like I was just looking at our lighting. We were a little dark.
Yeah.
Like I was just telling this to Zach literally like 2 nights ago or something. I can't remember. We saw some commercial where a dad was teaching his kid how to brush his teeth. I was like, my parents didn't teach me how to brush my teeth.
I did not know until hanging out here that you're supposed to brush your teeth last and like not drink anything like after.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that means I was in my mid-30s when I learned that. Like, I don't think people teach that, and it's like because you think about it, it makes sense. You go to the dentist and they do your cleaning, and then go, don't drink anything for 30 minutes because the fluoride or whatever in the toothpaste needs to, do its thing, right? And so I think there's a lot of people who that like they don't do that, and
It's kind of like, I feel like dentistry, not that they're like similar, but dentistry and eating go hand in hand in that where the fuck do you go to learn the accurate way to take care of me? Because we're all so different. Like the pH in
Yeah.
your mouth is different than my mouth. So what you eat might dissolve your enamel, might not affect me at all.
Yeah.
Like it's so different for each person and so individual.
Yeah.
And same with eating. Like it's so, like, we're all fucked in our health and in our minds with like what to eat, when to eat. We're hungry, but like everybody's like, eat every 2 hours. Nah, don't eat every 2 hours. Do this thing called intermittent fasting, but it has to be paleo and it has to be pure elk fat from the hills of the Himalaya. Like, but if you went, I think you've probably heard, I'm a broken record, I know. But if you haven't ever gone to the American Heart Association website, it's sponsored by the Beef Association website, and one of the number one recipes is bacon, which I love bacon. But if you currently have had a heart attack or some sort of heart-related issue, eating a super saturated like deli meat like that is probably not the best idea.
it's just
right away.
fat, man. I mean, you cook bacon most of the time in like fucking grease and shit. Oil.
And I love
yeah.
fat.
Yeah.
But if something like that has acutely just happened, so I'm assuming that's why you would be on this website, right?
Yeah.
Something's happened or a loved one it's happened to. That's not the first thing maybe to eat. But it's
Yeah.
first there. And it's like, I think it creates distrust, which
Yeah.
is why I never try to persecute people who are, hesitant of getting a vaccination.
Yeah.
Anti-vax pisses me off because that means you're trying to influence other people to do whatever the fuck you're doing. Like, get out of other people's lives. However, people hesitant about it, like, I completely understand that
Yeah.
distrust.
I mean, that's
Especially dentistry. Like, if there was preventative information on
Yeah.
how to accurately care for your teeth, dentists wouldn't make bank anymore, and dentists fucking roll.
Yeah.
Roll! And I will live by that. I am Case. Look at this mouth. This is like $100,000.
yeah. It's
For what? These are my teeth.
I had braces growing up. I had a spacer where they put that thing on the top of your mouth and you
The
crank it.
key meat. My
Yeah.
sister and I both had that, dude.
Shit was miserable.
It didn't, like, cross tooth.
yeah.
It did nothing. My two
It's-
front teeth still cross in the middle. They did nothing.
My wife's broke her jaw, and like I think it was like they broke it and they didn't set it right, and then they had to re-break it in like 5 places. But like she's like at times her teeth are like moving because of that because
It's probably resettling. I mean,
Yeah.
I think they say our teeth are settling until we're like 25 or something. Because I remember when I got that spacer, I was in my early 20s.
Yeah.
And they're like, once you're over 25, you can't do this anymore because your soft palate hardens. Like
Yeah.
it solidifies. And what this key does, if you guys are unfamiliar, if you're lucky with wonderful teeth and or parents that didn't give a fuck, bless you, brush your teeth. Wonderful.
Bye, Vile. Oh,
I knew it wasn't going to be long. It's fine. It's right there. Are you taking on file? I love you. Please. Wait, what's today?
it's Wednesday.
Okay, so 2 more days of work, and then you get a weekend off. I look forward to your next days off, and I'm excited.
Yeah, have a good one, Vile. Yeah.
Drink water and wash your teeth. Is.
Yeah, she still has stitches in her mouth now. Like they never took them out. They said
Well, when did you have it done? Like
What?
how long ago?
Like,
Was it within the last?
it was
10
over
years?
20 years, right?
When I had my horse accident, it was
Yeah.
21 years now.
Yeah.
Similar time, maybe. My stitches were dissolvable, but it took years. However, you can go get them. Like, yeah, I pulled my nose out with tweezers.
I mean, you've talked about many times, and I think it's an ADHD thing. The whole picking, you pick like whatever. Like
I can't have a ridge.
yeah,
Like, and that was a ridge. And the dentist was like, no, they'll dissolve. And but it hasn't dissolved yet. So in my mind, I'm going to take nail clippers, clip it, and pull it out. And it was fine because it was like, it had healed like a piercing. It had been in there so long.
Yeah.
I literally was able to like slice the stitch and pull it out.
yeah. Almost 20 years. It was 2004, 2005.
Wait.
When she had that jaw stuff. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, time is so fucking weird. The fact that that's 20 years ago, I still am like, wait, I'm not that old enough to remember that. And that's around when I graduated high school, so that's not right. But it's right. And I hate it. I hate time.
There is, I'm 38 right now, and so my 20-year high school reunion is coming up, and I'm like, nope. I mean, I
I
did the
wonder
10
what
year.
people would guess our ages.
I don't know, man. I look younger than I am. But I don't know. We don't have children. Children seem to drain the life force of you. They're little life vampires. So
Wonderful life vampires. I know most of you love your children.
I mean, I don't mind the spooters, Greg. I'm not gonna touch them. You don't touch the spiders. Katie's gone over this, Greg.
He could like hold a container if that would please y'all.
Yeah, I'll hold a container.
But I don't even hold the tarantulas. You know that, Greg. Shut the fuck up.
You don't touch them. They have little.
I totally
balloons.
would. I'm getting an implant for free? Fuck yeah, why? If that's too personal. I'm just
Thanks.
curious how the fuck you did it. Share your information.
Thanks, Mayo.
Go get Knives the Bitch Bullfrog because it's Wednesday, my dudes. Is it Wednesday? Is it Knives Day? Actually, he probably would eat on stream. I've got worms. Your
Oh,
favorite worms.
dude.
Do you
I
wanna
love-
feed
yeah,
Knives?
I want to feed Knives. Let's do it.
Let's take a break, actually. We've been streaming for exactly 2 hours. Do you guys want to watch Knives the Bitch eat? And by Knives the Bitch, I do not mean knives in chat. I mean a lovely gift of Mother Nature. I have.
Your accidental frog.
Literally.
Yeah.
There's no other way to put that. I ordered a plant and I got a pixie frog named Knives the Bitch. 'Cause I think Knives was literally just being a bitch one day. Oh, no shit. That's awesome.
We're not-
Lucky.
We're not letting them pop.
That's the
Weird.
one downside to having like my whole family is medical, like nurses and RTs and doctors. You don't get hospital discounts if your family works there. You might get an appointment earlier or like slot it in, but you still pay full price for fucking everything. It sucks.
American healthcare can eat my ass after eating Taco Bell for a week.
Oh, that's a bad time.
Yup.
But wait, you plug your butt first like a bear going into hibernation. So it's like a bullet. No? Break? All right.
I'm just traumatized.
All right. Let's take a break. If you're new to my channel or hanging out, happy 420. Remember to take your joy. Remember to take your joy. What was I had something I was going to say. Shit. Fuck. Oh, yeah. Every couple of hours, I encourage y'all to stand up and stretch your legs. It's not good for anybody to sit over 2 hours at a time because we are all prone to getting blood clots. Or it's just flat ass syndrome. Stop it. Stretch your legs. Get some blood going. It's actually been proven that, like, just standing up and stretching your arms over your head and doing a couple, like, this shit is better than a cup of coffee at waking you up. It's crazy what circulation can do for you. So I highly encourage it. If you haven't taken your joy, if you're a night joy taker, take your fucking joy. Rod watched me take mine. It was taken. A little late, but I did it.
I took my Adderall earlier today.
We good. Wash your fucking hands. Always pee after sex, and we will be back in a few to feed. So if you're unfamiliar, this is not a spider or a snake or anything. It is a tiny frog. I mean, tiny. He's about this big now. He's a bullfrog native to Africa. It's called an African bullfrog, a la a pixie frog. I don't know why they call it pixie because they grow to be like that big, and you're terrible at this. They're literally like fat bastard. Like, they just sit in a mud hole and wait for food to come by. They feast upon it. End of story. Like, that's their existence. It's amazing. But mine's small, so he still kind of hops. And I have some lovely hornworms, which are basically just like green caterpillars to feed him. So no spider, no snake, nothing creepy. Adorable frog who will probably like hop out. His whole body is a mouth. He's like a Pac-Man, basically.
He's Kirby. We
Yeah.
go back to Kirby now.
Yeah, he'll like grab the worm and then sit there, and that's it. So, for all those in my channel and community who I cherish, who are arachnophobic or otherwise, like, I respect you and totally get it. No spiders involved. Caterpillar and little frog that I raised from a tadpole, which is exciting. Yeah, break. Be right back. Where the fuck is... Oh, we moved. It's fine. I bring you the Trump simulation. Name is Melania Natach. It is too big, you're right. It's a tiny
He's
fucking
got
hand,
baby
though.
hands, man. Baby hands. Oh.
Welcome back, everybody. I was tweeting. I took a picture of both of us together, but, you know, it was a surprise, so. I'll just tweet out the picture real quick.
My wife is yelling.
Is it
She
gross?
Says, no, she says that my son was told me to. Told you to.
May I?
I mean, she's messaging.
I mean, I would love.
Here,
Bitch.
we're trying to entertain the masses now. I even have whatever you want to do.
I know
Katie.
whose property you are. Stop talking. May I?
Messaging. I don't know if she's in Twitch.
Oh, God. Wiener! Oh, God. Good luck, honey. Please be safe. Don't let. Steel rays! Lover. Wait. Oh, fuck. I gotta change that routing. That's gonna drive me nuts.
Yeah, I think that's
Sorry about that. So earlier, like right when we started stream, GoXLR had a mini heart attack, which is fine. We figured it out. But every time it happens and I have to restart the software, it reroutes all my audio. So give me 1 second. Because now I just don't know which thing is which. I gotta make it so it's familiar with me.
It's very streaming is all about doing
What your
things,
psychotic brain
yeah,
says
over
too.
and over and over.
There we go. Now, this one. Bitches. My Zamoka, bitch. I figured it out. I got it. So now this is alerts. This is the music. We're good. We're back to normal. I can control things. My Zamoka. Ba-na-na-na-na. Da-da-da-da-da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
Hi.
What up, lover? Welcome, Raiders.
Man,
I was just invited to fix this poor homeless creature's mane. So I'm going to stand up and do that. But I'm still here and I've got my headphones. But this one talks.
I do. I actually talk aggressively.
It's a streamer quality.
Yeah,
Don't be
it's-
ashamed.
I never shut up. And
Honestly, I get weirded out when I go to stream and someone's silent. I'm like,
Yeah.
hello?
my only time that I'm ever like silent in a stream is when I am completely like in a boss. Okay. Okay,
You
this
good?
Katie's going to make me pretty. They're all wrapped up.
We're fine.
Whee!
Cord
How?
management. I'm a little OCD. Your
Si-
headphones aren't on if you didn't
I know. Well, you were going to do my hair.
Oh, fuck.
Simoka, how was your
I'm
stream?
an idiot.
Thank you for bringing your community here. I am not ClassyKatie, as you may not be able to tell, but I am here. And Katie, my wife has instructed Katie fix my hair. I don't know. They're expensive, I know. Okay.
I've dropped them. They're porcelain. That should make you feel better, right?
I mean, that sounds even more. I think these things are worth more than my Honda.
I was being.
I'm-
No.
My
That's-
Honda
these
is.
ones. These are the ones that you don't mean gives me.
Yeah. I mean,
Or two.
I think if you asked my wife easy enough, like, I mean, like, I'll give you a cup of noodles and you can have Gizmo. So.
Oh wait, I love cup of noodles though. Someone earlier was saying they made new top ramen, and I read it. You were talking. Wait.
Yeah.
Give me the ramen.
What's up, Dark Druid? How
How
are you
are
doing?
you, love?
Okay, Zymoka, how far are you in? I mean, that's a question.
No, this is my friend Rod.
Yep.
He's just a local Coloradan. I'm friends.
Yep.
Streaming life.
Streaming life,
Yeah.
streaming, whatever.
Are you like a pussy?
No, I'm not a pussy.
Cool.
I mean, Seculin, what's up, friend? Yeah, so I don't even know where the fuck I was saying. Yeah, how was Elden Ring? Elden Ring. There are clips of me.
Talk-
Screaming
do it
like a
for second,
lunatic.
For just 1 second.
Okay.
Speak. Do it.
La 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 la
Can you speak
la.
without moving
I
your
mean,
head?
no. Have you met me? I don't, dude.
Sexy.
I
How
think-
are you, lover?
I think my Adderall wore off at this point, and so like, this is why my tattoo artist threatened to put penises on me because I never stopped moving.
Oh, you're getting a tattoo, bro.
I mean, that was with my
Double up,
sleeve
my
by guy.
lord.
Yeah.
They're tip-
Oh, Zamoka, that's fun, man. I don't know.
Samoka.
Samoka, is that how you say it?
My Samoka.
Zamoka. Okay.
I
Well,
don't know. That's
dude.
how I say
well,
it.
dude,
Doesn't mean it's right.
my stream lately has been me mispronouncing every Japanese word available. So I've been playing Yakuza.
Dude, Japanese is, however,
Yeah.
very complicated.
I can't speak it. I get all the
Respect on that.
yeah. I get all the people who are like Japanese, like people who play the Yakuza games and like know how to say this stuff, and they're like, Rod, you're just slaughtering every fucking word. Sea Lion will give it. Yeah, Yakuza. I couldn't say Yakuza for some reason because my brain doesn't work right.
Trying to find pants. Wait, are the pants IRL or the game?
I don't know, man.
Because I mean,
The knives,
need pants.
knives. I'm still not positive there aren't dicks in my sleeve, like especially on the back of my arm. So, Yakuza, yes. I mean, working brains are overrated, and that's why I'm
Do you wanna
here.
see something that'll make me sad?
What's that?
Right after I got my like
Yeah, you pulled the scab off of part of it, right?
that like
Yeah,
right there.
Go Pikachu, come out.
that's really.
It was
I'm gay.
Which one, right?
Fohammer underscore 419 tipped $5. CK, according to Google, there are more than 36,000 different mushroom sexes right now in Soho, though I feel like him all of them all at once. Happy 420, and I hope you have excellent weed, the best hits, and that Rod keeps your mouth moist and wet. You.
Oh my
What
god!
the fuck?
What? That's amazing. I love facts and you.
Cowbell. Who I was hanging out in Elbell's stream earlier. What the
L
fuck?
raid. Long time no see, BDO.
What up, cunts? Happy 420 and welcome to hell. I'm gonna yank on this pussy's head for a bit, but I sure do love L. Thank you for the raid, lover. Happy holiday. It's beginning to smell a lot like weed moss.
Hello,
The timing!
Oh, it was wonderful. By the way, Elle, you could have brought chaos, but there isn't much more chaos that you can bring to this shit show. Just wanted to say, Katie plus Rod equals chaos. Z Mocha. I was saying it right.
If everything's chaos, nothing is chaos.
Z Mocha. I was saying it right.
My sea mocha. It just doesn't have the same ring. Wait. I'll come up with another one.
How was the stream, Elle? What were you were playing Metroid, right?
Ooh, good choice. Oh, sorry about the changer. Hail Satan and stuff.
Also.
Ooh. I don't know. I think you have way more things like in your Twitch chat set up than I do because there are way more things going on in your. Maybe it's just settings. Like I don't have like the magical egg. The magical egg. This is how you summon a genie. If you didn't know, this is Katie is practicing to summon a genie. Katie is taking a giant bong rip as we speak. Oh, go
I
L.
did clean it. It's already turning kind of yellow though.
Hell, man. L didn't know you partook, and I give you thumbs up for such things because.
You know, some people work jobs where they can't really talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. I
They
mean,
hydrate instead.
oh my God, here we are, and Katie, if we're gonna, you should probably not. Where did?
You talking? Yeah,
Oh, yeah, you muted me. You
No, I
muted? Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Oh, we just can't hear us now.
Yeah, no, you know
Okay.
our headphones. We can-
Okay, cool. I was like, I didn't want things to be broken. Man, that's awesome, Mel. Yeah,
Now we can hear everything.
Yes. Okay. God, Glut is just sexually molesting every
Good
Butthole.
boy. That's my man right there. He knows who we love. Cheers to all my homies. I love you guys. Happy 420. I was told by the neighbor lady I was allowed to fix this.
Yep. I mean, you can't. There's only so much you could fix, but it's usually
Can I
my
say
hair.
you can speak?
No. Now I'm being put in timeout for being a bad boy.
I'm gonna get you a little moist there, little boy.
Okay.
Don't you hate when you...
I do. Why is it that color? Why is it so sticky? Oh, I don't know. And white. Oh
Me
God.
neither.
Oh God.
Me neither.
We're gonna make Zoe come in her pants. We know it.
Hey,
Rod, dye it. I mean, my hair has been. I've dyed my hair. Like
I thought you meant diet.
Yeah.
I was like, this bitch so skinny. What?
Man.
Like,
And
diet.
yeah.
That was on me. That's
No.
on my bad.
No, specifically you said dye it. Like dye my hair.
Yeah,
That's what I meant. Yeah. Yeah.
The problem is you have to bleach it.
Yeah. I did it. I had a channel point thing to redeem like a couple years ago where it was like I dyed it blue, and because of how like bleach got my hair, it was
remember
green.
that.
Yeah, it
You
was
just
green.
cut that
Yeah,
shit off.
yeah,
That was the
Yeah.
first time we ever cut it.
yeah,
Like, just,
yeah. I think I dyed it like right around the time we went to Bed Mouse or
the
yeah,
first, one of the
yeah.
first ones.
Hailung, yep.
Yep.
Man, that is a hell of a night.
Fuck nibble is smoking itself.
No,
Cap that slut.
that slut starting the party without us or without you. Your egg
Loose
is
lips, and
love it.
just be irresponsible.
So Elle, how close are you in? I've never played a Metroid game ever.
What?
Yeah, never. You've never played.
Suddenly these braids get tighter.
I mean, you've never played a lot of series there, Miss Katie.
well, Metroid.
I mean,
is there an more iconic?
I mean, so I didn't have a Super Nintendo, right? So my brother and I had a Nintendo, and we tried to kill each
Oh, I
other
didn't
for
know you
it.
didn't have a Super
Yeah.
Nintendo.
So I didn't play all those games that like a lot of people, consider classics now because it was like we just didn't have it. I never played Link to the Past, and I never played the Metroid, Super Metroid, or
Honestly, like I'm just jealous.
yeah.
Can people hear me? I don't know if they can.
I think so. Can you guys hear Katie? Yeah. I mean, I'll repeat anything I need to, but just want to make sure. Okay.
Loves to talk.
I don't ever shut the fuck up. I do love to talk. It's okay.
Nah, it's the directional mic.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
could
believe me.
probably, if you wanna go mic.
Okay. Here we go to Mike.
And
Lower the threshold more.
Yeah. Because there's no fans on. It's not like a background.
Okay. I did it a little bit. Yeah.
How about now, baby?
Yeah, I mean, that in with directional mics is like a huge space if you're, depending on your gates. She said better. We may, like, just drop. There, that's off now. Has she tried talking louder? Cap. Man, so I don't know. I mean, this is what happens when you grow up on Sound of Music. You are singing about, instead of Nazis trying to kill your family, you're singing about sucking dicks in the Swiss Alps.
And life.
This is the sound of semen in my mouth. I mean,
Obsession. Strings.
uh,
Wind. Words.
no one can hear your slurps.
There you see him sitting there across the way. He sure does have a lot to say, but there's something about him.
I mean, dicks are dead.
And you don't know why, but you're dying to try. You wanna lick the boy.
I mean, lick the boy, lick the girl, lick
So straight for it.
lick whoever you can get consent to lick. It's, remember everyone, consent.
Consent is the most important thing, and
Yes.
it's like so easy for people to just be like, "What? But she was asleep. How do you consent to sleep?"
So-
Or he, I should say, it is not a gender experience.
So Katie is normally like this, but I think I may be amplifying it a little bit.
Did
I
someone just ask if I'm normally like this?
no, someone asked in the ghetto asked what did El Bell bring them into, and yeah.
Your new side chick, side piece.
This is the classiest place on earth where we encourage you to take off your pants because we don't stream with pants on. I mean, the problem with not streaming with pants on, though, Viata, is if you stand up too quickly and your clit pops out on stream, you're going to have a 3-day vacation.
All right, but like maybe a doctor's visit is
I mean,
like, why is it?
maybe you have like a meaty pussy.
But that doesn't mean your clit hangs out of it enough to pop out.
I mean, I was probably exaggerating. It's probably just going to be the labia, but
I've seen a subreddit dedicated to women who take testosterone-based steroids and grow enormous clits. So like, I'm not against it.
yeah.
I'm just wondering if this is a common thing, and maybe I'm the weirdo
Yeah.
with this non-visible pop out on
Well,
stream clit.
Have you seen those? I mean, it's like those the pussy things that they like suction cup them, like in vacuum.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, you see where they like puff up their pussies with like a vacuum.
I'm sorry, what?
So you sucked all the air out.
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, Zoe, it was funnier to say it with clit. I know you're
Speak
probably
loud, sit up straight.
sorry.
No, it's cool. It's just your neck squishes down, and then your braid will be fine.
My fucking
I have bad posture too. I'm not shaming.
yeah. It's
No judgment, just a perfectionist.
poor neighbor. I know where her clitoris is, Viata. I know where her clitoris is.
I would hope by now. Good lord.
I-
Otherwise, that woman is patient.
She man, I don't even know what to say anymore. Can I get her to confirm? I think she's in bed, Viata. You can next time you ask her, we can talk about if I found the clitoris.
Wait, she'd be in bed at 7 o'clock.
She
Like,
wakes
are her
up,
teeth in the water?
she wakes up at like 5, so maybe she didn't. I don't think she slept very well last night.
Is that her masturbation station?
I probably. I mean, she's
It would
married to
make more
me.
sense.
She's married to me. She has to be, like.
Marriage has nothing to do with it. Everyone has a masturbation station.
I mean, yeah. I don't know, but like, I don't know.
Nice neighbor lady.
Is that like
to
having
the rescue.
Could have fooled me. Ah! She's here.
Shit, what do I do with your ponytails?
I don't. I gave them both to you. I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
gonna set them down. Oh god.
Oh no. Oh no.
It's fine, don't panic.
No.
I
No.
have one on my thingy. What the fuck did I do with them for real? How, they couldn't have gone that far.
I don't know.
Unless I knocked them on the floor. Oh,
I mean-
they're right by you.
Okay.
JK, LOL,
If you had
this is
it-
temporary.
So Viata, you have to ask her tonight. There she is. You can ask her whatever you would like. I thought you were in bed, honey. I don't know what time it is. Is it like
I'm excited you're here regardless.
me too?
Welcome. What were we talking about?
I don't know.
You
Finding
said
the
we were
clitoris.
Like we would have. Oh yeah, we were saying that he's probably found the clitoris. Considering the what would you say, like not elongation. I'm just thinking about clits now, big ones.
Find the
The
bulb.
length of your I just have to choose symmetry. The length of your marriage, not the clit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I feel like I'm gonna look like James DeFranco in Spring Breakers at this point.
I was going for more of like a Vikings thing, but like if that's what you want to think about, like cool, I'm into it. Everybody's got a kink. I'm not here to judge.
I mean, I'm not. James DeFranco's not my type, especially with his whole like getting Me Too'd.
Wait, I thought it was. Wait, which one's James DeFranco? Is the big one?
He's the one that was in all the like in Pineapple
Seth Rogen
Express.
movies,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
yeah.
I thought you meant. For some reason, I thought the little brother was named James, and I was like, I thought they didn't Me Too.
No, I think it was just James. I don't think Dave had anything, but not that man's not.
He didn't just simply get Me Too. Like a whole bunch of women came out and were like, he made me show him my boobs for auditions and stuff for things that involved no boobs.
Oh
Like,
no.
he did real
Well-
jerky, like at a young hot man age,
So-
which doesn't say anything. But what?
Yeah, there was a director who had been making a large amount of money on Patreon with this.
Samoka, clean up. I love you. I never expect a streamer to like sit here. You're exhausted. Same goes for Elle and anyone who's been streaming or working. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
And we love you.
Yeah.
Rest.
And he had.
You're still my Samoka. Ha!
It came out like recently that he had been when he was like casting for some movie. He was trying to make this. He made this chick like sign like a nudity clause, but like she got out of it that she didn't have. She had like say whether or not it was in the movie.
Yeah.
And he tried to pressure her into putting the boob shots in the movie anyways. And
And
this.
like threatened her.
Yeah,
job and
yeah.
shit. Like, not you're gonna be fired, but in
Yeah.
a creepy way.
And so, like, this all came out, like, a couple months ago, and the guy has disappeared off the internet, thanks God. But
You got. I mean, you don't get to have your toys if you act like a child.
Exactly. It's that thing where
Big rapey child.
you're
Right,
in.
like,
It's like a power thing at that point, right? That is just like,
100%.
yeah. It's just like they say.
well, I shouldn't say 100, but I think they.
It's a big
they
part of it,
say-
yeah. Evil toaster.
Toaster.
Yeah. I mean, it's the people will do fucking crazy shit. I mean, it's like look what Harvey Weinstein did for years. Yeah, exactly. And it's just like
who's the guy that's still like in Senate or Congress or something?
Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz.
Yeah.
Still just running wild out there, being all fucking creepy.
Yeah, I mean, he just, a surfer. I will never condone what Louis C.K. did, but he, on a scale of like things that were, he's a total creep. Don't get me wrong, but he
And that we know of.
he
his scale
didn't.
of shit.
Yeah, he didn't touch anyone. It was still incredibly creepy. There were people way worse. I mean,
Right, Bobby.
Ezra Miller is like someone who needs like to be in a needs to like therapy or whatever. It needs to be in a fucking home to get checked out, man.
Sterilization?
Yeah, I mean,
Sorry, was that off base?
no.
No
I don't.
sterilization?
No, I don't think that's off base because
I think like any
Yeah.
state that is like pro death penalty
yeah,
or thinks transgender kids are a crime,
exactly.
I'm not
Knives.
pointing out anyone in particular, but those states, you should absolutely have castration for convicted rapists.
Yeah,
Like, if you're gonna go so far as to think your judges are so right that they can murder people,
yeah.
I think we should chop dicks off for people that assault other people. And
Yeah.
that goes for anybody. I mean, I'm saying dicks in general, but
Yeah. Urza
you
is.
don't get to have your toys anymore if you're irresponsible with them.
I think Urza is they them. It's non-binary. So yeah, yeah. And Urza Miller is they them.
Who is that?
The one who played the Flash, who's been arrested twice in the last couple months in Hawaii for being batshit crazy.
I don't know who that is.
He-
I'm really bad with names.
He was the one in. Have you seen the Fantastic Beasts movies?
Yes.
The second one, the child with all the.
Oh, man, I've only seen
he-
the second one. Like,
yeah.
once.
He was in that We Need to Talk About Kevin movie.
Oh, wait, the guy that looks like a model or something?
Yeah.
He's like really fancy ass looking. Yeah, what about him?
He got arrested in Hawaii like a couple weeks ago for like assaulting someone in a bar in the middle of the night, and then he just got arrested for he was in someone's home in Hawaii, and they asked him to leave, and he chucked a fucking chair at this woman's head and like put a gash open on her head. Yeah, and they need assistance is what it
It
comes,
sounds like
yeah.
a mental or maybe
Yeah.
a drug.
It's bipolar or drugs or something like that,
Alcohol
right?
drug.
Yeah.
That sounds. It just sounds. I mean, not that we know anything about these personal people. Like, we're honestly.
Yeah.
You guys know this. I know this. We're fed.
Yeah.
We're fed shit. By the media, what they want us to know. We don't know any of the positives of anyone's life because that's not interesting. However,
It's the things where you go, it seems like, and from the outside, that's what you're like, you're kind of guessing, but it's like they need help regardless.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
yeah.
they do. I agree with you there. Like,
Yeah.
regardless of the cause or the background, like, you need help.
Yeah.
That's
You can't go around like,
hitting people.
hitting people, chucking things at people. Like, if you're
Ooh,
anyone,
Will Smith.
yeah, anyone in their mid-20s getting arrested for like just violence in crazy activity is just like, yeah.
I mean, my brothers, they have all.
Yeah.
Two of my brothers have bad tempers, and they've been to prison a couple
Yeah.
times for like I say simple shit, but bar fights. But it's because they get in so many, and it's because they're like eggshell people.
Yeah.
Where I think I've explained it in my stream. Like,
Yeah, your
by
brother's little.
definition,
Your brother's little, right? And he's like, it's like Napoleon syndrome, where
he's
he,
the shortest of
yeah.
all of us. He's like 5'4",
yeah,
but he's drop dead gorgeous.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a beautiful human being.
Yeah.
But he's just carried this fucking chip on his shoulder forever to the point where he's
Yeah.
just violent beyond reason.
Well, you know what?
To anybody.
That's the way I should put it, man. You know how big Harry Potter is? Daniel Radcliffe, he's tiny. Also, like it's
Elijah
like
Wood.
yeah, Elijah Wood is also another really small person. It's funny because I think of the lead singer of Disturbed and Corey Taylor of Slipknot and everything are both like little, real tiny dudes, right? Like,
Corey Taylor's voice does funny things inside me.
yeah. His old Slipknot, like his first two Slipknot albums, are fucking wonderful to this day. Is he 5'8", Knives? I thought he was shorter than that. But Dr. Claw met him when he was working for Collider, and he made it seem like he was smaller than that. But Dr. Claw's also 6'3". He said he was the nicest dude in the world. Yeah.
Yay!
So
Thank you.
it was funny. They were talking about all the Marvel actors they got to meet because they're in Atlanta too when they both worked for Collider, and the only one who was an asshole out of all the people from those Avengers movies was Anthony Mackie. Was the only one who was an asshole. Oh, is it Slipknot's touring right now, right?
You guys see Corey Taylor? Oh my god.
I've never seen Slipknot. I've seen, what was the other band? Stone Sour. Yeah, I've seen Stone Sour a couple times.
I had tickets to see Slipknot when I was in high school. I
Yeah.
was all ready to go, but like the show was in Spokane, and I lived in Kettle Falls, which
Yeah.
is like 2 hours from Spokane. And so we got in the car, turned on the radio, and the show was canceled. And the only reason I knew is because of fucking radio, because he got laryngitis.
Yeah, I was telling Katie before, I drove 4 hours like last month to go see Motionless in White, Ice Nine Kills, and Black Veil Brides, and it was a 4-hour drive. When we got there, I opened my email, and Chris from Motionless in White had pulled out because he was sick, and I'm like, great, but still get to see Ice Nine Kills. But
Hi, Meebo Love. How are you? Thank you for the biddies.
yeah, Tom Cruise is the man. You know what the thing with Tom Cruise is? I got dreads, or not dreads, braids. I meant to say.
I was going for more like the Amish.
I turned butter
ready
once or
For
twice,
her coming out party.
living in
Is the
an
neighbor lady
Amish
available to pick up
paradise.
the inebriated girl?
So what they were talking about, the Dr. Claw and his wife, that like they were in some outdoor tent during these interviews.
You know what you should need is a posture alert.
I know. A posture alert to Rod fix your shit. Spokane, yeah, that's where Katie's from Washington. She grew up in Washington. So she was talking about going from Kettle Falls to Spokane.
Yeah, I went to part of middle school and high school in Kettle Falls, Washington, which is like 2 hours north of Spokane. But
Katie-
Spokane was the nearest anything besides a gas station.
Katie basically lives where Twin Peaks took place.
It's very realistic. Washington State actually has an insanely high number of serial killers because there's a lot of places to hide bodies. It's like a
Yeah.
lot of uncharted state land and mountains and shit,
Yeah.
and they all go up there and just like toss people off the cliffs and
That-
get away with it forever until someone finds the lampshade and they're like, "What's that made out of?"
It makes you go, how many serial killers are wandering around in Colorado? Because it's the same thing. You just go to put a body in the middle of the forest, and no one would ever find the body, right? Man,
Got the time to dig.
in the ghetto, Katie and myself both tried to get 9 Inch Nails tickets for them coming, and they all disappeared
And Rhiannon.
because Ticketmaster
And my
is,
sister.
yeah,
I'm
we
not
had,
angry.
there was multiple people looking for tickets, and no one could even get. I look adorable, thank you, honey. Katie's killing it. I'm a Viking warrior these days. Yeah,
Thank you for the permission, love.
Cinemius. Yes, it's we went to 2 shows at Red Rocks last fall. We went and saw Deadmau5 and Heilung, and they were both so much fun. And we just got tickets to go see Rez there in the Halloween weekend. But like, it's like hard to get tickets because if they're anything they think is gonna sell out, they
Those
give up.
ticket
Yeah,
hubs fucking rape. I mean, and I don't say that lightly. Like,
yeah,
I was in the queue. Like, I've been part of a 9 Inch Nails fan club since I was 10 or something.
yeah.
So I was in some early ass pre-sale queue. I had the password to get it and everything. I was in it like hours before anyone else, and it was sold out in like 3 minutes.
Yeah, it was.
And it was pretty amazing. What was it like?
You said the tickets were then.
A couple days
yeah.
later, Jon Stewart did his, or not Jon Stewart, excuse me, John Oliver
yeah.
did his thing on how those ticket people do it. They have thousands of accounts.
Yep.
And they are like, it's totally like,
Botted, and they don't do anything
Above
about it
board.
yet. Yeah.
it's above board. Like,
Yeah.
they don't care. They're like, as long as the tickets sell, you bought them, we don't care.
They also give huge amounts of tickets to the fucking secondhand sites just
Yeah.
off. I mean, the 9 Inch Nails tickets at Red Rocks were going for $70 to $140. Like the most expensive were $140.
Now they're 800.
Yeah, it was like, I think you said like right after that they were going for $500 to
Yep.
$1,400. One of Vissy's favorite bands was here, like I think last month or maybe it's next month, and like those tickets were going for $350 a piece or something like that, and they were like originally like less than 100. So it's like, yeah,
It's like I I don't know. A normal person, you and I.
Yeah.
Even if I had the money, would you want to spend it
Yeah.
on that?
I mean-
I wouldn't.
So for like,
Did I fuck up?
no, I don't know. I don't think
might
so.
have. Hold on, just don't shake for a minute. You guys-
I saw Primus at Red Rocks, and it was great. It was them, and then
That's one band I haven't seen that I would kill to.
they opened up for a band who played the entire Dark Side of the Moon album, like as a cover band,
Wow.
and it was cool. Like Primus was dope though.
Primus is amazing.
Yeah,
I mean,
500.
just those bass lines fuck me up.
Yeah, Knives. It was like those tickets, and then you're gonna get, you're probably not going by yourself, and you're probably gonna be paying another like, probably if you bought 2 tickets, I bet you're paying at least $300 in fees, because just bought tickets for Rez, and the 4 tickets were like 200, and they went up to like 270. So you got $70 of fees added on there.
For
Yeah.
who?
For Rez, yeah.
Like
Yeah. It's like, why? It's just Ticketmaster going, oh yeah, like,
fuck you.
yeah,
Basically.
exactly.
We can, so therefore we shall.
That sounds real cool in the ghetto, yeah.
In the ghetto. Wait, what?
For the Dance with the Dead Magic Sword Show on Saturday, that sounds fucking dope. Knives, was it good? Dance with the Dead is real fucking awesome, man. They do all their like horror EDM shit. It's pretty. Dance with the Dead, horror.
Horror.
Oh, it's this Saturday. That sounds fun as shit though, Knives. It's my Ohio accent, man. It's coming through.
Horror.
Horror. I can't speak English.
It's okay. I'm really bad at imitating anyone's accent.
It's
I
okay.
just make fun of it because every time I say something, Zach goes, "What was that?"
I mean,
And then I punch him in the penis.
is there anything that like you know of called a Montana accent? I don't know what a Montana accent would sound like.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's like Midwestern a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very inland.
Are you Antifa? Are you Antifa?
Ma'am, are you Antifa? I see you got there one of them 2 stars on your arm.
You want your Jew stars, and you have the ink in your skin, and I didn't think you Jew people can get your tattoos. Can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery with tattoos, which I hear is actually bullshit, but I don't know.
It's not religiously Jewish.
Yeah,
That's
I know.
That's always my comeback. I'm like, I
There-
was raised Catholic, and my nana was put on fire. So.
Yeah. Rich Voss is a Jewish comedian, and he's covered in tattoos. He says it's bullshit, but I don't know. Like, real religious
Maybe
people.
like a very specific.
Yeah. I have a story, Kate. I don't know if I ever told you this. So when I was in high school, I played on the freshman soccer team. And at one point, we had a game in Cleveland, and we got there, we drove there, and it ended up being against like a Jewish academy, like a high school. But they were like hardcore Jewish, and they all had to wear their yarmulkes.
Hardcore.
Like, I mean, they had to wear their yarmulkes while playing soccer.
Like you could smell the circumcision. From
I mean,
across the field.
You could just smell that fucking unsheathed penis slapping against their shorts. But they had to wear their yarmulkes, and they were like, it was just such a disadvantage because they would be running and it would fall off, and they had to go back and get it. So it's just,
it didn't.
yeah,
Most of the dudes I went to school with that had yarmulkes, they had like a hair clip.
yeah, they did that, but you're still running full speed, like
Oh, it is
running into
soccer.
people and all that shit. Yeah,
That seems.
I mean, yeah, Toyota Mike.
And
That's
they wouldn't pause the game or anything. Like these guys were just at a
No.
total disadvantage.
no, yeah, and we weren't
That
very.
seems rude.
We were not very good, and we killed them. So that was just like, it was not a very good game. Yeah, exactly. In the guy, you're just like, especially if you hit anyone or like bumping anyone, but you're like tripping and falling. You're going full speed.
I played soccer, but I was Catholic, so
Yeah.
I just had my chastity dildo in.
Okay, so you just combined 2 words, in chastity and dildo. Now,
It's like a pussy plug so that no one can rape me.
but isn't
And
that
on my 18th birthday, I birthed it out.
isn't the plug then taking your virginity itself?
No, because once you birth it out, because it's a fine metal, it's whatever your parents choose. You have good job, dogs. You have it then soldered into what will be your engagement ring, which is essentially your promise to your new husband. Which, I mean, guarantees you are an untouched bride, right? I mean, how else? You can also have it made if your nana's hip, if like you're out of options. You know, not everyone can afford that kind of shit. It's expensive.
That made me speechless, which takes a lot. I mean, vagina plugs, like, we're not. Cheers, Chief.
Cheers! I'll cheers you in a second. I'm in the middle of a braid.
I am busy being made up to be a Viking, I think. It's a pussy plug.
The neighbor thought he looked ugly, and I want him to get some coon tonight, so I was fixing it.
She's gonna be asleep by the time I get home anyways.
True.
Sleepy wifey poo. Sleepy.
Dude, speaking of, man, I watched that documentary on Marilyn Manson.
Yep.
His creepiness.
Yep.
He like would repeatedly sleep fuck her, and like, I've dated dudes who like will feel me up and shit while we're sleeping,
Yeah.
and it'll lead to sex, which I love
Yeah.
personally. But it was in no way that like.
Yeah, it was
When she described it, it was so fucking rapey. Like, he would
Yeah.
toss her body to the side afterwards, like all cummy and shit. It was so gross.
I
Can you just reiterate that it doesn't matter how much of a relationship you're in or married, you can still rape.
yeah, you can rape your wife, your husband. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Like all the fucking time. For fuck's sake.
So,
Not that any of us were like, wow, Marilyn Manson's probably a quality child, but.
Celtic Wolf 25
Oh, Kelty!
has subscribed for 19 months.
Lover, thank you for the resub.
Yes.
I'm braiding.
Braiding my hair as I get pretty. I feel pretty.
Oh, so pretty.
So pretty and witty and gay. And I pity any girl who isn't me today. La 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 la.
He's a fancy hoe.
I am. I'm the fanciest hoe in the block. I'm fine. I'm just hanging out, man. I'm trying to like.
If he wasn't fine, it wouldn't fucking matter, so quit asking.
My agony is Katie's delight. We're okay.
It's my food! You guys never see me at this time of night. This is when I eat. Shut up.
Yeah.
Don't give him any ideas. Where do you think the neighbor lady's supposed to get breakfast?
Exactly. Rod bacon. It was. I've finally been as like useful as I could be, and here we are. And here we are. No switchblades in the ghetto.
I have a
No.
switch. Zach has a switchblade and it scares the shit out of me. It's so fast. I hate it so much, and it's sharp on both sides. And, like, I'm scared of my knife, which is
Yeah.
sharp on one side and very small and slow. Like, get that away from me.
Yeah. Switchblades are like something they don't even make anymore, right?
No, they still make them. It's just in some states I think they're illegal.
Yeah.
Because it's like too quick to pop out and slice. You gotta have a more manual slicing.
Man.
Because outlawing one knife stops stabbings. Anyone from England in the chat?
I mean,
X for the English.
there's only a crazy guy in a bridge with a samurai sword every couple years in England. It's not all the time. It's still less than crazy people in this country with
The
guns.
day I went to London, there was 3 stabbings and all of Cambridge was shut down.
Man, you think about it though.
They have a campaign called "Don't Stab Your" or "Friends Don't Let Friends Stab You." Like, I'm not kidding you. There are billboards that say "Friends Don't Let Friends Stab." That's how big of a deal stabbing is. Stop it.
I always think when I go into
Skittle, thank you for that sub. Whether that was for me or Rod's lovely fist.
Shit. Yes. I think of what the fuck was I thinking? God damn it! I don't even know what I was going with that. I was thinking of I was thinking of Courtney Cox's braids in Scream 3, and I always go, friends don't let friends get those fucking bangs in that
Is
movie.
Courtney
Because,
Cox the white girl from Friends?
yeah, I mean they're all white girls on Friends, aren't they? She was in Scream 3 though.
White girl, stop it. Stop it.
Knives. That's not the kind of knives we need, and we would never throw you away knives.
Wait.
He said no stabbing shit, throws away the knives. You are knives. So like I'm just seeing like
I mean, Knives was a pile of shit your plan. Like, that was all you had going. Knives?
also, we forgot we have
Not to judge.
speaking of knives, we have to feed knives a bitch though.
I just thought of that. Before
Yeah.
we did, actually. No, I'm actually, like, pretty much done. One more thing.
What do they sound like?
They're chewing at the plastic, and they feel like scratch.
Kind of. I probably don't know what the noise I'm looking for. Zeke is telling everyone to go smoke a bowl. He is 420ing everyone. So you're not
Do
shitting
you
knives.
prefer your hair in the back or over your shoulders?
In the back, I
Like
guess.
out of your face?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I've saw like when I was I went to Europe when I was 17, and I think in Italy we saw them like cheap versions of them. You could just like pick up in like vendors in whatever city we were in. It's funny because I loved Rome, but Rome was one of those really not maybe.
I got masturbated on there.
I think I got masturbated on in
Rome.
in Germany.
Rome.
Man, you had some nightmare stories about
On a bus.
our duty as priests. What is up, friend?
Because when he did it, I said, Bastardo! And I slapped at him. And he
Man.
giggled, lit up a cigarette, and smiled at me.
The shit women have to deal with is still like traumatic as fuck. I mean, dude, I do have to laugh though, because it's not laugh maybe. Okay, let's.
It's not a bad hack job, I'm gonna say.
You did.
Like, I didn't. No, you have to show that.
I know. I'm going to. I gotta tell him.
Not your ass crack. Sit on a chair, you heathen. We did a lovely triple. We did a regular, like a what you would call a milkmaid's braid. We did a milkmaid's braid. Wow, that part, we're gonna ignore that. And then the one in the middle is, I don't know what the fuck you call it. It's the one where you go under instead of over, so the braid's on top. I don't fucking know the name. Can you see? It's like a horn. And then I braided them all together.
I'm pretty. Katie killed it.
That shit's pretty tight, man. You can sleep in that.
I was like,
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
gotta work with these.
I enjoy to do the hair.
Do the hair.
I enjoy the hair. I don't have long hair. Like, my hair's not even long enough to get in a ponytail yet. So.
Yeah.
Shit ain't happening for me, y'all.
She was thrown up on the plane. Yeah,
Who threw up on a plane?
Germany, where you got thrown up on the plane.
Yes,
That's a lot
Germany
of
was
shit.
on the way there. Do you know that story? Have you
No,
heard that
I
one? It's
think so, yeah,
fantastically
yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah.
For those who haven't, I have to share it now because I haven't told it in forever and it's so gross. So I was on I flew to Toronto, had a layover, and then I was Toronto to Germany. It was like 32 hours. It was horrific. But it was, I think it was literally the seat right in front of me. There was 3 young boys who were like 8, like 5 to 8 age, not preteen, but getting lanky and weird. And then their parents were in the seats across the aisle. And the kid in the window seat pukes onto the middle kid, who then pukes onto the aisle kid, who then pukes onto the middle kid. And the puke just starts fucking running. I mean, it's so much, it's a lot of puke. It starts running down the plane because we were just ascending. All over everyone, like my purse, everyone's purse, the rich people next to me's tennis rackets.
Yeah.
And the I felt so bad for the parents. Those poor people.
This is my equivalent to that. When I came back from Europe,
Is that music super loud? It looks really loud.
we landed back in Chicago.
Stop
and
talking for a minute. I just need to see the door. Sick.
Okay.
Carry on.
We they didn't get any of our seats by each other, so I ended up in like with a dad and his like probably 5-year-old. And as we flew from London to Chicago, and as we're landing, the kid just starts like throwing up. I mean, they got into a bag, but it's the smell at that point, and you're just like, and I was like, I think I was the window seat, so like the kid's in the middle seat throwing up next to me, and I'm just like the smell, and you're just like,
No. I don't think this one smelled too bad, thank fuck. But it was just so much because all the kids it was like out of a movie.
Yeah.
Like they were just triggering each other at that point.
Yeah.
It was so gross. Probably food poisoning. Not to mention, I got food poisoning on that trip.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was from. Maybe vomit. This is Rod. He's a local friend who lives in Colorado, but he's also a streamer.
Yeah.
We became friends on the Twitchosphere.
the Twitch sphere.
And then, COVID.
COVID happened. and
We
then-
both been landlocked here.
Yeah.
So we put up with each other. And I I met his wife.
My wife, my neighbor lady. Did you come
It's
back?
hot in here again. I need to turn the fan on.
Okay, you want me?
It's fucking warm.
Here, I'll turn it on.
Do you know how? No. Oh God. I know. I'm telling you, it's like ancient. I get That's good, but then you gotta do hot.
Yes, my ass is sweaty.
It's like there's a whole lot of extra fucking hot air in here. Ezekiel_. We were talking about him earlier. What were you saying?
We were talking about how he was encouraging the 420s. The 420s.
Was that it? I felt like we had a story.
I don't know. Maybe. We talk a lot and then don't remember what we say.
Fuck. Oh, why didn't it work?
That's weird. Is that,
I'm baffled. Are we baffled?
I mean, you're resubbing, so you should have her emotes, so...
I mean, they went the first 2 times.
Yeah, that's
what
weird.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's bizarre. Happy
I-
420, everyone.
I think Twitch is also too high for 420. Twitch itself...
You think?
I don't know.
Does Twitch imbibe? They're owned by Amazon, who is very pro, they want to ship that shit.
That's true.
They want to be, the shippers of
but-
this shit.
But Bezos is like a lizard person, so what gets Bezos high? Maybe he doesn't care about what us normal people do. I think if Bezos was anti-weed, he wouldn't let anyone smoke on the...
I don't know if I want to know about anything about Bezos. He kind of seems like a shit fuck.
Oh, he's a complete tool.
Maybe he saves condoms of his diarrhea for later.
Probably. I mean, anyone who dresses like him when you have that much money, I don't know what to tell you at that point. You just sort of
I mean, not even that. I don't even, I think to be that rich, you have to be a little fucky.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
I think it just comes with it.
look at every single one that we know of.
Are we cheersing? Cheers.
In the public spotlight of who,
I love poo.
isn't fucked up, right?
Well, that was alarming and large. Thank you for the sub to my YouTube.
We got Elon Musk, who's the
Thank
richest
you.
man in the world and can't get a haircut. We have Bill Gates, who is just stole an operating system and turned it into an empire.
I think he disappeared after he got divorced from his wife, and people were
Yeah.
like, wasn't he kind of creepy? Or
That-
something. They tried to Me Too him, or I don't know if anything actually came out. I don't want to say anything,
Yeah.
just in case. I have no idea. I shouldn't. I think something went down that made him feel like he shouldn't be in the public eye, and he kind of disappeared from it. I haven't seen him since.
I mean, male and
Honestly.
nasty. I think that what you're doing though is not respectful to those.
Oh, we
of
hung out
us
with Epstein. That was it. Yeah.
who like to get pegged. Come on. Spookin'! What's up, friend?
What up, Hookin? Hold on. I'm gonna put this back on so I can hear us. Where's my routing?
Slight quills.
Boom.
I don't know what he's doing. And when you have that much money, you could do what the fuck you want wherever. It's how what do you call them? Facebook
Hydrate or
shit.
die straight, motherfuckers. Hello, come sugar. How are you, lover?
That shit who is a Facebook asshole is also buying up large portions of Hawaii. Like, he's getting any property he can, including pushing people who have owned the property out, like native Hawaiians out. To buy.
Oprah owns the middle of Maui. So to get from one side of the island to the other, you have to drive 5 hours around the edge on a cliff. I did it. Source, I did it. It's really scary. It's beautiful, but wow. Maybe don't do it with a rented Mustang.
I learned that cum sugar, I'm going to start the story with, she doesn't mind being called cum sugar, but
I call cum sugar all the time. I would
But
hope
it's
not.
it's see me sugar.
I'm aware.
I didn't know that until this week or last week. I learned something, and I'm like, it's just always been cum sugar for me.
I mean, I always ask when I see a cool username, and I'm like, oh my god, can I call you cum sugar?
Yeah.
I always try to ask.
I was saying that my brain just completes things. Like Other Rin, I called her Other Ryan because my brain was thinking.
You know, someone in my chat said something really poignant to me one time because I mispronounce a lot of words that are
Yeah.
kind of commonplace words. And they said they saw a quote somewhere, someone said it, I don't know, but it was nice. It said, don't ever make fun of someone for mispronouncing a word because they probably learned that word reading.
Yeah. Yep.
Which is fucking real.
Yeah. It's
Like, it made a lot of sense. I love that.
It's one of those things where you're reading. I mean, you and I both talked about reading like big fucking Stephen King
You're
books when we're
You're
like
not leaning.
you know,
saying
little
it.
kids, and you're reading words that you have no fucking clue as a
But you
know, a
just
little
figure it
kid,
out.
and you just make it. And it's one of those things where it, as a streamer especially, you're sitting there and you go, well, I'm just gonna give this my best bet because you can't. If you're like grasp of the English language is not like, you know, someone who focuses on that stuff their whole life, you just sit there and go, well, I'm just gonna give it what
Well, that,
sounds
like,
good.
if you're not living around like scholastic people
Yeah.
that use $5 words all
Yeah.
day long, you've never heard it, you just figure it out.
Yeah.
And like people have argued with me and been like, well, why didn't you just look in the dictionary at how it's said? Okay, I was like 6,
Yeah.
and the dictionary assumes I know what all the this is on top of letters and stuff. They're not assuming a 6-year-old's trying to figure out a word because her parents work too much or something. Not saying mine did. I had a dead one. But, you know, there are cases all over the place. Like, you got to figure it out. But, like, let's start at step 1.
Yeah. It's especially
Cheers.
also being ADHD children. Like, if we got into a book, we got into a fucking book. It's why, like, Goosebumps, when I remember in like 4th grade getting real addicted to Goosebumps books and just like going through them as fast as I could, going through like, that's how I ended up with Stephen King. Was like I read every Goosebumps and I started hitting up Christopher Pike books, and then Stephen King was like the next logical progression for me. So
honestly, I think it was Tell me if it's similar. So Goosebumps were kind of an introductory for me. I think like
from book fairs and shit like that.
Yeah, it was like 2nd or 3rd grade.
Yeah.
Was when we'd go to those scholastic book fairs and shit like that, and they'd have those books. And I would fly through them so fast. I started finishing those Goosebumps books because they were small. I'm not saying I'm not flexing as a kid. They were pretty short, and I had a lot of spare time. But then once they stopped releasing legit books, and it was only those Choose Your Adventures.
Yeah.
And I hated them because I felt like I was getting cheaped out. I was like, you're only giving me quarter of a story, like with a different ending 5 times. Stop it. I hated it.
It reminds me now.
But it drove me to bigger books.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It reminds me now of playing full motion video games. Like anyone, like Zeke does a bunch of them where it's like you have to do 8 different choices to do the 15 different endings, but like you have to sit through so much the same garbage repeatedly.
Nope.
And I
won't do it.
Yeah, I played a bunch of them, and I'm like, okay, if I really care, I'm gonna go on YouTube and watch the other endings because
I can't.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny though,
dude.
Yeah.
You've never seen me as peeved as I get when I have to see a superhero movie in a theater and someone makes me sit through credits to watch some bullshit extra scene. That's your treat.
No, that's not for you. Those are for you to give the dog.
Those are dog treats. They love him. It took no treat.
There you go.
What is it? The adoring is there.
They look like
Eliza, sweet dreams. Cheers, Eliza. Cheers off to the lovely land of the sleepies.
I wasn't shitting on FMV's Berserker. I'm just saying that it's not an experience that like a lot of the replayability is doing the same thing over and over again. I love them. I was doing full motion video games Sundays for a long time, and then like I started streaming on Saturdays and didn't carry over because it's also like there aren't that many of them. They're all made in England, except for like sporadic weird random ones like that fucking Russian game you played, Zeke.
Knives. This is my thing.
What the fuck was that game? Oh man.
It's not the scene.
That crazy one that
it's
was like
the fact
cheap
that
as fuck, but it was like the spaceship and they were
Hold
like,
on.
in Russian.
I'm stuck in a
You played
small
it
space
last
with
year,
2 loud
probably, or
people.
the last couple years since I've been around, and like it's just rushed.
Like jank and like super indie?
Yeah. And they all these homemade sets and just the strong Russian accents.
I skipped Dean Koontz. I don't know why or how. But I totally did. Hi,
I
Berserker
have it in my
love.
library. I'll message you. Yeah, it was in space, but then they would like zoom down to abandoned Russian like facilities to shoot scenes and stuff like that, and like burnt out bars and shit like that. It was bonkers. It was FMV.
Oh, that was General Horse.
Yeah, General Horse. That's what it was. Yeah, I picked it up. I haven't played through it yet myself, but that game was a blast.
Did you want to go hang out with your girlfriend real quick? You didn't really bring enough conversation for the whole chat.
We're talking FMVs, and I just got there. I'm sorry. I like talking to people.
Oh, God, no. Dude, the smell of those makes me want to vom. I cannot believe that happened.
They don't smell very good.
No, that's dehydrated lung pieces of a sheep.
I mean, it's okay. I have eaten dog treats on my stream more than once.
Yeti.
But they're not very tasty. They don't have much flavor. So
They stink, though.
these stink.
What I was going to say, to justify my disposition towards those extra scenes, is the problem. There's many. There's a few. Let me start at the beginning. First off, Goonies is more important. Happy 420 lover. Cheers. And thank you for the resub.
and hail the satanic dank lords.
Hey, why are you trying to kick me out?
Sorry, I'm a little high. So this is just me personally. For me personally, to sit in a theater in a dark space and be expected to like stare at a movie I've never seen before, I have no idea if it'll guaranteed capture my attention, and have nothing to like stimulate my hands. Like I can't be on a phone, I can't do anything extra like I can at home, is already a feat of misery. Like I've got to really be convinced to get into a theater, because that's sitting that long. I mean, you know this. I can't do it. I physically can. I start to vibrate and cry, and I just get really sad. And then on top of that, superhero movies for some reason think they're better than everyone else and extend movies to twice as long as a normal movie. And so I am so excited for those movies to be over with in the theater. That's it. I've watched Batman 3 times in the past 48 hours. Like I'm all about these long movies in an atmosphere where I can get up and move and do some squats and get some fucking blood to my brain before I explode internally from the amount of ADHD building up in my veins every moment that I'm forced to sit in this dark room. So I'm already like so excited for this shit to be over with. Like depending on how long a movie is and if it's decent, like if it actually got my attention, the last 45 minutes I'm checked out mentally. Like I'm at Guantanamo, and these are when I'm going to my happy place. It's like Slide, you know, the penguin. That's where I have to go. Yeah. So then I'm like, fuck yeah! Wait, we might see that black guy with freckles say something unimportant with aliens. Wait. Sit through 20 more. Stop it. It's only 20 minutes.
That's why I Google on my phone.
It's only 20 minutes.
Is there a post-credit scene?
It's only 20 minutes.
It's only 20 minutes!
Chef Andy, I am Rod. I am a streamer / friend, and I live around Katie, so we're just hanging out, and I'm babysitting Katie on 420.
It's a hellscape. It is my personal
Can't hear me.
living hellscape.
I'm sorry.
And
I'm
to sugar
Rod.
on top of
I'm a
it,
variety. We should put my.
You're fully surrounded by strangers who are farting, burping on their phones disrespectfully, which I would love to do, but I think about other people in the dark room staring at the movie, farting, talking, crying, whatever the fuck. I don't know what they do. Bringing babies to rated R films. Like that happens. Like that's just the sprinkles. Theaters, this is why I don't feel bad leaving my drink cup on the ground. It's like I think one of the late night hosts said it really good recently. He's like, it's an unspoken agreement. You treat me like shit, and I way overpay for this seat, and you're going to pick my cup up. I never do that. I always throw my cup away. I can't do it. But I liked that analogy.
We should put my info in the stream title.
They actually hear you really well. I don't know why I'm getting so close. No, you don't have to. Didn't you just hear me say they hear you really well? And you were like, okay, sick.
That's called Rod.
It's cool. I'm really used to living with someone who doesn't listen well, so I'm used to it. It's cool.
That was more of a, I don't know, a comfort thing.
So many chords. I love this. As I watched the video of the Christian singers on the airplane, made me, oh my gosh, I retweeted that, Zerkles, and said, never, I retweeted, it was like first thing in the morning, someone tagged me in, and I was like, was it you? Yeah. I vommed in my mouth, and I have nothing, I think the freedom of religion, the freedom of belief is gorgeous. However, absolutely not. Never in my life have I wanted to skydive, and yet here we are.
It made me laugh because I was like, you said that, and I'm like, people pointing out, what if that was a bunch of Muslims? Like, what would have happened in this fucking...
They would have thought it was a terrorist attack because people are ignorant.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if it was anybody else, it's It's just, I would have stood up and started fucking singing, like, Satanist.
I would have gotten
fucking
up and
ghost
told them to
music.
shut the fuck up is what I would have done.
I just would have sang my religious music and been like, I mean, mine probably sounds better. No offense.
It's like when you used to be able to play Ghost on stream and someone would come in trying to spout the word of Jesus, and you would play Year Zero, and
Yes.
Yeah.
I always sat through the credits because I need to digest what I just watched and want to respect everyone. I get that. I would never like shove over other people. Like I would crawl on the sticky ground to get out. Anything to just not be in the same sitting position anymore. That's it. Yeah. I just start to crawl. Like my skin feels like it's sloughing off my body when I'm forced to sit still, and I'm, it's respectful to not sit there on a phone or a Switch in a movie theater. Of course I would never do that. But at home, that's the kind of things I do to keep myself awake so I can actually enjoy a movie. Or I've clean or something.
The Alamo now has electronic chairs, like they with the button to push the thing up, and I'm just like up and down, up and down. What?
I think on a
Recliner. I got. Trick
No,
is
I am not
drooling on
going
me.
out. I wanted to do cool 420 makeup, and like I was trying to think, like my eyes don't ever get bloodshot unless I take edibles ever. And I was like, how do you do? What would be like stoner makeup? So I was like, okay, a smoky eye, obviously, duh. But then I did purple and green because like the sticky icky is usually a purplish green color, and I also like a lot of makeup artists are like, if you do green eyeshadow, you want to make sure to do like black eyeliner in your waterline because the green accents red in your eyes, making them look really bloodshot. Boosh! So I just didn't wear any eyeliner, and it really did its job. My eyes look pretty red, but it's just like, the contrasting. It's great. But I did.
It's a never sleeping.
Hold up, I'll get
not
you guys all
never
weird
things.
up in here. I did do cool makeup. Is it too much?
Man, they know these things are still up here, and they are very.
What?
They are very
Chaos.
intense on like.
This is
like,
just what?
They know the treats. The rest of the treats are still up here. They're like.
I mean, make them sit for him. They'll sit and they'll shake. Lil will shake pretty well. Trick kind of does this little like limp wristed bullshit, but they'll definitely work for you.
Sit.
Look at him.
Paw.
See how he like if you tap his legs like. It's the cutest thing.
Lilith.
Thank you, Rhiannon. I tried to do something cool. There are a ton of people celebrating the holiday here today. Hell yes. Cheers to all my peeps celebrating, and cheers to all my peeps just hanging with us, celebrating and getting high. To this day, like, the reason 420 exists is kind of superfluous and ridiculous to me. However, we don't have anywhere else to, like, just be people socially accept that we're all just going to smoke today. Like, deal with it. Hempfest happens, you know?
Lilith and Trick are amazing.
Dude, their energy with you made me so happy.
Yeah.
It's true. Dogs really do pick up on the energy of people. Like if people act weird around your dog will be afraid of the person, you know?
Yeah.
But they are really sweet dogs. Hellbound, aren't they just this? They really, like this, because, it's my dogs. So of course I think they're sweet and adorable. They're mine. But then when I have guests over and they're just as needy for attention with the guest, if not more, that makes me like, okay, I did something right. Like it gives me like that jolt, like, I did okay, like I didn't make a dog afraid of people or like outwardly aggressive, and no shame on anyone. Like sometimes you adopt a dog and you have no idea, but I strived to create a safe environment for my poops, and they're so nice. Like they love.
They're very, very smart.
We may or may not have been a little later than normal because we just sat around playing with the dogs a little bit.
Yep. They need their pets. They need their loves. They need their treats.
Hellbound, oh my gosh, someone that comes to my stream almost every day, literally last week, was like, holy shit, Lilith and Trick, I just put it together. I can't remember who said it, but I was
That's
like,
awesome, yeah.
I'm not saying this because you said that, but they just turned 2 years old. Wow. There's a fuzz in my eyeball. It's happening. Oh, God.
We have peacock feathers coming out of nowhere. You're getting fuzz in your eye.
It didn't come out of nowhere. I have a mirror somewhere. I don't know what to do with it. It's fine. We'll live. We're fine. I'm having a great time. I got a signed pic of a streamer's dog when I won a raffle. Dude, I'd put that on my wall.
That's amazing, yeah.
I've always said to people, like, you've apologized for your dogs. Streamers that apologize for their pets. I am, to just pick a random number, 6 million times more likely to hang out in your stream a few more seconds if I hear you have a dog.
Yeah.
Or a cat. Or any fucking little animal you're willing to even show me a picture of.
It's
Because it's better than you.
Oh, yeah. For
And
sure.
I say that with such a warm heart. And I think we all agree.
Yeah.
My dogs are better than me
Yeah.
in all shape, form, content, in every way.
Oh, the kitten stream is adorable, this Chef Andy.
I love the kittens.
My favorite, though, is the aquarium stream where they have otters, because otters
The otter one's cool, but it's such a hit or miss.
Yeah,
like sometimes there's nothing.
You don't see anything on there. It's like, but one of my favorite Twitter accounts is In Otter News, and it's actually In Otter News too. They must have lost their account or something, because it's the same people, but they just have otter memes. Are just the fucking cutest shit in the world.
Otters are fucking. They're so adorable, and yet I feel like they're a vicious predator.
Oh, they get rapey, which is a problem also. But like, it's that weird thing where trying to put that human like
Cheers.
trying to relate human actions.
Yeah, anthropomorphize your
Yeah.
pets.
And you're like, I mean, rape in the human world is way different than rape in the animal world. Like it's
Well, and cute
yeah,
is like a genetically fostered appearance to keep yourself alive.
yeah, exactly.
People are less likely to kill you if you look kind of cute, which is why babies are cute, and then we grow up to be
Yeah.
this.
We get like a lot of things
Cheers.
get better as they get older. Say whiskey or wine. Humans, I think we get wiser as we're older, but yeah, it's. I mean, there's a reason why kittens are like the. You know why like a lot of women just can't resist kittens is because kittens look the closest to a human baby, right? So
What?
yeah, like from a baby.
I'm sorry, what?
So, like, portion-wise, I guess kittens are the closest to a human baby, like appearance-wise. So that's why a lot of like, you get crazy cat ladies because they're remind them of babies. I guess
I thought it was because they were just wildly independent, so it's easy to accumulate large amounts of them without feeling stressed about it until it's too late.
maybe that's part of it, but like that instant connection, I think, has to do with
Babies look like
kittens look like babies. I think she looks like a cat.
I mean, okay. So I've like pulled a lot of babies out of tum-tums.
Yep.
And I mean, I'm not saying it's not happening, but I haven't seen one look like a kitten yet.
I think
With
kittens
like
look
ears
like
on top of its head that are triangles and hair.
I think
And a
it's like
pink nose and
proportions.
blindness and sealed closed eyes.
I think it's proportions, though.
Really?
I don't know.
Kittens are like the size of a small shit,
But
like a
not-
salad shit.
Not proportions like of the face, not of the size of the body.
Oh, like the big eyes and the
Yeah,
tiny features,
yeah,
maybe?
Yeah.
That's beyond strange.
I mean-
Kittens are adorable. Like, don't get me wrong. I watch that kitten channel all the time. I don't raid things I don't watch. I legit put kittens on. They're adorable. I'm very pro kitten. But what?
You got 4 cats. Do not recommend. I want a hairless cat. Is my goal in owning a cat. But we have a bird.
We're not out of focus, but Rod cannot sit still.
Yep.
So my camera is just refocusing on him constantly. It's fine. ADD's a bitch. I'm just medicated.
I don't think babies are kittens, Zoe.
He also can't smoke because federal shit.
Yeah.
He's a sober grover today.
I mean, Weed, you are a lovely human being and you love your kitties, right? I mean,
My niece did not look like a kitten. She still has such a round face, but I would never say that to her because I think that's an insult now. I think, like, especially little girls nowadays with the social media, they'd be like, does that mean my face is fat? And I'd be like, no, it's a face shape and it's beautiful. I wish I had a round face. I have an oval face that's really long and I can't have long hair and I start to look like a bobblehead. Why are you freaking out? I would never. But your niece is adorable and I love her.
I always say I'm a human bobblehead doll because I'm just like, my head never stops.
I mean, I think most people talk with
Yeah.
their neck and head. I think
also-
that's, and shoulders and hands and shit. I think that's pretty common.
I also have a giant head.
I
so-
just super noticed it because you were leaning on the desk,
Yep.
and my desk shakes like nobody's business. So I was watching the camera, and I was like, man, I wonder what would happen if I leaned on the desk.
Yeah, it would just, the whole desk would go blump.
I've never seen an ugly kitten, but I've definitely seen an ugly baby. Honestly, and I say this with love in my heart, all babies are ugly straight out of the womb. Like, they are so covered in what looks like old cum. And it's like some sort of white part of the fluid they just like float in, amniotic, whatever
The white stuff
nonsense.
is the gross part, too.
It's so thick
Yeah.
and sick. And like it's in their eyes and their mouth and stuff. And the mom and dad are like, look how pretty it is. And I'm like, all right. But like, I think
that's
there's
called
chemicals
hormones,
going
yeah.
on between mom,
Hormones.
dad, and baby that
Yeah.
make that, obviously that's supposed to happen.
'Cause-
Whereas I have seen a million babies born, so I'm not like dying over every baby anymore. They all kind of look like just like wet, red, puffy fetuses though at the beginning.
If you don't do that, then you get the dude from 300 that betrays them. That like
Oh, man. Can you imagine?
yeah, he
Can
got
you-
chucked out like garbage, and then
Almost.
he
Didn't they
turned-
not chuck him though?
no, they did, and I think he survived
Spoilers.
somehow.
No, his parents hid him away. They pretended to
Oh, is
chuck
that
him.
what it was? Yeah.
I just watched it recently. Big fan of 300.
My
cat just puked up all his food. Dude, Lil will do that. Like, sometimes she'll get really excited and eat a whole bunch and then drink a whole bunch of water and then just...
Yeah. Yeah.
But sometimes I won't catch it and she'll be eating it.
Yeah. That's what
I'll
happened.
come into the room and I'm like, what? And she's like, trying to eat it as fast as she can.
I was
Hi,
working
Bubba.
from home on like Monday, I think, and I looked over and I was like, Gizmo, what the fuck are you doing? And he was eating his puke.
Yeah.
Just deposited on the
It probably
carpet.
tastes better to them, honestly. Two very needy poods down here. It's fine. Everyone in 300 looks like a kitten. It's just science. Maybe that's why I'm into it. Honestly, I love the film style, like of Sin City and 300 and...
Zack Snyder is not always great
that
at
Zack
telling
Snyder? I wouldn't know.
a story, but he can visually.
It's real pretty.
Yeah,
And the
is always
music's
good at-
pretty dank.
Yeah.
Boob sweat. Every time.
They're also hitting towards your break time.
Yeah, like that film noir kind of like Sin City vibe. I can't think of another movie that does like that kind of
It's
cool dark film style. I can't think of another one,
They
but they're
don't-
really cool. I dig them.
They don't do a lot of those anymore. I mean, it's like they make games occasionally like that. Like there's the Chicken Detective game, which Zeke played, but also KPP just played. And it's very in the 50s, black and white, and it looks like humans with chicken
Oh, yep.
animal
I know
heads
the one you're
and
talking
stuff
about,
like-
yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to be a dad for many years, but since my last ex-wife, I'm no longer interested in sharing my genetics. I've never had the want for kids ever. Like even when I was a little kid, not a vocal thing.
Yeah.
I wasn't into baby dolls or Barbies.
Yeah.
Like my mom got me a few Barbies. I dismembered them and turned them into animals because I really just wanted figure horses. Like My Little Ponies were expensive when I was a kid though. I was never into them, and like I don't know if that's because I was like the second youngest of like 8.
Yeah.
So when you live in such a big family like that, like maybe your dream isn't adding more children to the picture. I don't know. I've never thought that way consciously, but I've talked about it with my therapist. I've just never.
Yeah,
It's never been like
You
this.
go.
One day I'll get married and have babies. I'm just like, if I loved someone enough and they super wanted it, like I'd consider it.
Yeah.
But it is in no way like this personal drive of mine to squish a watermelon out my very pretty vagina.
I think it's like when you go and say, "Oh, I'm the only child." It's what would it be like to have kids with, or 1 or 2, or just like, siblings. But then when you're number 8, or you're 7, 8, right? You're like, fuck this. You saw all the havoc of 7 siblings and all the shit that was.
And you're like born amidst it.
Yeah.
So like there was no, like that's one thing I've talked a lot about my
Yeah.
therapist. Like there was not one moment of just calm.
Yeah.
Like every morning I would get dressed. In like 2nd grade, I have memories of getting dressed and then sitting at my door and listening in the hallway to see if my brothers were awake yet. And if they were awake, I would sit in my bedroom till it was time to go to the bus. And if they weren't, I could race downstairs and get cereal in my head
Yeah.
before they like destroyed my day.
Yeah.
But that was normal. Like I never thought anything of it. I was just like, this is what it's like to have siblings, and it sucks.
It's all.
But also, I can't imagine being an only child.
Yeah.
Okay.
My wife is an only child, and it's very like, you see things that you're like, oh, this is you being an only child. Like, it's more
Really?
like, yeah, like more like picky eating, stuff like that, and more like kind of set in the ways, because like I think when you have siblings, you're forced to do more things, right? You're like, you don't have to like, I like this.
Do you think that's the amount of kids or just parenting style though?
I think a lot has. I mean, probably both. But
I don't know.
I
I'm just
mean,
asking.
her mother didn't raise her either. Her mother, like her grandparents raised her. So like people born in the the friggin' like 30s or whatever, 40s or whatever, raising a kid while very old school.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Like that, they were the type that were like when she was skinny, that
The
like
golden era.
Yeah, you're so fat. Like they would tell people stuff like that back in the day.
My grandparents did that.
Yeah.
Too. My sister Joshua, the one I was telling you lives in
Yeah.
Texas. She's the one of us that's always been thin.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
Like most of me and all my siblings are just thicker, muscular, athletic looking bodies. Totally normal to me, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. We won't go with normal. Normal's just a fucking image in your. It's nothing.
There's no such thing.
There's no such thing as normal. But she was always tall and thin, and so all of she was considered the pretty one,
Yeah.
and they would say that kind of shit. But my grandma would like pinch her arms and do shit like this to her all the time, and just be like, "Do you really need that extra portion?" And Joshua could eat a ton. Like she
Yeah.
just had a metabolism, and she'd do stuff like that to her. But she'd do it to all of us. But when we saw it to Joshua, we were like, "Oh, you're just mean."
Yeah. Yeah. It's,
Like-
Yeah,
My
you're
butt jiggles, but
evil-
you're a cunt.
You're an evil old woman. I mean,
We called her
it's-
Grandma Grump. Like, she was never nice.
it's that thing too where you know how men get the thing for degrading women, but man, women can be fucking psychos to each other. Another
It's all about mental.
yeah.
It's the mental
The-
fuck at that point.
The wife went out with these ladies in the friend group
10?
we were
Really?
with. She goes, they went out and had brunch, and like one left, and the other women just start talking shit about the one that just left, and my wife's sitting there going, I don't want to leave because you're like, what are they gonna say about me when I leave? It's like,
Icky,
yeah,
what?
yeah, it's
I've seen that in movies. That
Yeah.
doesn't sound real, but
No.
also I would not believe it.
Yeah.
I felt like kind of a middle child because my little sister was so much younger than me.
yeah,
Sarah's 5 years younger than me. So like I was never the youngest. Like I went from being the oldest kind of just because the way everything was split up to being second youngest. But Sarah's 5 years younger than me. So she was like super baby, you know, like when I was going through pivotal shit, she was like adorable
Yeah.
still.
my sister's eight,
Thank you for the follow. Welcome.
eight and a half years younger than me.
Your sister?
Yeah, so or it's like it's 8.5 because she was born in '92 and I was born in '83, but it's like
My
January,
sister was born in
August.
92.
Yeah,
That's weird.
so she just
Same
turned
age.
30 in January.
Sarah's December. I don't
But
wanna
that
think about
8-year
it.
gap, 8.5-year gap is just like you're not even close to being the same kind of human beings. And like by the time she was an adult, I'd been here. I moved to Colorado. when
That's
she
me
was,
and
like,
all my siblings. Like
Yeah.
seriously,
Yeah.
most of my older siblings are. My oldest sister is I think like 14 years older than me,
yeah.
and then Paige is 12 years older than me.
Yeah.
And it's this like they're out of school before I'm even in elementary
Yeah.
school. Like we are just having nothing.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
at all. And even my brothers though, like Corey's 4 years older than me, and then Adam was 6 years older than me, Nick's 8 years older than me, and even them like we were in the house long enough, I guess, to at least have a bullying relationship
Yeah.
to where, you know, on my birthday, if I'm in Seattle, my brother Nick will pin me down and spank the living hell out of me, and it hurts so much, and he's terrible. But like that's my family. We're very redneck and rough. We wrestle, you
Yeah.
know, like the way my stepdad says hi is put me in a headlock and
Yeah.
say, "Sup, kid?" Like that's my family.
Yeah.
But that's my brother Nick. That's 8 years older.
Yeah.
It was. I don't know. I didn't feel
It's-
like we were as separated
It's just,
in
I think
life. I guess.
a lot is like when
we
with that-
wrestled a lot. We also watched wrestling.
Yeah.
WWF.
Yeah, we used to power bomb my little sister like on like my parents' bed and shit. We were like power bomb, and just because we were like, yeah, wrestling.
You want to know what my brother would do?
What?
Corey, of course, the tiny one. My brother Corey, the one with all the anger issues. It's very small. All of my siblings, which is weird because my parents aren't tall. We're all 6 foot or over. Like we're very tall,
Yeah.
like lanky people with long legs. My brother Corey, 5'4". No idea what happened. His mom was small, not the same mom. And when we were kids, we had a trampoline. And so me, Joshua, Katrina, and Sarah would all be in the house, like chilling, eating. And the trampoline was like from our back porch. I remember it because we had a big grass yard. It was probably, I want to say in yards, like 6 yards.
Yeah.
Pretty distant. So
Yeah.
you had to sprint, and you know the likelihood of getting slugs between your toes was very high. It was fucking
We're back to slugs
disgusting.
again.
So gross. But if you were last to the trampoline, meaning you put shoes on, my brother would be there waiting, and he would rip his shirt off like Hulk and say, "The beatings will now begin." And he would imitate all the wrestling moves on the trampoline, but like as ferociously as he possibly could, because
Yeah.
we were all bigger than him. It was the
Yeah.
only way to reach our neck
Yeah.
when we were very young. Like he peaked young. It was very sad. I understand the anger, but also we didn't bully him about these things. We didn't understand the anger when we were kids. We were like, I don't know why you feel the need to put my head through a wall.
Yeah.
But he would, when I say he was an eggshell person, like some days I would go about my business as a 12-year-old child doing whatever the fuck a 12-year-old does. And he would laugh and be jovial and be totally nice and act like a brother. And then the next day I would do the exact same thing. And I walked too loud, talked too loud, or breathed too loud. And I'd get my head through a wall.
Yeah.
And you're like,
did he ever get diagnosed with bipolar? Because I mean,
oh, he's been to jail too often.
so it's that
None of that's
I mean,
happening.
with how many of I mean, your sister who died had bipolar, right? Like you, and obviously you're sitting there going, well, with the one day it was like this, and the next day it sounds very, again, diagnosing. Just
We're just
I'm
shooting in
asking
the
a
dark
question. Yeah.
here.
It's the going. Well, if it looks like a duck and it quacks like a duck.
And all of the other blood ducks are ducks.
Yep.
Like, maybe check for feathers.
Yep,
Is all I'm
exactly.
saying.
Yeah.
But like,
it is
no.
OJA.
And they also, all the men in my family, like, we're redneck, and I don't say that loudly, like, white trash
Yep.
people. Nice in general. But they have that heavy, toxic masculinity
Yep.
is so steepingly rampant in my family. And I honestly, and I please correct me if you guys have a different theory. This is my only theory, is that the vast majority of males in my family all work construction.
Yeah.
Or they work in the fields where it's literally only men.
It's physical.
Only?
Blue collar stuff, I assume. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like construction. Like, my dad is a welder. His specialty is he can weld underground. He can weld underwater, upside down. He builds water treatment facilities. Like, if you looked at him, his ass crack hangs out. He's like this tall, lanky guy with a mullet, but he makes $75 an hour. Like, he's an extremely valuable source.
Yeah.
But because they work in like these insanely saturated male with, I mean, it's not that there's a few females screaming and it's just the males shutting down. There is none. Like, there's no women to change the language or change anything. Like, just to speak up at all. And most people spend most of their, like, conscious hours at their job.
Yeah.
Especially construction. Like, any of you out there that work those jobs, my dad still works 12s. It's insane.
Yeah.
And he's 60.
Fuck that, man. Like 12 hours as like
Two.
As a 38-year-old, I'm like, fuck that. Like
And he does 5.
Yeah.
And it's because he's like a foreman or like because he's I don't know what the fuck it is.
Yeah.
He's valuable. I
Dude,
don't know.
Vile, I'm like, I would die if I worked the amount of hours Vile Drains works. Like, that motherfucker.
Narcissism heavily.
Yeah.
I think my brother's narcissism stems a lot. Like, his childhood was horrible. I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm not putting him at fault. I just think I wish he would like, not think asking for help is being a pussy. You know what I'm saying? Like, that kind of language is kind of used very affluently.
It's the whole thing where what masculinity used to be acceptable as is way different in what masculinity is now. And it's that thing where I think even you up until like TV, social media, all this stuff, like the idea of what masculinity was that more caveman aspect of it, right? It was like you go around and you hit people and you do that stuff, and it's like
how do I prove it now?
Yeah, exactly.
Verbally.
Yeah.
Like, literally, I've talked to my dad about it. Because my dad tries to not use it at home, but when he's around certain words, he'll say, like, clam hair is pubes. Like, he'll say things like this, and I'm just like, what are you talking about at work? And he's like, you'd be shocked. It's nothing. Like, it's actually the job.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's almost like a like melting pot of ick. Yeah. Where everyone, like I've told you what my dad said, we put it on a fucking, if you haven't heard this, it's great. We put it on what's that game? With the black and white cards.
Cards Against Humanity.
Cards Against Humanity. Yeah. If you buy like the full set, you get some cards you get to fill in yourself. And we put it on a card because it was so fantastic. One day my dad comes home from work and he says to my mom, Georgie, I'm so hungry I could eat the asshole out of a menstruating skunk. But with my dad's voice and southern-ish accent. It was fucking miraculous. We made it a card instantaneously. Like, that shit comes out of his mouth and we're just like,
what's that, VA?
How hungry were you at work that y'all came up with that one?
Yeah.
Like, that kind of shit, you know?
Knives. It's the 80s in general. Like, you go 80s, 90s. I talk about Ace Ventura all the time, and that transphobic stuff at the end of that movie is horrifying.
Exactly, Rhiannon.
And stuff like, you go back and watch Monster Squad, where they're like a PG whatever movie, and they're calling each other F-bombs and like stuff like that. It's that stuff where you just like, that stuff was acceptable back in, and it's kind of.
So I have a question. Was it acceptable, or were people that disagreed with it just not being heard because there wasn't social media or any place for it to be heard?
Look at the.
Because I wonder. I honestly don't know.
I mean, think of what.
Thank you, Mike.
You look at what the 80s, especially the late 80s, when the AIDS pandemic had been going on, right? And like, you probably had a lot of people using that shit as like effing this, and because of all the AIDS pandemic, they got blamed for the AIDS pandemic, right? The gay people especially. And so I bet that
among other things, they also used it against racist people.
Yeah, exactly. But that shit got slung
racist people used it against black people. Excuse me.
It got slung around like back then way more because with that stuff, and that translated into like. When I was a little kid, that's what we called people we didn't like and stuff like that. And then you learn, the F word specifically is what I was referring to. But yeah, it's.
You don't want to know what's crazy on this topic. I've been watching kind of older movies and just shows from the 90s. The homophobia
Yeah.
in the language
Yeah.
that we just all, I mean, I don't think I knew the definition of gay when I
Yeah.
was using
Yeah.
these words to be like,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
fucking gay. Everything's fucking gay. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't even know. I knew I liked boobies, but I didn't know
Yeah.
gay was a word
Yeah.
at all. I think one of my cousins called me a fucking dyke one time, and I
Yeah.
was like,
What's that?
I
Yeah.
guess that's me.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I had no words for it.
I think someone in Zeke's chat the other day said they were talking about Seinfeld, where they were like, oh,
Seinfeld's one of the bad. Yeah,
they
there's
were
a
like,
lot of shit
they
in
were
that
like,
one.
oh, it's okay to be gay, but it's not for me, kind of thing, like that kind of stuff, and you're just like, it's just the stuff that was like.
There was a whole episode one time. What did they say? They were like, "Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that there's
Yeah.
anything wrong with that." Every time they mentioned a gay person,
Yeah.
like there's a lot of that, and it's when you look at it, like, you know, I say old movies, they're not that old.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that old at all. It's kind of wild and I wonder if it was acceptable or if it was like the people who had the power to put things on TV, because TV was the only place. Like, where else did you get things? There was no social media, internet to seek out your own news. The people in power to put information up tolerated it.
Yeah. I mean, you have to like.
Because there were gay people.
There were plenty of them. It was the.
Did they tolerate it? I don't know. I don't know any old gays.
No.
My family's Catholic. They don't believe in the gay.
No, I don't.
I'm loading a bowl, by the way.
I think it's. You don't have people. I think gay people in the 80s, especially, you go and look at how they were being treated because of AIDS and everything like that. But also, they were probably all used to getting, fucked with, right, their whole lives, and so they weren't going to go out of their way to like write a letter to the network nearly as much as like someone who you see something offensive on TV now and you go, I'm just going to tweet at this like NBC executive.
Yeah.
Like, it's so much easier
Everyone
to
can see it.
jump out to the fucking outrage of, and when someone does something shitty, you can,
It was the norm, yeah.
yeah, you can
I hate that.
the norm. I mean, when someone does something shitty now, it gets brought to like the forefront. We were talking about Ezra Miller earlier and the shit they're doing. That's crazy. And you go, it happens right away. This, like, back then, it was just like rumors and Richard Gere sticking gerbils up his ass, which he didn't do. But it was like all that shit was like urban legends and shit like that.
I
You
know.
It's
They
like
were amazing. Oh God, what were some of the good ones?
Marilyn Manson's the one with
Removing
the-
ribs
so he could
to
blow
suck
himself.
his dick.
Yeah.
And like, there was a rumor that I can't remember if it was like Ozzy Osbourne or one of the metal guys that was kind of, to the
Yeah.
average society, a little alternative, like bit a live puppy's head off.
It was a bat. It was a live bat.
Was it an actual live bat?
Yeah, someone threw it on stage and he thought it was like a prop.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I've heard Ozzy.
Oh,
talk
that's
about
heartbreaking.
It. Yeah,
I feel really bad for him now. That's
yeah,
horrible.
it wasn't on.
I want to read this from Rhiannon. Hold up, because Rhiannon, I know, works with these people,
Yeah.
my family. I should just say,
Yeah.
not directly, but you guys know what I mean.
Yeah.
Hold up. I just don't tolerate it from my lineman guys. They know I will demolish them if they behave like that around me.
Yeah.
I'm no prude, and I have a fantastic sense of humor. I'm well aware of that. When things are actually funny, and that's kind of like same. Like, I can take some crude shit.
Yeah,
But the moment you start throwing racist or bigoted terms into your comedy,
yeah.
if I don't know you, I'll usually give people a chance. I'll say something. I'll be like, try again, be more original. That was
Yeah.
not an acceptable word. And if they start getting offensive about it, then I'm like, all right, this obviously isn't going to work out.
I think there's a thing with like comedy, and it's weird. And I think we're at a weird crossroads now, where if you swing down at comedy, I saw someone complaining about
What does swing down mean?
Swinging down is like you're hitting easy targets, right? You're hitting like those. Say you're picking on minorities or like things that are minorities. Like you're swinging down. It's easier to. It's easy targets. It's like jokes around fat people, that stuff like that. And that,
or being a white dude and
Yeah.
making jokes about racist things
Yeah.
that happen to you every day.
Yeah. It's that thing where you're like, I don't know. I think if comedy, you look at South Park, because those two are such a example to me, because that they've gotten away with the shit they have because they go after everyone.
Yeah.
They go after, they don't care. And it's the thing
Good,
where,
bad, likes,
Yeah.
not liked. Like, they literally make anybody a
Yeah.
fucking joke.
and that has gotten them to the point where they get away with shit, right? And I think that there is people will give them shit, but like,
If your audience is everyone, there's always going to be a portion not
Yeah.
pissed.
exactly, yeah.
And like, if you're a conscious consumer like you and I are,
Yeah.
you look at that and you're like, okay, that might have offended me a little bit, but like
Yeah.
all of it's offensive. It's
Yeah.
all, and that's why it's funny. That's why we
Yeah.
laugh. Like most animals show their teeth when they're anxious or nervous about death.
I think of what the fuck is that guy's name? There's a guy who had a Netflix special, and the dude was just like
Oh,
like
Sarah, really? Sarah said that Ozzy's wife is writing a book and sharing everything what it's like been living with him. Are they not together anymore?
he's like very.
I've heard it's been back and forth with drugs and alcohol for him.
He's like,
Which
he's
is
got-
so
Does he have
heartbreaking.
Alzheimer's? Like,
I don't know.
I thought he had early onset Alzheimer's or something like that. So
Reagan's press secretary openly mocked people dying from AIDS.
yeah. If you ever watched the HBO years ago, they did a movie with Sheldon was in it about the AIDS, like when it hit
Yes.
the community, and it was really good. But
Oh,
fuck,
you
was it?
shocked me.
It was real sad.
I'd just like to take one moment to say,
Fuck Reagan dry in all the holes. So rough with sandpaper dicks. Like imagine all your dicks can, but it's like a high grit. What's a high grit? I don't know anything about sandpaper. It's a rough grit. Like normally the one you're like, nah, that's not good. I gotta get a lower grit.
They all get, like, may he be giving hand jobs in hell for all eternity with, like, sandpaper hands.
Yeah, like the high grit. Cause fuck Reagan.
Do you know? Imagine
200, 100, whatever that thick shit is that, like, when you run your hand across it, it kind of cuts you.
And
'Cause
basically-
there's just, like, a few pieces of rock sand on it.
You know the Little Nicky where Hitler gets a pineapple up his ass every day? It's basically that, but he gets hand job. Like they give him his like foreskin back, and they like circumcise him with sandpaper every single day.
How about just, like, it never ends? But it's in his throat, too.
He's got foreskin in his throat.
And sandpaper.
Oh, okay, that would.
So when
suck,
he
too.
screams, it hurts me. I'm dead crying while I'm a whole corpse. F Reagan. Fuck Reagan in the dick hard.
Dude, he was also the one who fucked with student loans and why student loans are what they are.
I mean,
now.
what politician didn't fuck us?
But he
But
specific-
fuck Reagan.
Basically,
Cheers.
the-
420 homies on a happier note. Go on.
The thing I heard, or the thing that was said, that they did it to keep the fucking middle class, like, under, yeah, so they couldn't, like, you know, fight back against this. They couldn't rage against the machine, basically, so, yeah. Yep. A sandpaper dildo? There you go, Knives.
god. Stop it. Girl, I gotta read that. That is sick. Hold up. I was unaware. Where in the world is 420? Everywhere if you're brave enough. Shables, my love, how are you? Happy 420 lover. Okay, hold up. I gotta read this. Reagan was one that made CPS, Child Protective Services, which if you are unaware, that might sound like a great term. It's horrible. I don't need to go into details. It's horrific.
It's
Ever
not
since they have been
nice.
making $33,000 or more for every child they take out of a home, whether the parents are good or not. That makes everything inside my asshole leak and bleed, and I hate everything. My heart hurts.
Knives, it is actually scary.
Outside of Republican white people,
Yeah, Reagan is like looked up to it as an idol to these people, and like I grew up in a Republican household. I thought Reagan, I've
Dude,
been
I
told how
didn't know-
great Reagan was. Yeah, and then
he's
you,
a Trumpy daddy.
yeah,
Not like a Trumpy daddy,
mean,
but like a Trumpy dad.
Alan, I think that like being in this house, I might have walked into a contact high, but it's okay. So
Now all the workers are raging against all the machines, and I'm here for it. Why do people think the union wave is happening? Honestly, I am so
Yeah.
fucking immaculately proud of anybody willing to do that. I mean, what a huge step, because most of these people, and I'm speaking specifically of this Amazon like unionization, which has sparked a lot. Like Starbucks did it, I think,
Yeah.
right before or right afterwards. A couple Starbucks stores,
Yeah.
not the whole thing, obviously, but it's like, if you are really working for it, you're probably not making very much money. You don't have health care. You have nothing. And you risk losing your job. And in America, at least, most states, when you call a previous employer, all they can say is whether or not you're rehirable. And saying the word union is like a Class A offense. It means you're
Yep.
unhirable because the other company doesn't want that. It's like vile poison. So all of these people risked so much.
yeah,
Like, holy fuck, the bravery in
Yeah.
those taints. I die.
it's man. I mean, we got to the point where the last couple of years have showed that what I don't refer to capitalism in this country as capitalism anymore. I refer to it as late stage capitalism at this point because this shit is we're on a Jenga tower and there aren't many more bricks to pull out of the bottom. And these motherfuckers have been pulling bricks out of the bottom to like line their own pockets our whole lifetimes. And like me and CK are both like, yeah, it's Robo. What's up, buddy? You sexy fuck.
I just want to make sure you didn't miss your message.
yeah.
Sorry.
It's just been disregarding everything else but the present because of no foresight into anything and the complete I mean, it's the thing we talked about more than once. The fucking
Foresight doesn't matter if you're gonna die in
Yeah.
here.
the 10 richest people in the world between 2020 and 2022 raised their net worth from 750 billion to 1.5 trillion. Think about that. As everyone was struggling to get by, these motherfuckers are doubling their
My
wealth.
mouth watered like I'm gonna
Yeah.
vomit.
Yeah, and you said that and then my mouth watered. I don't know what like Pavlovian
happened.
shit. And then what are these motherfuckers doing? They don't do anything to help anyone. They're just in a dick shoving contest to see which one of them could get a dick rocket into space first.
Yeah, I mean
And
I don't think I came up with this what I'm gonna say on my own, but I don't remember where my source was. I listened to a lot of late night hosts, but one of them was saying that when there's multiple citizens of your country that could quite simply write off the debt of your government and have trillions left over, your government has no power. As long as the person is hippie, you know what I'm saying? Like we're talking major scale. There's not one person. Blah blah. Obviously, I'm just But I mean, seriously, like you make me unhappy, I buy you.
Yeah.
It's like fucking bitch fuck with Twitter and trying to bring back Trump. How much like I never thought I'd see a dollar sign on how badly someone wanted to say the N word.
Yeah.
But it's like 42 billion or something, isn't it? What did he say? What did he try to buy Twitter for?
43 he offered and then like was
That's the dollar sign on how bad a privileged white dude wants to say the N word on the internet and not get slapped for it.
I didn't like him before, but the clip of him smoking a joint with Joe Rogan where he's like got that look where he thinks he's the smartest motherfucker in the entire world. I'm just like, you are a fucking.
How else do you get to that position without having that god complex, though? Really,
it's
like,
very true.
I don't think there's anyone that is accumulated that level of cash that I'm aware of and amassed it, and kept it.
Yeah.
And, stayed humble, for lack of a better fucking word. They risk so much. Oh, this is about the they risk so much. So Rhiannon not only works for a power company, but also works in unions.
Yep.
I don't know how to say that because unions are countrywide. It's like a thing. She's very knowledgeable, I should say. They risk so much, and the retaliation is against the law, but then you have to rely on yourself versus giant corporation lawyers while you wait for the NLRA to get to you.
Yeah.
And it's like, who has the money to take that time off?
It's.
I mean, to me, like, I know they don't, and they're taking that risk anyways, and that is just like the most. And it's to get health care and to not pee in bottles, to get a fucking break.
Yeah.
It's insane. I've told you guys about my differences working on the West Coast versus the East Coast, simply because the West Coast hospitals are majorly unionized.
Yeah.
East Coast hospitals, not at all. And it's a hellscape.
It's funny because
narcissism at its extreme, oozing out your butthole.
We have unions in this country saved a lot in the early 1900s, right? But then they got completely they started like not demanding. It seems like I don't know. Not
Hi, Kels.
Do you know what like they had? They basically started getting employees such huge amounts of money. Like you can if you say you worked at a car plant in Detroit, you would get out of high school and start making like $75 an hour, like right away because of union, like, which is why one of those reasons why like fathers would get their sons jobs in those like plants and shit like that. But like it made the cars
a real union would nip that for nepotism.
Well, yeah,
though.
but it was the things that had been around for.
So it was like unions coming into old money kind of businesses and shit
things
like
that have been around forever, right? It's like that
unions. I agree with you. There's a dual side of coin, and so does Rhiannon. Like Rhiannon and I have talked about this a lot because of my duality of working on the West Coast versus the East Coast. Like it was crazy, and I have ultimately, this is just my opinion, I think unions are worth it.
Yeah, me too.
Even though they're not perfect.
No.
because just as one example, when I worked on the West Coast, unions will protect a shitty worker.
Yeah.
If they haven't done anything wrong, like kill a person or give a wrong med, if they just call in sick all the time because they don't like working, it'll protect their job
Yeah.
forever. And that is fucking finitely so infuriating because you have to cover their work. Patients don't go away because someone calls out sick because they don't feel like working. It just means everybody there gets to do your work for the day, which is terrible and it's selfish.
Yeah.
However, they do protect your rate of pay
Yeah.
and usually prevent nepotism heavily. Like, for instance, I did work at the hospital my mom worked at, but the amount of shit I went through to have a different boss,
Yeah.
nowhere, like in a different building than my mother, even though it
Yeah.
was still under the same hospital title, because they were, and my mom's worked there for 45 years, like she's a manager. No, she was harder on me than she was on any fucking RT
Yeah.
ever. Like,
But
she
you-
held me to such a
But
standard.
then nepotism, yeah. You
But
can't,
nepotism,
yeah.
you can't risk that shit, and that's like they will nip that. Whereas when I worked on the East Coast, it like I was paid 50% of what I was paid on the West Coast, and the cost of living was higher, and they could fire you because they didn't like you. They just could stop scheduling you,
That's
even
a
though you were a
state-
full-time employee
that's a
with
state thing too, like
with
yeah.
benefits
So my mother worked
because there was no protection.
She
like,
just
at
retired,
all.
and she was like, "Your mother." She worked till I think she's
My mom's
60.
still fucking working.
She'll be 67 here in June, and but she works at the post office.
Yeah.
All unions, and the problem with them isn't like you're talking about. It's the people who go in and take advantage of the system, and like are as soon as they get sick pay, they're out for a month and a half or something.
And
like
that's
that.
not unions' faults, though.
no,
Honestly,
yeah.
I think that's on employers. Like, there's
Yeah.
no fucking way an employer is unaware.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you have FMLA. It doesn't matter if union's protecting you. Like,
Yeah.
when you call in sick, you don't have to give a reason. But your employer knows how often you're calling out. Like,
But-
everyone's bitching. I had to cover that unit again. I'm tired. I had 12 vents, and that's illegal. Like, there's no fucking way you don't know.
Yeah.
And I honestly think employers have to take responsibility. And in some hospitals I've worked at, usually smaller ones where either they're understaffed or the staff is ancient and
Yeah.
doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah.
I've worked at some of those. Like, they just don't want to retire because they're bored. It'll be like they like the scapegoat.
Yeah.
Well, the union officer came in
Yeah.
and that's that. And
Well,
it's
that-
like,
yeah.
that doesn't mean you can't fire that person for not showing up for the past 3 months.
You have to think though that the problem with it is that when the unions like it's the thing you go, is it worth fighting over it, right? Because the unions can you say like bad
Yes.
cops, like when bad cops happen and they like get away with it, and the unions, they're like suspended with pay and stuff like that. And like
Is that
they
union?
invest-
I have no idea if
yeah,
that's
police
unions.
unions are.
Oh,
they're all-
okay.
Yeah. Police
know those
police departments in this country
I
have
don't hang out with a
real.
lot of cops.
I mean, I don't either, but I always say cops. I know it's not true for all
Yeah,
cops,
Rhiannon.
but
Rhiannon just said the same thing I did.
Yeah.
Falls on the employer too because it's on them to follow progressive discipline. And if they don't, then we have to hold companies to treat everyone equally.
Yeah.
I agree 100%.
Yeah.
And the problem is, like, I see a lot of the inside part because my mom's a boss with shitty employees protected by union. However, I get after my mom because she's way too nice.
Yeah.
Like, she doesn't write. She accepts
Yeah,
the
nice.
sob stories. She doesn't write them up
Yeah.
half the time, and she's like, "Well, I have to write them up 6 times in this amount of period, otherwise it doesn't count." And I'm like, "They called out 12 times." And she's like, "Well, this time their daughter, and this time," and I'm like, "You can't do that because,
Yeah.
like I said, especially on a night shift, because no manager sticks around for a night shift, so
Yeah.
you take it real personally. Like,
Yeah.
I guess on day shift sometimes managers will jump in and give a nice show of trying. On night shift, it's just like, sick you called out, you get the surgical unit as well as your unit.
Yeah.
And you're like, so if there's a code, which is someone's heart stops
Yep.
on the other side of the hospital, but I'm in my unit where I was assigned, I have to get there before anything happens.
And this is how people die.
Sick.
Yeah.
Stoked.
Yeah.
Real excited for this night. Thank you so much. Ass fuck.
I would say, Robo, I think that I feel like there's a contingency or a large contingency of police officers in this country
I do, Robo,
are-
I'm the same. Generalizing is
Yeah.
really rough.
who were bullies and were like, hey, how do I move on?
I didn't know that. Did you read what Rhiannon said? Police unions are so shitty they were kicked out of the AFL.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
So, the
They're not good. I mean,
No.
even in my I don't know if you've heard me tell this story. In my small town, Kettle Falls, I know I always say Kettle Falls. No one knows where the fuck it is, so it's not like I'm outing anything.
Yeah.
It's a population 1,200, like, white people town. It's nothing. Fuck. Our cop, we have one cop
Yep.
at all times. Like one works 12 hours, and then there's a second cop that works the night shift or whatever. We had one cop. It is also the cop who maintains like 5 counties, because that's the one city is like 5 counties.
Yep.
Huge fucking land spaces. And then also he's our school cop. The year after I graduated high school, he was arrested for screwing young teenage girls when he would pick them up on the streets at night. He'd convince them they
Yeah.
did something wrong
Yep.
and be like, well, if you suck my dick, I won't tell mom and dad. And the police chief of the side of the state covered for him, like in the smallest, like it happens on all scales. I completely understand there are good police officers out there. However, I would love to talk to more than just one of them, because personal experience doesn't really give you a good perspective of like
Yeah.
how are you staying in that, like how do you stay working in that
Yeah.
when it's so prevailing.
Yeah. I mean, it's racism, and we've seen how often do we find like cops who have been like they get caught like throwing white power symbols and shit like that, and do all the things that they do, and you just go, how are you like in this position? And you have, I mean, the shootings, the murders.
I met some
that-
too,
yeah.
Robo. I just haven't talked to him since like in years. I had some family members.
So my dad was an MP and
What's that?
military police. So it's like the cop of the army, right? And so
Oh.
there's you go back to my upbringing and then you combine that with Catholicism and you go, this is why anxiety is part of my being at this point. But
You know what's super weird
Yeah.
is, I've said this to chat before. I don't know if you've heard me say this, but like I am presenting white. I'm a little Olivey. I'm
Yeah.
Jewish, but like presenting
Yeah.
white. My whole family's pretty white. In never in my history of my conscious mind have I been told to call a cop if you feel unsafe, find a police officer, trust a cop.
Yeah.
No one's in trouble. Like none of my parents or cousins or anything is like in it bad with the law. But like even if you're not in it bad with the law, cops represent speeding tickets,
Yeah.
parking tickets, assholery, jaywalking. Like they're not there to protect and serve. They're there to catch you doing something on accident and
make-
take some of your money.
Yeah. So when I moved here, I moved to Colorado Springs, which is it's the exception to the rule in Colorado because it has 3 military bases, very, very conservative. I got pulled over more in 2.5 years there than I've been pulled over maybe once since moving this way up here. The cops there were all overly aggressive, and they're also all just trying to find fucking Air Force and Army guys, in town because
Yeah.
they'll pay a couple $100 and then they'll leave town a couple years later and they don't have to worry about it, right?
In Corpus, oh my god, when you get back, Robo, you have to tell me what that was like.
Yeah.
I've had just like friends of friends. Like my little sister has a best friend she grew up with who is now a trooper. I think he's a state trooper.
Yeah.
But he, for the past 3 years, has been like trying to find a new career, like trying to go into something else, simply because he doesn't like the more he looks into it and listens to the people he works with, he's like, I really am steeped in something that is so racially biased
Yeah.
and so gross. I mean, he's the one that told me ages ago. And then I heard this statistic recently on one of the late night hosts, and I watch all of them, so I can never quote exactly which one it was. It was in the past week. But they were talking about how it's over 94% of prosecuting attorneys in the United States of America are white men.
Yep.
And so they went around just interviewing police officers, beat cops, which just interviewing randomly, not in a cruel way. But one of them said this, like without being prodded or anything. They were like, well, yeah, I'm more likely to arrest someone black because why would I arrest someone who's not going to get prosecuted? Prosecuted.
Prosecuted.
That's
Yep.
the word.
Yep.
Prosecuted, because that's a waste of money on the department, because I had to do all that paperwork. So they paid me to do something that ultimately didn't end up in money for the department.
Yeah. It's the
Like they, in different words, they said that. And it reminds me of medicine. It's like, why provide preventative medicine when a heart surgery gives us so much money?
Yeah.
But it's racist and gross.
So there was I've been on
Cheers to not being racist. I
Yeah.
love that you show up, Rhiannon, because it's honestly like, I love, me. I'm very pro. I'm pro the protecting the people and not the employer. Fuck that bitch.
So I've been on a jury once in my life.
Cheers.
In Colorado Springs, actually, as we talk about this. And it was a middle-aged white man who was accused. He had a girlfriend, a black girlfriend with 2 kids that were probably, I think they were, when this trial was happening, were 16 and 14 or something like that. And he was accused of going into their room at night and rubbing his dick on their feet. I kid you not. And so This is a white male
I don't want to be
with
alive anymore.
with 2 black kids who, yeah,
How does
knives.
race come into it at all, though?
Because, well, this is what I'm saying.
Okay, keep going.
So the
Sorry, that just
trashier white half of the jury wanted evidence that he did it, and we're like, you have testimony of 2 kids and the mother. But
What
that was
fucking evidence are you looking for? Footprints?
Yeah, I mean, dick prints on the bottom of their feet. Yeah, so
I mean, this is our racist
yeah,
baby.
yeah.
Our baby's racist, just like years
Yeah,
ago. What
yeah.
the fucking
So,
fuck hell?
this we went.
Is
sat
this a
in-
horror movie you watched? Are you
no,
sure?
this was my. This is Rod life in real life. So we debated for a day and a half, and the white trashy people in the jury would not convict this dude because there wasn't evidence. And I was like, doesn't matter that you guys, there's a white
Cheers,
dude
Kinger.
and black, kids, and then dude, they fucking it was like a 16-year-old or 14-year-old. These motherfuckers are like in high school or near high school, and they're going into a courtroom and telling you this dude did this. You know how embarrassing that is? You know how fucking like
Do you know how much courage it
Yeah,
comes
yeah,
forward
exactly.
to tell your mom, like,
Yeah.
hey, mom,
yeah.
your husband may or may not be rubbing his dick on my feet at night.
And
Yeah. As a molested child who was not believed, it's a rough consequence when
Dad-
it goes not your way.
Dead Cal.
What the fucking fuck?
I hated Colorado Springs. You could tell. I mean, Katie and I became friends pretty quickly. I was there 2.5 years and made no real friends. In 2.5 years, me, who makes friends everywhere I go. And so, yeah.
Brianna's just taking off. I was just saying, I love you. I love you.
Have a good one, friend.
We're gonna plan a camping trip or something. I just have to see. Like, I'm just waiting. I hate to say it. I'm waiting for fires.
Fire.
It's like this is our windy season when they all light up. So it's like
We
if a
don't-
lot happen right now, we can kind of gauge how bad this summer will be.
It's
A
I mean,
little.
We'll start getting rain here pretty soon, and then it's just like when the rain stops and how far into the summer the rain stops, and then it dries out in the fall summer into the fall, and then
Why do white people miss the rain in Africa so much?
I don't know.
That's a question that haunts me in the middle of the night.
The
sometimes.
the Weezer cover of that song is fucking dope. That song is
The
even
original's still so much
I
better
know.
though.
but that whole album Weezer did was great with the covers.
It was okay.
I liked it.
It was okay. I love Weezer. Like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Some of Weezer's, like the Red album, I think, is one of my favorite
Yeah.
albums. Like, they make some dank music. But some of those covers, I felt like they just like took away a lot of the complex
Yeah.
sound that makes it good,
and made it
and made it kind of like
alt rock
2-bit,
Weezer. It's because Weezer's
which
never.
is it's their style, right?
They've never been a complicated band. They're very alt
and more
rocky.
power to them.
Yeah.
Like, just not my flavor. Like,
Yeah.
I love that people enjoy it. Like, do your thing. There were a couple good ones on there. I remember.
Dude, Blue album with saying it so.
Because
it's so-
Toto sang that song. Who
That's-
I don't even know who that is though. I don't think I was born for Toto years.
Toto just. I mean, that was
I'm
their
only
one.
I'm a youth.
That was their one song. I think they didn't have any other songs, did they?
I don't know. I've literally like when I was in college, my sophomore year.
I don't know,
had a
Greg.
Friend,
I mean, Blake.
he was like 5 foot, and he was an engineering major. And in high school, he played fucking band flute. So when he'd get fucking blitzed, blackout drunk, he'd lay on his back with his eyes closed and play miraculous flute. It was incredible, hilarious. Where was I going with this? Wait. Oh, and one time. We'd already been friends. Like the first year, none of us were in the same dorm. Second year, we all made sure we were all congregated, so we
Yeah.
could just be binge drinking all the time, basically. And I heard from his room, fucking the Rains in Africa song coming out of his flute. And I was like, A, Jake is drunk. B, what the fuck is this beautiful song?
Yeah.
But ever since then, the only time it's just like very white people singing it badly at bars. I just don't know. I don't know who Toto is. Like,
Yeah.
that's it. That's all I got for that song.
Yeah.
But
Blake,
the flute was amazing.
I always have to say that,
Robo, I wouldn't doubt it
that-
anyway.
the flute and the pussy never made any sense to me. That because it seems like it would be super uncomfortable, like all those like levers and valves and like.
They're hella easy to push. They're like featherlight.
I know, but like, would that going into your vagina not? Feel
Oh,
weird?
you mean
Yeah.
like fuck? Well,
Yeah.
I think there's a portion of one of the ends where you don't have buttons. Like maybe there's the lip bump,
Yeah.
but I mean you've seen a vagina. Like
Yeah.
they can take a pound.
Yeah.
And they're so thin.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't no. I mean, I don't believe in big dick energy. Shit is bullshit. Big dicks scare me. But like a flute is like this big around,
Yeah.
and
I'm just more thinking of the buttons and shit. Like, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna be real with you. I've seen thousands in the hospital. I've never seen a dick that tiny.
Yeah.
That like thin, like spaghetti thin as a flute. So like, there's room for buttons, is what I'm saying.
We have
This is a strange thing to think about late at night, but I'm here.
There was a couple that we used to hang out.
Hello, Ayasmari. Welcome. Elbel's one of my favorite people in the whole world. She
She's
went to
wonderful.
rest.
Yes.
I always encourage streamers after they raid, like, please don't feel pressure to stay for 15 minutes. You're exhausted. I get it. We stream.
Yeah.
Streamer. We fucking tired. Like, go get some water. On that note, hydrate.
Hydrate. We should probably take a break too.
Oh,
We've been going over 2 hours again.
Yes. Let's take a break.
The ads don't pile up.
I know. Well, I think it's every 2 hours, but we are going to get in pre-roll territory.
Yeah.
Guys, it's 420, which is such a dumb, arbitrary number. It has such a stupid story behind it. I won't even waste my time Googling it anymore. Kids, California, weed, 420.
I don't know how long we're going, Robo. I think we're going to go till we go.
It's you. I just want to make sure you feel safe
I
driving home.
used half of a day of vacation, so I have extra vacation to not go in right away, so I'm not in a hurry to leave. I
We'll
mean, you could kick
chit-chat
me
about
out.
it.
I mean, you could kick me out whenever you want, but
No, I started late mainly because I knew we'd be smoking insane amounts of weed, and I would not be able to function after stream. Like, I'm literally just going to, like, flop down the hallway into my bed. Like, I've smoked already almost 3 bowls, which is
a lot for you in a stream.
triple
Yep,
for me
yep.
in a stream already.
You usually do one bowl and then, like, nurse it, right? So.
I'm a little squinty-eyed right now. I can feel it. My eyes feel a little swolled. It's fine. But I planned things. But yeah, we'll take a break, take the pups out,
Yeah.
stretch our legs. I highly encourage all of you to stretch your legs and, like, stand up and just, walk in a circle every couple of hours. It's good to get circulation going. That's good for you. Pendragon, no, but I did find the correct torch for it. I looked on Amazon, short story. I looked on Amazon at the torch I thought I was going to get, and like the top comment was, does not work for a grav bong or a dab
Yeah.
to heat it, because it was like an electric little static thing. So I found an actual like grav torch specifically built to have the power to blow through a bowl and light the whole bowl on fire, as opposed to just sitting on the top like a lighter. But I couldn't get overnight shipping, so it should be here sometime this week. The stupid Easter holiday, unfortunately, kind of stupid. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry if anyone celebrates. The Easter holiday delayed shipping. Hopefully people got days off to spend with their family, religious or not.
Yeah. Zombie Jesus fucked up Amazon.
Celebrate what you want, but I hope you got a day off from work. I don't care if my shit is delayed. You deserve a day off. They are treated horribly. Working from home is great. It has its pros and cons. I miss humans sometimes. Very, very infrequently. Tomorrow's a holiday? What holiday? Ooh, tell me. I'll be right back. I will start music. Go ahead. I'll be there. You can let the dogs in the yard, I think. I have the option to work 3 days a week from home. Do you still take advantage of that? I'm glad you do. Full moon this year, so it was werewolf Jesus. Ooh, sexy. Wasn't it like a pink moon? I saw something on the news about it being some special moon. You know, when it like reflects weird light. Hell yes, I would too. Honestly, like, people don't wash their hands after they make pee-pee poo-poo time. And like, that's weird. You know what I'm saying? It's bizarre. I'll be back. I'm a little high. Sorry if my thinking is just thoughts. Just ignore me for a minute. You can actually hear my silver keys. That's pretty astounding with this mic. It's because I turned the fucking threshold down so far. Those are silent linear keys, by the way. Well, linear. Silent, questionable, but linear for sure. I build keyboards. I'm a nerd. Don't judge me. I'm trying to find you DMCA free music. That's not terrible. It's a channel. Here we go. Bastion's always a good... like, nobody gives a fuck, right? Nobody does. You've had 3 bowls. That's a lot of weed for me. People think I smoke a ton of weed, but I honestly, like... I think it just looks like that. I really do nurse 1 bowl. Maybe during the stream I'll have 2. Maybe. But, goddamn, that's a lot of THC. I don't want to get inebriated, but it's fucking 420. I'm gonna go get a water. I'll be right back. Be Good. Take your joy and stuff if you haven't. If you're a night one. The night joy takers. I've got I put chat up twice so Rod could actually read it because I put chat on the far monitor. It's a little messy, but I'm being nice. It's fine. Tell someone. I can be nice. It happens.
I'm trying to figure out how Katie does things, but I am back. Okay, we're there. Where's the music? That's the next. Oh, there it is. There it is. What the fuck? We are back. Or I'm back. Katie is going to do something, and she'll be back momentarily. I've been given uncontrollable power once again. Mwahaha. Oh, ha ha ha. I mean, it's the whole like getting two people on a directional mic robo is just not easy. I think we're doing a good job, but we are here doing it. So, what the fuck? What up, Mag? Did you just get here, Mag? Everyone run. I know the audio. Katie, I mean, I just the years of like whatever. If you do too much of the marijuanas, you take 5 marijuanas, Katie turns into a rod. Yeah, like I am like 30 minutes south of Zeke and Katie. Denver's fucking awesome, man. It is beautiful here. It is cool shit here. It is but it's a lot, man. It's expensive here. There is a lot going on in this town. The real estate market here is fucking bonkers. And it's all, I mean, Austin is I always call Austin the Boulder of the South, kind of. It's like Boulder and Austin always seem like kind of similar cities to me. So, yeah, God damn it, Greg. I've thought about, Greg, putting my stream and getting rid of the green screen, but I would have to move my desk around to make it like more feasible, which I may look at doing in the near future, but I haven't done it yet because I
just take pictures of my eyes. They're so red. I'm very high. I don't know if it comes up on stream, but goddamn.
I saw it. Yeah, you could really tell in those pictures. Holy fuck, yeah, that one's real.
Yeah, that's just the bathroom lighting. It's like terrible.
The
It's
green,
just stark ass white lighting.
Yeah, the white lighting with all that, and Katie looks like this is your brain on drugs. The ad.
This is my brain on drugs.
I mean,
I have been where edibles are always worse. I didn't take the edibles, but honestly, I knew I'd be smoking high. I think tomorrow I'll try an edible. What's tomorrow? Thursday?
Tomorrow is Thursday. Yep.
So we'll do an edible at the beginning of stream and see when the fuck that kicks in, and it's fun.
Yep. Yeah, we've decided we're going for another hour-ish.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Yeah, we figured we go another hour because that's usually when Zach starts to get hangry.
Hungry needs some.
And that's just
foods.
a personal choice. I just don't want to deal with a hanger. And this kid, I mean,
I eat.
Y'all know, normal people eat.
Yep. I eat
it's
like.
It's not me.
It's not. I mean.
Normal people.
You also trained yourself to eat like once a day, right? Like it's. I think
it came from working at the hospital, honestly. Yeah. Like, if you try to have meals, you're going to be strongly disappointed.
Yeah.
You're going to end up with a lot of leftover food to bring home at the end of the day.
Man, I love leftovers, but yeah, I understand that. It's,
well, usually what you bring to work is already leftovers. So you're bringing home trash at this point. Like, it's thawed out. It's sat on a counter for 12 hours because you did not get a chance to put it in a fridge. Like, it's a bad time.
It's the whole, like, I will, Knives.
I see those cheerses. Give me one sec.
Knives, I really wanted to go to TwitchCon this year, and I haven't decided, but I don't know if enough people that I want to be there with are going to be there, right? It's like...
I think as your first year, this is not the year.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, honestly, that goes for everybody. Like, if this was going to be your first TwitchCon, you just would not get the same experience that we all talk so highly of.
I did one BlizzCon, and I had a blast with it. BlizzCon itself wasn't that fucking... It's like, you're like doing a cover for an album now.
I don't know if y'all... I just clipped it. What is it called? Cropped.
You cropped it, yes. Katie is working on her album's artwork at this point.
My eyes feel swollen. some pot I smoked today.
Yeah,
And it's-
Knife said it. Make your Twitter banner. That's like the kind of what I was going with it. That would be a good.
You think? Let's see if it looks good. Well, on mobile, does it look the same? If I set it on mobile, does
I
it
think
matter?
so. Yeah. If you go
I'm
back,
scared to open my pictures in front of Rod. Hold on, I'm friends
I'm-
with the neighbor.
are those stone eyes? I mean, stone eyes. Katie, a stone. No. Where would you ever get the idea that Katie loved
The
weed?
devil's latest.
The devil's lettuce. How? How? Oh man, Knives. You're always welcome to come hang out in Denver. I have a spare bedroom. Knives, you are more than welcome to come stay in my bedroom. One of my spare bedrooms. Not my bedroom. I mean, there's not enough room on that bed for me, let
It is
alone.
a huge house for 2 people. It's wild, but they want babies.
We're never gonna have them, but we did want babies
It
for a long
happens
time.
when you're not expecting it. Like,
We haven't
the
been-
moment you decide, oh, we're dinks, bitch is gonna get knocked up with triplets.
I mean, well, the scary part is that her aunts are twins, right? And so it's the when you like that's doesn't that like skip a generation? Like it's like twins are like every
It's
other
okay.
generation
in
thing.
my family, that actually happens.
Yeah.
It's like a wives' tale. But
Yeah.
if I like in my family, literally, I have aunts that are twins,
Yeah.
and then some cousins that are twins. Every other generation, for some
Yeah.
reason, pops some twins.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's everybody. Correct me if I'm
Woohoo!
wrong, my dudes. I don't think it is.
Poet's Plight 47 with 14 months.
Bitch! Cheers, happy. Dude, guys, I'm putting it
I-
as my band. I'm trying to put it as my
Knives-
banner. Just give me 1 sec.
Knives, I don't ever expect anyone to like they don't need to like leave a logbook if they stay with me. I mean, Vile stayed with me for 3 days or whatever when he was here. So I'm always try to be
Logbook?
a log. You know how they have like those
How old are you?
like B&Bs and shit like that have those.
How rich are you?
I've never been to a B&B. I watch TV and that's where they do it there, like a ledger. Yeah, like kind of like when you go to a wedding. You know how you sign a registry, not a registry, but like the event thing. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But I think
Hell. There we go. Sorry, I fucked the picture up. I'm here.
so. Mel clipped a couple Rod faces recently, and I've added them to my emotes. And Greg's been doing
Oh, fuck yes.
wild things with them. Wild things with them.
Great as Nate. Oh, that's okay, Honeybee. I mean, normally I never stream this late. Honestly, it's just because I knew I'd be so fucking high, I wouldn't be able to function after stream.
Yep.
So I had to get all, like, my dog's walk and, like, shit out of the way in the beginning of the day.
Yep.
So that after stream, I don't have to depend on myself to be an adult.
Yep.
Like, pay a bill, because that wouldn't happen.
I worked half a day and then headed up and
Jeff!
yeah.
Thank you for the resub. Oh, my soundboard doesn't work right now because GoXLR is being a douche, but I love you. Hail. Do a man voice.
Hail Satan!
Thank you. We tried.
I might hit puberty someday.
Effort was there.
Someday.
You know what? Your balls sag as you get older, so like embrace your tiny ones right now.
Yeah. I mean,
Not that I'm implying, but like
my balls are normal sized. I think.
I don't think there's normal. I really think it's body temperature.
Yeah.
Like if you are just run insanely hot, they have to pull further away from your body, so
Yeah.
you will have bat wings.
I'm a freeze baby, so I don't know if that means I'm cold all the
What does that
time. Which
mean?
like I'm cold constantly, so I wonder if my body runs like
That's me.
colder.
I don't know what it means,
Yeah.
honestly. Like people just make fun of me and say put clothes on, and I hate it. Stop telling me to put clothes on. Do you see how many clothes I have on? I'm cold.
Nice try, Rod.
I'm not bitter. You're bitter.
You're bitter. I mean, it was Mayo. Katie and I had been looking for something to do like as a co-stream for a while, and we finally like was like 420 would be fun. I can't partake, but I could come, hang out and just laugh and do
Braided his
go.
hair.
Yeah, she braided my hair. I brought my dinosaur costume, but we didn't go down that route today because of the puppies.
Tell 'em- yeah.
Because we just wanted to
For
make sure
legit reasons.
the puppies weren't like losing their goddamn mind if I was running around in an inflatable T-Rex costume. But
I was honestly, you guys know how my dogs are tall enough to jump on my shoulders and they like scratch my tits all the time.
Yep.
I was like, I'm afraid they might accidentally pop it. Like even if they know it's you inside
Yep.
and they're excited.
Yep.
I don't want your first visit to be destroying the Rex.
the T-Rex.
That would be a terrible day, and it's just because they're puppies and they have nails. Like they're dumb. They would have eaten you, right? Like out of enjoyment. Like they've never been afraid of anything like that. They would have been stoked.
Katie, I don't think it gets that high on a regular basis, Greg. But if any day was gonna be it, today.
Today would have been it.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I usually like when I'm busy, when I'm actually physically busy, like doing stuff, like walking my dogs, I don't smoke pot at all.
Yeah.
It's usually when I'm sitting to enable me to sit and calm my brain down a little bit.
Yeah.
But if I'm like up and going, I don't even think about it. I just kind of am like, get my shit done. Go, get your list done. You have shit to do. Rod needs to come over. You have to shower. You're disgusting. You smell like sweat. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's the whole. I think that your OCD comes through when you're not like doing that, right? You're like, oh, gotta be, because you talk about like that's how you keep yourself busy, right? And it's just,
it's like a, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's like a evolution.
Yeah.
Like what, if, for lack of a better word, what would be like a, hi Bubba. What's the word for it I'm looking for?
an
Not an evolution. Adaptation. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like adapting to your surroundings,
Yeah.
kind of.
Well, I mean that's, and I'm assuming you got shit for not doing shit growing up, also, right? You probably got shit for like, oh, you're not being productive or you're not doing anything. Because I got shit like that all the time. It's like,
It was if you weren't moving,
Yeah.
you were lazy.
yeah,
So like sitting, even if you were reading a book,
yep,
why aren't you outside doing something?
Yeah.
Why aren't you being physical? Like it was just you had to hide.
Yeah.
Like I literally would go to my basement. I think you've seen that picture. I've shown
Yeah.
it on stream. That picture of me in my basement playing Fable.
yeah,
And I'm 16. I have a piece of, or 18. I don't know when the game came out. I have like a piece of cheese on my head, and I'm looking like this because one of my siblings came down and took a picture of
Yeah.
me playing a video game, and I was like, "Don't tell mom," because I was sitting and it was like daylight.
no,
God forbid.
it's the same thing with work though.
Do you need something to do?
yeah.
If you can lean, you can clean.
Where-
Your leg's broken.
If you tell someone that you don't have anything to do, you're like, you're just asking for trouble, right?
Only the boring are bored.
Yep.
I could go on for fucking ever, my
There's-
dudes. The superlatives are deep within my soul.
Yeah, we've been Zeke, we've been going back and forth with it, and I think it's I think a lot of it has been her GoXLR updated software when she started the stream, and it's been,
We're having a bad time.
yeah, it's
Literally right at the beginning of stream, GoXLR froze, tried to run an update, said no update available, and I had to restart the whole thing, and now
Yep.
none of my buttons work.
yeah,
But like I've restarted it multiple times. It's just every time I restart it, it just freezes a lot. It tries to go not responding, and then it's responding, and then not responding, and then responding. I had a witness.
yeah, it was
Hello.
not fun.
You trying to get to the man?
What is my brand of professionalism, Greg? I'm starting to think I really have to make Greg a mod for me because of how much he busts my balls. Like it's,
Oh, is that like necessary?
I
I
think
usually
so.
most of my mods I've made mods either out of desperation or because they said something so funny I couldn't not.
yeah. I mean,
Like I was like, help me.
maybe it could use their power of like harassing me for good, you know? Maybe.
I tried edibles for the first time last week. Delta's 8 CBD by Cake. And I have to say to anyone with gastric problems like me, these are great and I recommend. Really? Can I ask like what form was it like something like a cookie or was it a sucky candy or a gummy candy? Cuz for me personally, I've noticed the only edibles that I even feel regardless of dose, I have to suck on them and make most of it like absorbed sublingually. Look at her trying to get to you.
Lilith is literally.
Someone's a whore for men. It's fine.
Aw.
I'm just a bridge to a
And-
dick.
God, look at this glare we're getting.
No, he's happy. He does that all the
Oh,
time.
does he?
He's the type of dog where he doesn't need to be constantly a pet.
Yeah.
He'll just sit like that to watch you do something.
You are turning into Scott, Greg. Just you're way further away than Scott.
Like if Zach's cooking, he'll just sit at the edge of the kitchen like a gentleman and stare at him. He just has to watch what you're
Yeah.
doing. He just wants to like be part of it,
Yeah.
but not like be part of it, you know?
We always say
Ooh,
that
gummy bears. Nice.
we always say that Gizmo has FOMO because he has to be around everything, and like, yeah, it's like, and if he doesn't, he like fears he's missing something. Yeah.
This bitch.
Yeah.
She does it. That's stream. I mean, that's why she starts crawling all over me and like headbutting my mic, because she's like, the attention is for me now.
She just said, "Yeet your phone, Mom. I want, you can't be on your phone. You are the sweetest little girl in the world." Yes.
She really is, but
And there's a trick in between my legs now, and we are covered in poodles. Greg, I'm gonna need pictures of you as a fat child. Can you get those to me in the near future?
Are you needy?
I need fat pictures of you as a child, and we'll go from there.
Wait, what? How can we? Wait,
I'm just using the Scott things. Like we have Fat Scott, right?
but that's like self-implied. Scott is the one obsessed with Scott. No one else gives a fuck about Scott. Like no one makes Scott a vegan trail runner that weighs 90 pounds.
Yeah.
Scott is obsessed with Scott. Like he looks like a normal fucking kid to me. I was like, if that's fat, what was I? I had some cheeks. Let me tell you, my cheeks were so big when I was little because my skull.
Yeah.
That it would close my eyes, and my
Yeah.
brothers would say horrible racist terms at me.
Oh,
like, 'cause
God. Oh,
my
God,
eyes would
yeah.
completely shut if I smiled. Like
Yeah.
fat cheeks. It was
yeah.
a terrible time.
So when
I'm just saying.
when Megan's jaw broke, they didn't like they were offering to like fix her cheekbones and stuff, and her mom was like, "No, you can't do it," and they wouldn't let. Like it was going to be part of the surgery with a recovery, and they wouldn't. She wouldn't, and she goes, "I used to have high." She really used to like her cheekbones, and but
They
yeah.
changed her cheekbones.
like they when they, I think
Broke her jaw,
when they
reset
broke,
it?
yeah, it like lowered her cheekbones. I think. I don't know.
Weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Zach had a weird ass surgery because he had like, I don't know if he had surgery. A friend of mine had the same thing as him, but actually had her jaw broke and
Yeah.
everything. It was like the canine teeth were on top of all the other teeth and up high.
Yeah.
And Zach only had braces. Correct me if I'm wrong, Zeke, but I had a friend growing up who had to have her jaw broken to have those teeth like put back because it was something about like,
Yeah.
there was no room or I don't know what the fuck it was.
Yeah.
It was wild though. I mean, it was wild shit. I'm not the
Yeah.
only person who's had a broken jaw, my dudes. Lilith is such a like I was actually I told Rod this story earlier today. This was a couple weeks ago. I woke up like 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, whatever. And I'm like stretching. And usually at nighttime, Lilith will sneak up on the bed at some point. Even if we've banished them to the ground, like when I'm passed out, she will sneak up like a ghost in the night. It's miraculous.
Yeah.
So I always wake up with her on me of some kind. So I wake up and she's in between us. And before I stretch or anything to do anything to let the dogs like know I'm awake, I like open my eyes a little and I look over and Zach is completely comatose passed out because my alarm doesn't do shit. And she is actively like dolphin petting herself with his unconscious hand.
It's like I need
For a
love.
while.
I need
Yeah.
love.
Like you've been asleep for 2 hours, it's too much because Zach goes to sleep pretty late. But I just watched it as long as I could, which was probably like a couple seconds. But for me, it was minutes because I just woken up and I was like,
Am I dreaming?
she is so fucking desperate to get pet. Like, she will find an unconscious hand to stroke her own head with while she's sleeping.
Speaking of, look at this boy. He's down here, like, okay, you can pet me.
Right? It's the sweetest psychopath ever. Like, how can you be mad, but also, what is wrong? What happened?
Yeah. It's those creepy movies where people like go into someone's apartment like while they're sleeping, and they wake up with them next to them, and it's like, ah.
It's like the serial cuddlers.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't rape me. What did he do, ma'am? He crawled in bed and spooned me.
Yeah.
Do you know him? No!
There's a New York City that has the cuddle
He rubs
cuddle
those
meets.
own ribs?
Gizmo pets himself, but
That's
it's
precious.
usually his penis, and he's like, jerking it because he's Gizmo. Gizmo's a little pervert. That's why he has we have a red rocket emote.
And how long do you watch this?
I mean, I just laugh at it. Like, I don't like get aroused to it.
Could you, just give us a shot how many minutes go by before you turn your attention to something else?
Well, he usually figures out you're watching him and then like looks at you with judgmental eyes that we've interrupted his like activity. Yeah, see? Red Rocket. Gizmo Red Rocket. And that's why that's a thing.
Interesting.
Gizmo's a little pervert and he has a I do not give him a nice shake, Greg. I do not shake the baby.
The Red Rocket's fantastic.
Yeah.
Honestly, Trick doesn't get it anymore. Like, once we fixed him at a year, 6 months, whenever
Yeah.
you fix him. And then, they still hump each other all the time, but you saw it earlier.
Yeah.
It's not sexual
It's
at all.
domination,
Like,
yeah.
It's horribly, it's
Yep.
just domination. Like, they hump each other's back leg,
Oh, let's figure out what we're gonna eat.
basically. Dude, that's on you. I don't ever want to eat. Like, the only reason I eat is because Zach has said, I care about this, and I respect that.
Zeke, if you want pizza or burgers, I don't care. I'll eat whatever. I'm on this wild ride with
I vote burger. I don't know. I was gonna say one, but I really don't care. I don't want to sway you guys. I'd eat either.
I am not picky. I will eat whatever.
Hi, Bubba.
These boys and they're eating.
Eat. I mean,
When I look at it, like break it down into what a normal person eats, like I don't know where to fit it in my day. Like I've literally looked at it and been like your normal, quote unquote, that's obviously very subjective, but like your average human supposedly wakes up in the morning, prepares, cooks, eats, cleans up a meal, and then goes to work or does something, and then does that again multiple times in a day. Like, where the fuck does it go? I don't have that time there.
Yeah.
It doesn't exist in my 24 hours right now. My 24 hours are pleasantly filled. I'm in no way, like, suffering.
I think I'm always like,
I don't think we have Whataburger. I think that's mainly Texas.
I go, what can I do during my workday to get away with doing something else besides working? And eating is often a very good idea for that.
I watched a lot of YouTube.
They blocked YouTube on my like work computers for a long time. They
What?
When we started working from home, they
YouTube
blocked
is
them.
quite educational, I'm just saying.
Well, they blocked it. So they blocked it and unblocked it several
I bet.
times since I started working there because at one point people were watching music videos all day on there. Like that was instead of like things like Spotify. And now they have Spotify on all our computers, but
I mean, I put on music videos, but I'm not watching them.
yeah.
People do not assume anyone can multitask.
Yeah.
I think that's the key because, like, probably some idiot couldn't
Yeah.
and was like, but the Britney Spears came on. Britney Spears is pregnant. Like, what year is this?
She's 40, yeah.
What
and
year is it?
yeah. It's 2022.
Is anyone checking on her?
I mean,
firmly believe someone, like, she deserves her freedom. She can do whatever the fuck she wants with everything. But, like, does she have a friend or a loved one to be like, hey,
no, we learned what her loved ones did with her,
You do.
and that's how we got into this
does she have a
equation.
real loved one?
I don't know, man.
I mean, me neither. I ain't judging.
the guy that got her pregnant is like in his 20s.
I
So
think he's a dancer, which, I mean,
Yeah.
more power to her. I don't think age is really a thing, but
it's just it's not.
what year is it?
I think it's 2022.
I'm finding most people
2022.
can't multitask or think critically. They're more like cows. Do you think they can't, or they've been enabled to not have to, so it's like a laziness? Like maybe unintentional laziness, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like not like they're seeking to be a piece of shit, but like no one. When I was a kid, I mean, my mom, I fucking hated doing homework with my mother.
Yep.
Bless her heart. My mom would never just give me an answer or show me where something was in a book. She'd be like, all right. And she'd get her glasses and get a notepad. And she'd be like, let's sit down and figure this out. And she'd sit here with my book and quiz me on shit. And I would get so fuming mad with her.
I don't want this. Yeah, just tell me.
However, I'm so goddamn grateful she did it for what good it did. I mean, mostly it just resulted in us fighting. But it was like critical thinking skills.
Yeah.
But it's so much easier just to Google it nowadays.
I mean, we talk about it all the time. You learn things all your life, and you build foundations, right? But then you get to the point where you learn shit just to learn. I mean, college is a expedition in can you follow through with something. That's why I say like I've learned way more in the real world than I ever did in college. It's can you go in and say you're going to do something, and I think I don't know if it's worth the amount of money they charge you for it, and it's not. But like, it's
like a rite of passage. Like, are you either rich or willing to sign away debt?
Yeah. I don't even know how much debt we're in from the wife's student loans. I think I'm going to be paying them until like I'm 60 at this point.
Mine
Like,
were until I was 67.
Yeah.
And my loans would have gone up by a quarter. It's just, I don't think so either. Like, honestly.
Kurt! That's my little brother.
Hello, little brother. I would have gone, if I could redo it, I wouldn't take away going to college because, I mean, it did give me a good career and it gave me a lot of amazing education. I wouldn't take back. However, if I could go back, I would remove my stupid, ignorant, young self-stigma against going to a community college, and I would go to a fucking community college. My education was not only, like, an eighth of the price, it was 8,000 times better.
Yeah.
It was so exceptionally better for multitudes of reasons I could go on about every day. But I went to the university and did a chemistry degree, and then I decided to go medicine, but my university didn't do human medicine. They weren't human medicine focused, so I had to go to the fucking technical school or the community college to do A&P, and I was like, I've learned more in the past 6 days than I learned in the past 6 years at the university. What the fuck is going on? And for me personally, it was like small class sizes. Your class sizes were like a high school class size, if not smaller, like 30 kids or less,
Yeah.
versus 300.
I
And the students were usually older.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like old, like sometimes you'd have an 80-year-old in your class who's just like living it up and taking some classes for fun. But most of the time it was like older women and men in their 30s and stuff who were like, you know, had kids too early or something and kind of fucked around or whatever, and they're trying to get an education, so they're very serious and they're
Yeah.
paying for it out of fucking pocket.
yeah, it's the whole like
So they don't fuck around, and if you fuck around, I had a woman she'd stab me with a pen. She'd be like, Katie, put your phone down, we're learning. I was like, bitch, all right.
I think there's a
She
problem.
was a mother.
There's a problem too. Like, one, I've said this for a long time now. I think that there is the disconnect between going to high school, going directly to college, and going pick what you want to do for the next 40 years, with no like experience in the real world. You don't know. You're just like a fucking.
Why do we think 18-year-olds are adults?
They're not. I mean, you're an idiot until your brain's changing until 25, right? Like, I think that there should be some kind of like.
Thank you, Zach. Pizza's on its way.
Nice. I think that if we made people go out and do community service for a year, do something. South Korea does this. Like Switzerland,
They do
like
that for most master's programs,
Yeah.
which is bizarre.
Yeah.
Like, I had to do it. Well, I didn't have to, but my sister as well, because she did her undergrad, and I did my undergrad. And then when she went to law school,
Yeah.
they encouraged her, like, we actually take you more seriously if we see you took a couple gap years
Yeah.
and you still want to come back.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, what my parents said, which I honestly agreed with at the time, was keep the momentum. Stay in school and don't take a break because you don't want to relax, because you'll never go back.
I think you're getting some Zeke dick after I'm gone, but there's gonna be pizza, and they're gonna shove pizza in my mouth and go, Rod, get out, get out.
I mean, yeah, there's a reason we don't invite people over.
I mean, I know
We have Black Widows. Speaking of that, do you want to feed Knives, the bitch?
Yeah, let's feed Knives.
He's nocturnal, so this is perfect.
Yeah.
Do you want to give him a rundown of the cute little toad, and I'll grab him?
Yes. Well, I mean, what am I?
General, like, you know, he's tiny, not a spider.
Yes, Knives is so Katie got Knives. She ordered some plants from what's the website called?
Josh's Frog.
Josh's Frogs, which gets talked about on Clint's Reptiles all the time.
Love them.
But and when the plants got here, there was a tadpole in them, right? And you raised it, and it became Knives the bitch.
It was an abronia, which is like an air plant that
Yeah.
holds water in its leaves. And it had a little jelly egg in it, and I was like, I know that's a frog egg because I'm a child that lived near ponds. Of course I caught frog eggs as a child. So I knew exactly what it was, but I was like, I don't know what it is. Let's put it in a bowl.
Okay, so we have to get these things.
No, don't worry about it first. I got to figure out the camera angle and shit first. You good. No
Cool.
rush. You talk.
No to rush. No. So
It's going to stink like a swamp. Don't be freaked out.
where's the boy?
He's so cute. Hello.
Where's he at?
He's in his log.
Oh, he's
It's
inside.
more important for them to see him than you. Sorry.
Oh, I know. No, I was just looking. That's all.
So, Knives the bitch, because he's still a baby, he has to maintain, like, a very moist environment. So I keep him in a tub like this. It's just
Yep.
the best to, like, control airflow and water. And also, he's a species of animal that quite literally they bury themselves in mud 9 months of the year. So you're not going to see him. A tank would be a waste. So he loves it in here. But I'll give you a good view of him. But he will jump out from under this log to get his whatever we feed him. He'd go for my finger right now. Like, they'll bite your finger off. They're crazy.
Are you scared of frogs, Robo? They're not. I mean,
No, he's so cute.
he is pretty adorable. His eating is fucking epically cool.
He's right. Where's the camera? There's the live. He's right there. So he's not very big, but he will get big. And you'll see he's a very aggressive eater.
I don't think there are a lot of
Let me see. Can I
Things-
just hang it there?
you think of like African animals. You don't think of like small animals, right? You think of giant shit, like, you know.
And he does. He will
Rhinos,
get this
hippos.
big. He'll get to about the size of a football. Eventually, like, they get enormous, but they're what we call what would you call it? An opportunistic hunter.
Yeah.
So they don't hunt, they don't move, they just get hella fat, live in mud,
Yeah.
and wait for a rat to walk by. Like, that's their life. But he's super cute, and he lives right there, and I'm gonna get him a worm, and Rod's gonna give it to him.
I'm gonna feed the little dude. Yep. They kill skeeters. I mean, you know, one of the best things, Robo, about living in Colorado, there aren't any mosquitoes here.
Too windy.
They're like and not enough bodies of water, right? There's not enough bodies of water around.
Even when we get some, like, in the spring, sometimes like early summer, it'll get kind of wet and muggy, and you'll
Yeah.
get some mosquitoes. Within 6 hours, they're gone because it's way too fucking windy.
So the only place I've ever really seen mosquitoes around is so Wadsworth, where I work. There's Chatfield Reservoirs,
Yeah.
and so the bodies of water sitting there, and we used to
Yeah.
play softball over there, and so you would
Oh.
occasionally see one or two like at the softball fields,
Oh yeah.
and
We
yeah,
used to
so
do the soccer fields because this was in Washington where it does nothing but rain.
yeah,
But at the soccer fields they would flood,
yeah.
and there'd be we called them peepers.
Yeah.
Thousands of peepers everywhere.
Robo, so I grew up in Ohio, and I grew up with a river running through my backyard. So mosquitoes were just a constant way of life in like growing up in Ohio. And it's funny, man. Like,
That was Maryland. I mean, I
Yeah.
literally felt like I was just a food source.
Yeah.
I couldn't go outside without smothering my body in off.
yeah, dead Kel. It's like you don't see them anywhere here, and it's lovely. Greg, didn't you almost die by stepping on a scorpion the other day? And if you hadn't had
Again?
shoes on,
Gregory,
yeah.
how many times? How many times must me be stung, Gregory?
Man, I remember Oz. Oz was cool. Oz was a cool
Oz
scorpion.
was really cool, but you know what's really sad? We learned about these emperor scorpions. They don't live long.
Yeah.
Like they're really most scorpions
he
apparently
didn't even
except
last a
my
year.
deadly.
Where the fuck are those little bastards?
That one. She lived under the log.
Is that like the one that was
It's the only one left. I had 3 adults.
And
2
the-
passed away just old age.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Okay.
But I actually was reading. So if you're unfamiliar, I bought some deadly scorpions. They ended up having a shit ton of babies, even though I didn't breed them. Blah blah blah. Lots of research. They are not proven parthenogenic, which I thought they were. Parthenogenic means they can just create clones of themselves. They're not proven. So I'm hoping no more babies come out of this fucking scorpion because I'm tired.
Yeah, I remember how freaked out you were when you woke up to the babies and you were like, "What the fuck?"
Thousands of little deadly
Yeah.
angry bastards.
The like things that can like hurt you. Greg lives in Brazil where mosquitoes are everywhere and
And scorpions.
yeah, and scorpions and
I
everything.
know. Oh, your dad? Oh, fuck.
Man,
I think I've told you, Greg. My grandpa, my grandma and grandpa were snowbirds in Arizona, which is like a common thing, I guess, for Washingtonians. And when I was younger, my grandpa went and put his pants on after taking a bath or a shower, and there was a scorpion in them, and it stung his ass. He had to go to the ER. I still don't know what kind of scorpion it was.
there can't be that many types of scorpions in Arizona, right?
I think there's only one that's deadly. It's the one that
Yeah.
glows. I can't remember what it's called.
It
But
glows.
it black light glows.
Oh, yeah, the black ones, right? They
No, black ones are non-venomous. It's always the light
Okay.
ones, yeah.
the
Black
brown.
ones are emperors or Asian forests, totally non-venomous.
It always thinks that
Alright,
makes.
these are what you're gonna feed him.
Okay.
So they're extremely delicate. Like you can pop them.
Do I need the little?
You don't. You can literally just do that and drop them.
Okay.
They won't do anything. So just hold that little cup. Grab that little cup.
Cup.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna drop it right in front of him, like right. See? He licked me. Just drop it right there, and he'll go for it.
Ah, I
Eat
dropped
it.
one, dude.
See, I hate that they don't move. He'll get it. Don't worry. He licked me, and his tongue was so squishy and wet. Yuck.
Dude, the food's right in front of you, knives.
It's because it's not moving. It's fine. He went for my finger and was sadly disappointed. Here we go.
That's why I was asking about the.
I think most do, but there's one. I don't know. I don't remember the specifics of it, Cletus. You might know more.
Did
he
he-
get it? Holy shit! He's got 2 in. Bitch, let's get more.
This motherfucker's so hungry. He's like,
He's down to clown.
yeah, he's like, I am going to eat everything. I am going to eat everything. We have Arizona bark scorpions here in Las Vegas. That doesn't sound very nice, Cletus.
Those I don't think are poisonous, are they? I think those because I've seen those in pet stores and stuff. They're like,
Yeah.
You see this short little.
Yeah, I saw his
You know,
tongue.
that's a misnomer. There aren't any. Maybe there's like one.
Yeah.
The vast majority of frogs and toads, their tongue is like connected from the tip to their jaw. So actually, it's like more of them. It looks like they're like vomiting up their stomach. They don't have long tongues like a chameleon.
I think Knives is flirting with me. He's saying if I put it in his mouth, something by his mouth, he'll put it in his mouth.
Oh my God, get it. So the general rule, if anyone cares about animal care, with a pixie toad or pixie frog, whatever the fuck, he is a frog. But they're from Africa, very dry region, not aquatic. Da da da. The general rule is you let him eat as much as he can eat in a couple minutes, And basically, I just go until he's not like ferociously going for food anymore because they eat a ton and then they hibernate.
Yep.
Get it.
Dude, this
Look
mother,
at him, isn't he cute?
he's swallowing them like it's again.
He's a badass.
That's why I mentioned Kirby earlier because
Yeah.
he's eating like fucking Kirby. I was watching
100%.
Smokalug play the new Kirby game, and I'm like,
I want to tilt that down, but I'm scared for the camera's life.
how many?
Look at that little shit. He's so cute.
Do you think Kirby would suck too hard? Is the question. I think he probably would, right?
I think Kirby has control of the suck because if he consumed, he'd turn into your dick.
Yeah.
No one wants to be a cock. Well, maybe.
I mean,
Isn't he so cute?
I love when you feed this dude. It's like entertaining as fuck.
The key is just not to give him anything too big because he'll eat it no matter what I put in
That's
there.
too far out. He's like,
If it's too big, he'll take forever swallowing it. Get it. You got it. I'm trying to get him to come out for the camera. Get it. You got it. He sees it. Look at the camera. Such a good view of him.
he's
Look at
like,
that little shit.
he's like, give it to me.
Get it, Knives. You go.
Give it to me. At 420 for me. I'm breathing the air in here. I'm fucking stoned as shit. Give me some fucking.
You just go get it, little guy. Just get it. You're gonna get
Look at his little arms. He looks like such a little bulldog. I
Yeah,
love it.
it's like very like. That's why
Go
like
get it.
Gizmo's like that. Like French bulldog, their arms like tilt in forward.
Yep. Millie's used to when she was young.
Yeah.
Get it. They stop moving as like a defense mechanism, and it's so annoying because most predators can't see.
It's
things that don't
yeah.
move.
Get it, buddy.
That might
Yeah,
be.
I think this will be
Yeah.
his last one because he's slowing down. But he won't. I mean, if he struck it a couple times, he will eat it.
Yeah. He came. Okay. He's like
Get it, Bubba. Just look at it.
Oh, fucking!
he
didn't
fucking
go.
punched it. That was
See?
that was like what you did with that the pen holder earlier.
There you got it.
Those little hands.
He's
Ah.
Knives ordered all you can eat wings, and he was like, I may be regretting my life now. He's like, I've eaten too many.
Look at that little shit.
I've
He's
eat-
so cute. I can't believe I'm rooting for a frog, dude. Robo, you missed the beginning of stream, but I don't often say this because I don't think highly of myself, but I would watch the beginning of stream if I were you. We had a few gifts today for the
Yeah.
lovely 420.
Yep. You would have finished them all.
$50 as he speaks. Do you see how he swallows? Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Ugh.
He's
Yeah,
like,
he's
I'm
done.
good. He's like,
Once he slows down like that, I'm like, all right. Also, again, for anybody that gives a fuck about animal care, what I'm feeding them is hornworms, which are super great in terms of hydration, but they're like one of the shittiest sources of nutrition. So they're super tasty and juicy, but you don't want to get any animal like addicted to them because they're not very high in nutrition at all. Crickets are the best and disgusting, and roaches. So this is like a treat.
dude, we had years ago, we had a black cricket, I think it was, get into my house,
Look at that shit.
and it would be like yummy. And it would be like, that thing would be, as soon as the light started going off, you would hear kiki, kiki, kiki.
Yep.
And you're just like, I couldn't find the motherfucker. I was like, it was hiding in the wall or something like that. And I'm like,
It drives me nuts because I buy crickets. And
Yeah.
it's like, if I buy them for food, they die in under 24 hours.
yeah,
One gets out.
it
6 years.
lives for
6 years.
all fucking time. It's like,
What do I do at the top? Oh, there it is.
I am here to live forever.
Did
Yeah.
everyone enjoy knives?
So-
I don't bring them out much, honestly, because most of my animals are nocturnal.
Yeah.
And, like, every once in a while is okay, but it is stress. It's
Yeah.
like unnecessary stress to pull them out in the bright of day in the middle of their sleep cycle, you know, freak them out and shit. So it's kind of special when I get to do a late night stream and show you guys my cool little toad.
Does he
He's
have?
so cute.
Does he ever go in?
Yep,
Like,
those are both his
Yeah.
tunnels. Yeah, so I'll show you what Rod's pointing at. He did this log that was
Yeah.
all filled in. He digs
Oh.
his own tunnels. What they'll do in nature is like sink into the mud, and the mud will encapsulate them and dry
Yeah.
them out, and they can just like be
Just
like a
hang
dried
out.
pill
Yeah.
until the wet season. It's crazy.
yeah.
Anything that lives in Africa, though, like you got to be a tough bitch. The
Yeah.
climate that they're Central Africa, where he's from, is wild. But so this is his little tank he lives in.
Do you ever catch him at night, like in
So
the
there's him.
water?
He honestly usually does it in the morning. It's
Oh,
his
does he?
bathroom.
Yeah.
So I have to change the water like every 2 days because that's where he'll go to shit. So
Oh,
it's
okay.
2 days after I feed him. But if you look, like there's him and his little thing. But he also has that one right there that
Yeah.
he made out of his moss. And just depends on the day.
It looks
I'll
pretty
just
much-
look for him whichever one he's in. Those are his 2 little tunnels he made.
It looks like a hobbit hole. It
Isn't
really
it?
does. Yeah.
And I watched him dig them. He digs it with his asshole.
Does
Like,
he really
uses
back
his
it?
ass bones?
Yeah.
Just like backs his ass up into it. It's
You're a
pretty
big
precious.
fine woman when you back that ass up.
But I just changed his water, so he has nice clean
Yeah.
water. Another cool thing, if you give a fuck about frogs, This is a frog, by the way. I know a lot of people call it like a pixie toad or something. It's legit a frog. Frogs breathe through their skin. So, whatever is in their atmosphere, i.e. the water, will be absorbed through their skin whether they drink it or not. So
Yeah.
you have to use like water purifier because just chlorinated water from your sink, it's like acid, they'll just suffocate and die.
It's, I
That's
mean,
a terromad.
I
They're
don't-
so cute.
frogs are one of those things that are like good environmental like
One-
detectors, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
that's-
them and bees.
That was the number one thing I learned when I lived in Maryland because my garden was shit when I moved
Yeah.
there. Like, it was really bad. And one of my neighbors was like, if you ever get like a broken mug, like a coffee mug, you break it on accident, put the two halves in your garden. They're perfect little toad homes.
Yeah,
And when you see toads, you know your garden is at health.
yeah.
Because there's enough food to eat.
I remember
'cause they
being-
are fucking cows.
I remember not wanting to touch toads as a kid because they'll give you
Salmonella and
warts. Yeah, they'll give you warts.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah,
When in fact it was salmonella that could kill us.
Yeah.
Like, be honest, for fuck.
dude, I went into the river behind my house that probably had shit in it as a kid, like running through it with my feet. Not going swimming in it, but yeah.
Dude, I've said the same shit to my mom. Like, when we were kids, she'd be like, don't pick up snakes and frogs. You'll get warts on your face and you'll get warts and shit. But, don't lay on the beach. Go swim in that duck pond. You girls, get off your ass and get in that pond and swim. And we're like,
That's the grossest shit.
I just saw a duck have explosive diarrhea in it with my goggles. I don't want to go in again. Please don't make me.
Uh,
You know what I'm saying?
oh man.
was it a good time?
Yeah, that fucking ponds are
Like, the backwardsness. But as kids, you don't
Yeah.
question that. I
Yeah.
just did as told.
so like your shower joke. I mean, Greg, you really make
Robo, never apologize. I was saying that for your benefit. I didn't want you to miss out. I
Yeah.
did a special at the beginning of stream. A ridiculous special.
it
but
involved
I was-
fire.
It did involve fire and a unicorn.
Yeah.
Destruction, mayhem, and sadness. It's very short, but I think you would enjoy it.
Yeah.
If you're ever bored, just like check out the beginning of the VOD. Just the opening. That's it.
It is late, Greg, but I mean that is your like softball down the center of the plate. You're like,
Greg, I have a hard time believing you sleep.
yeah.
I see you, like, even at times where I'm like, all right, he was in my stream for 8 hours, and then I saw him in Zach's stream until 7. Like, he's got to be asleep, and I see you in KPP's stream. Like, vampirism it's like, I don't like vest time and belief and stuff, but, like, maybe.
I mean, that the giant Christ statue that lives by him must like emit like power, like radiation or something like that.
Or maybe it's like all the hate feeds him,
Maybe.
like all the destruction. He's literally, well, I mean, it's like,
Did you?
at times that seem logical. I'll say like, "Oh, sup, Greg," and then I'll put that math together. Like, okay, I
Yeah.
went live 2 hours before Zach. Has unconscious time happened?
But-
Because I care.
You know what? It must be. There must be Viagra in his water because
Seriously.
did you hear about his president? He's getting in trouble because he bought the army a bunch of Viagra and
I'm
penis
sorry?
pumps. Yeah, he bought the army Viagra and penis pumps. Like $10,000 penis pumps, or penis implants. They're penis like implants. Yeah.
I wanted to get up and leave. I won't, but I was about to get up and leave.
Yeah.
What the? What? I mean,
Because
they spent government funds.
Yep.
Greg, help.
so as Greg pointed out, while the Cheeto was still our president, their president is the same. Yeah.
I know I'm super stoned, but if I don't keep it going, I'll get sleepy. So, cheers.
See, he said, "Yep." So like, he tried to say the Viagra was for like heart issues, but the doses were the Viagra doses, like when they're for your penis.
I have nothing against Viagra. Like, I think a
No.
healthy sex life,
Yeah.
even if it's only with your own hand, is vital
Yep.
to mental health.
Yep.
Period. End of story.
And physical health.
And physical health. It's
Yeah.
vital to all parts of your body. Like, it gets lovely endorphins going to cleanse out other icky shit. Like, it's great.
Yep.
However, what?
I mean, it's
Correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but it seems like there are more important things going on in your country money could be spent on.
yep. Also, yep.
That being said, I am not a Brazil local. Like, please do tell me I'm a fucking idiot. Like, this is the media we're fed. And you know how America is on that.
We just get selective things that
However, Rod, I would say that you and I do effort to try to get real news.
Yeah.
Like, we're of the age where we dug into Reddit when it was dark.
yeah. I mean, it's
Not
like-
saying that's where we get it, but
Yeah, it's
It's I
you can't just go to like
Brazil. I do, Robo. I'm 100%. Like, I honestly, I have no problem admitting, or it like, what's the word? Just, hey, I'm a dumb fucking American, and you are actually from the country. Please tell me what's actually happening, because I don't know what the fuck I'm fed. I'm completely okay with admitting that ignorance, because I'd rather be intelligent about that stuff. Sheil. Cheers, honey boo.
it's like the whole
Happy
thing.
420.
It's the thing where you sit there and you go, "Am I? What is the real?" I mean, and that's the problem. Like we live in a world where most people distributing information are distributing information with an agenda, right? And
Well,
so
and like, get this. I don't know if I ever told you this. Like, when we actually have video proof, there's my parents, for one, like when the Black Lives Matter marches were really getting big in Seattle.
yeah,
And there was one time where a cop quite literally just blew through a crowd of innocent protesters and
Yeah.
killed a couple people.
yeah,
And I showed my mom, and she goes, you know, they can doctor up anything on the internet these days. And I was like, it was like a live Twitter video that had literally was happening right, like it had happened just then, like a couple minutes. But I've noticed some people in that generation, by generation I mean my mom's friends, I don't know how the fucking age, I don't think it's an age or anything, but like, I don't know how to get this across. Like, either it's been doctored, or
we have people who
we're
think
hiding something, or I don't know what to do. Like, I think, honestly, and I don't mean this in a mean way, I think people don't do it consciously, but they see kind of what they want to that makes them feel safe.
yeah. I mean, it's the
Cheers.
how do you
to-
in 2022 where we have all the information, data,
Oh my
science we have, and people still think the earth is flat? People think that John Kennedy is going to come back from the dead like Jesus, but instead of 3 days, it's 50 years.
What the fuck, though?
Yeah. And I mean, it isn't even 50, 60 years, basically. We're almost at, right?
I cannot with that. Like,
And yeah.
I thought it was a joke. I really did.
Yeah.
There are still people waiting. Right now.
Yep, in Texas. It's in Houston.
In
right?
DC?
Oh, yeah.
As well?
Yeah.
Yep, there are posters and banners waiting for
Young
whatever.
Turks. I don't
Ooh,
know.
Yes. Someone in stream brought it up a few weeks ago, and I was little, like, very mildly educated. Feel free to give us a teach me like I'm 5.
Yeah, I don't know if I know Young Turks. It is.
When they own the information, you can bend it all they want. Amen. I mean,
Yeah.
and I think that's why a lot of, and this is just an opinion, I don't know, but I think a lot of the older politicians like Giuliani and shit are going nuts because they cannot wrap their head around how we know what's actually happening. So they just they're like, oh, if we say it enough, they'll believe it. I'll keep repeating it. Just repeat yourself.
Have you seen?
You know what I'm saying? But
you-
they can't.
Yeah.
It's like you can show them over and over, and it's like it reminds me of the story of, I don't know if it's a true story or not, but there was the story of Pocahontas.
Yep.
And when the ships came in, you know, theoretically holding John Smith and all the white guys that loved her, they wrote in their history, whatever, or retold the stories that what they saw was giant clouds because they did not know what sails were. So in her mind, big white fluffy, like the only thing ever in her world was clouds that look like that. It's the same thing.
10 billion views on
Confirmation bias, I
YouTube. Yeah,
guess.
confirmation bias.
Sorry, 10 million, what was it?
They have 10 million views on YouTube. Anyone that's been around since the dawn of YouTube is, you also know that means they've made, YouTubers used to make
Aw.
way more money with way less.
Robo, you can always, is that literally like a good news source?
No.
I honestly,
Oh, is it? Are they? I thought you were talking about, okay. Oh, TYT is what he was talking about. Okay, cool.
honestly, I think it's important that if you're gonna care and be vocal about it, which I am mildly in my
Yeah.
channel, like I think there's some things, especially when people
I
start
mean,
attacking
yeah.
trans children and things like that, that I really stand for. I mean, I stand for everything, but there are
Yeah.
some things I'm really heartfelt about. It's important to pay attention to, not necessarily consume on a high level. Like, I'm not sitting here watching Tucker Carlson, but you need to be aware of things they say.
Yeah.
Because it ripples out into the people actually listening.
Well,
and it's scary shit. Like, I mean,
Tucker Carlson
there's
is,
a reason none of us
is-
knew the insurrection was going to happen because we were like, crazy people talk.
yeah. Tucker Carlson is literally the most viewed show on cable television. Think about that out loud.
I don't want to think about that. Get out of my house.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna
Everything
leave
hurts
now.
inside. Is that real?
Yeah.
I need to post it. I got to write down this this thing.
He's lit. I think it was
I'll find one.
one of John Oliver or someone said that the other day, and I'm like, holy fuck. And you sit there and you go, how is this like? It's crazy, man. It really is. It's because
And Lord Hybrid, honestly, like all of the greatest music, if you look through time, usually isn't like outwardly political, but it has a theme of what's going on in the world. I mean, some
Yeah.
of my favorite music to this day, and I firmly believe some of the best music
Yeah.
ever made, was during the Vietnam era.
Yep.
As horrible and horrific, I'd take it back in an instant and give all the music away. Some of the best music ever came out of that shit.
Did you
Ever.
do you remember a couple years in the last couple years? I think it was like in 2020 when people were like, "Did you know Rage Against the Machine is political?"
Stop it. No.
And it's
I probably
they're-
banned that person and
they're-
thought they were a troll. Is that real?
no real. There were real people who didn't know that until like Rage
What did
was
they
doing
think the title meant?
that. People don't think about that shit, man. It's amazing. It's amazing that.
Well, I mean, I guess it wasn't that far in. I remember. I mean, I've been listening to Nine Inch Nails because they're my. If you didn't know,
Yeah.
if you're new, Nine Inch Nails is my forever band.
Yeah.
Like everybody has like their band. Like that's my shit. I can listen to it any time in my life.
It's-
I'm just addicted. And I did not know. I never. It's not that I didn't know, but I never just wrote out 9-inch Nails and looked at it as not the band name and
Yeah.
went, I wonder why they named it after nails. Where the fuck would anyone have? Why would you need a nail that's how many inch? How many? That's 1, 2, 3. What would that? Oh, it's a Jesus thing. Yep.
Yep.
But I was pretty far in. Like I've been listening to them.
Yeah.
They came out, and I could go on forever. We're not gonna get that nerdy here tonight because we don't have the time, and I'm disgusting in that way. But they, I mean, I was like in middle school by the time I like looked at it as not a band name.
Yeah.
Just looked at it and was like, oh. Now I know why Mom thinks I worship Satan. Because someone who had never heard the music, would just look at Nine Inch Nails sticker and be like, "What is happening to my sweet Catholic
The rock
daughter?"
metal is from the devil.
Yeah.
From the devil.
I mean, and what was crazy is like I could listen to Eminem, which I don't know if you're familiar with some of his
Oh yeah.
elder
Yeah.
tunes.
Yeah.
Chat for those
Slim
in the-
Shady LP and
the
everything like he
elders.
did back in the day. Yeah, it
That's
was.
some filth.
Dude, it was excessively drugs, violence against women, violence in general, and it's like you
I
go.
mean, even if you didn't listen to the lyrics,
Yeah.
the language used
Yeah.
was some of the most creative. If anything, that's where I got a lot of my filth.
Yeah.
Was from that. But if
Yeah.
I listened to metal, it was just to her, so it was Satan, and I'm like, that was a love song.
Yeah.
And it was Led Zeppelin. Like, why are you screaming at things? They have a beautiful voice. Like, why? But to her, that's like metal.
Marilyn Manson was like, I grew up with Manson and loving Manson's shit until you realize we talked about him being the creepiest earlier, but like Manson was one of those things that was like, he had that cool goth aesthetic. He was like, he did cool cover songs back in like when I think the Beautiful People album came out, I was like in like
He did
8th
Personal
grade.
Jesus.
Yeah. And then you learn later on down the road that he's this giant manipulative asshole, and you just go, and it's why, dude, it's why I fucking love Dave Grohl with all my heart, because that motherfucker has been in 2 Hall of Fame bands and still goes, like, you see him on Hot Ones was the fucking best half an hour of entertainment I think I've watched in like forever.
I will watch any interview.
Yeah.
I mean, the interviewer could be the worst human
Yeah.
in the world, but if
Yeah.
Dave Grohl's being
Yeah.
interviewed, like, I'd watch it
Dude.
because he's just such a dope dude. I went to college with his nanny.
That's awesome.
Super fucking weird. I did not know forever.
Yeah.
And then one of my other friends was like, you know where she works, right? 'Cause she had to go to work on the weekends all the time. And she's like, she's Dave Grohl's nanny. I was like, excuse me? She's like, yeah, she sits on the side of the stage with his kids at night and gets paid. I was like, go fuck yourself.
Dude, he
That's what happens when you go to school in Seattle, I
Yeah.
guess. On
He-
accident.
he fucking did this. I found an interview with him with like these 2 like hip hop guys, and even the hip hop guys were just like, they were like two weird tables. It looked like in a deli or something like that. I don't know what the
A bodega,
yeah,
perhaps?
but yeah, that, and I guess that in that interview too, you just go, this motherfucker couldn't interview. And then, man, like I was talking, Robo brought up the other day in Zeke's chat, like the best American band ever, like American band. And he said the Eagles, and I go, I feel like the Foo Fighters have to be up there for just because how many fucking just complete hit bangers, and you just forget how many fucking just
How do you
songs.
what's American band though? Because I feel like the
Me
vast
too,
majority of
Berserker.
music comes out of America. Like that's
Yeah.
too much of a pool.
But
That's the reason so many people in other countries can speak with an American accent so
Yeah.
fluently is because of our music and shit.
well, and what's funny then you have an American doing like an English accent, like Oscar Isaac and his bad Moon Knight. Have you started watching that yet?
I don't want to talk about it.
I love him, but
I love Oscar Isaac
yeah.
too, and I'm like,
I think the thing's supposed to be Big Daddy just found it right there. Why black people love.
I was
Yeah.
literally looking through my YouTube history because I follow these guys on YouTube and I fucking love them. But
I had
can't
never
remember
heard
their
of them
names.
before this, and I was like, this fucking interview is.
Jesus and Mero, they are so hilarious. They're two New York boys.
Yeah.
However, they're like certified geniuses.
Yeah.
Like this, dude on the right is Puerto Rican, drinks rum the entire show, and is fucking.
Yeah.
He's so funny. This dude right here is like a chess master, certified genius who
Yeah.
took AP classes.
Damn.
Like he plays like, oh yeah, I'm a New York.
Yeah.
But then he'll drop like, I was fast forwarded a few grades. He's a fucking genius, but their interviews are fantastic.
Dude, did you just see
my
that?
capture card isn't plugged in. However, that link is to a couple of men who do amazing
Yeah,
interviews
they're
of like
cool.
everyone ever.
Yeah.
And they do like they're really casual, but their whole scene is a New York bodega.
Yeah.
And that's like their
Yeah.
setup behind them. And it looks legit. It looks
Blake, I
I
love
thought
you.
they rented one forever, but they literally set it up and it looks amazing.
Have a good one, Knives. Have fun, man.
Knives!
B-boy Will, welcome.
Have a good 420. Be
Have
safe
fun,
and
Knives.
don't put your
Yep.
mouth on anything other people put their mouths on because you never know. Ew. Fuck.
Just wash whatever you put in your before you put it in your mouth. So it's more.
Thank you, BDO, for finding that. I was trying.
Yeah, that interview is between that and the Hot Ones one, man. It's just like
You should watch more interviews by Daisy
yeah,
Samaro.
I love that one. I need to
They're
go.
amazing.
Yeah,
Like, I feel like a lot of people, it's hard to get into them because at first they have a warm up where
Yeah.
they just like toss shit off each other and
Yeah.
kind of just bullshit.
well, yeah,
But they get deep fast. Like, it's
Yeah.
like a sharp cliff. Like, you're joking about titties and critical race theory.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I'm
dude,
listening.
I
like,
think-
they're so good at it, though. I love listening to them.
and it's funny
What
because
up, Boywell?
they have that aesthetic of like we're two New York dudes and you like they start talking about this shit and you're like these motherfuckers know what they're talking about. They're funny and they're
It's
just
awesome.
Yeah,
I love that's my
Yeah.
favorite part about listening to them. I never lived in New York. However, one half of my family entirely lives in the city in Queens. And so they'll say street names and
Yeah.
I'm like, my nana lived on that street. Or like that's where my granddad like
yeah,
weird tiny local things
Yeah.
that like I haven't thought of since I was 13 years old because
Yeah.
that's when they died. But I'll be like all of a sudden filled with this
Yeah.
image of it and the smell of the like, that pizza under the warmer that smelled like hell, but you ate it every day.
yeah.
Like, I love that kind of shit. It's crack, and
Yeah.
I love that they do that. They're not ashamed. They don't. It's not like they're flexing
They're
like, yo,
authentic,
we're
yeah.
fucking New York. They're
Yeah.
just authentic.
Yeah,
they're
they're authentic,
proud of where
yeah.
they live from, and they like to talk about stuff from it,
Yeah.
and I really enjoy that.
It's the weird thing, like you guys see it less now, but like when I moved to Colorado, it was still like everywhere you saw native Colorado, like Coloradoan, like bumper stickers.
What does that mean? Like
just-
born here?
Yeah, people that because Colorado's been like people coming to it for a long time, right? And
What a
it's-
weird thing to
yeah.
brag about.
yeah, well, dude, one of the funnier things my dad did back in the day, he visited and Newbie had
ahead.
Newbie had puppies, and my parents got two of them, and he would drive around with Dobby. He was named Dobby after the house elf, and so he he put a native Colorado sticker on the back of his car just to joke with people and tell them that his son Dobby the Boggle is a native Colorado.
Okay, that's precious.
Yeah,
though.
it made me laugh, and I'm like,
Technically, my poodles are native
yeah,
Coloradans.
they are.
You're welcome. Yes, Robo. Those two dudes, Daisy Samaro. You guys know me in names. Like I'm horrific at
Yeah,
it.
Dad.
But I
Cal,
watch
yep.
anything they do. But I think I found them. I actually found them interviewing one other person before the Dave Grohl one.
Yeah.
And I'd already followed them. But their interviews are just really well done.
They're
Oh, I think
entertaining.
it was Anderson Cooper.
Yeah.
They interview Anderson Cooper, which is he has no glasses on, looks super like casual and shit,
Yeah.
and is cussing with these dudes. Like they
Yeah.
get these really cool people who
To
are
be
very
real,
interesting
yeah.
to just kind of relax
Yeah.
and say fuck.
Yeah.
And like they were asking about like what's it like traveling all over the country to these horrible bombed areas, you know, like the Ukraine, and then being able to come back
Yeah.
to just a place where it's like it's not happening. They ask these real questions
Yeah.
that like we all respect. I mean, certain people that are in media and stuff. Anderson Cooper gets respect
Yeah.
from some people, and certain it's whatever. But when you get someone to talk real like that,
Yeah.
I mean, it really breaks people's humanity down. It's very cool, and those are the kind of interviews I like. And I think Hot Ones does that on accident.
Yeah.
Like people get existential because they feel like they're dying.
Yeah. They get the high of everything, and it's
Yes, Chris Hayes. I did not know they grew up together, and that was amazing. That was a really good interview too, though. If you ever get a time, and I think it's a podcast as well. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. But I believe
I don't
their
know.
shit's a
I just saw
podcast.
them on YouTube. Well, it's one of those things where I love interviewing people. I mean, you know, you do all your things and you talk to people all the time. You'll go do podcasts yourself. But one of the things that kind of stuff is informative to me because it's like you see how these really good people can go into those things and just I'm never saying I'm like that, but I like talking to people and opening up about them. And I think that's one of the things that you and I have in common with this stuff. It's just say like
I love learning about people. Yeah.
yeah, and it's not all that. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, but like it's listening and asking questions. And I think those guys, what they do so well is ask the perfect questions, right? But like, I think you could learn from them if you're talking to people and like, you know, having, you know, conversations with new people and, you know, trying to get
About tough subjects. And
Yeah,
shit. They're
yeah.
so good at it.
Yep.
At being very, you know, kind of neutral-esque.
Yeah.
I mean, they obviously have opinions, but they don't feel like they're imposing about them.
Yeah.
Or like that's their theme of shit.
Yeah.
Which I really enjoy a lot. Hot
Yeah.
Ones is one of my favorite shows ever.
Dude,
I will watch anything. Did I tell you I met that kid? He's so
No.
short.
Dude, it was fun. It's so funny about him. That show, when you first watch it, Sean is like that. He comes off as kind of boring, like because he's kind of like not boring, but he's like
He's that way in real life. He couldn't make eye
Yeah.
contact. So I think he's got a social thing, which I
Yeah.
respect.
Yeah.
Like as a person who
But-
makes far too much eye contact,
It
I
makes-
can tell when someone's like this at me.
the way he fucking like, you know, regurgitates information. It maybe seems like it's like autism or something, like a light form of it. Like he just can remember
I
stuff so
kind of
well.
just I've
Yeah.
thought the same.
Yeah.
But I honestly think, and correct me if anybody knows,
Yeah.
like we don't know. These are just theories. I don't know him personally. I
Yeah.
met him because of that, not the
Have
streamer
a
thing.
good one, Big Daddy.
Sleep well. I will see you tomorrow.
Sleep well.
I forgot what I was saying. Shit.
You were talking about Sean from Hot Ones, and we were saying that maybe
I
he might be a little
think he
autistic.
writes himself like that, like
Yeah.
that, because the show breaks down so
Yeah.
messily
Yeah.
that if you didn't have it that way, it wouldn't have a balance.
Yeah.
Like it's almost robotic.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
Like I've thought the same. Like I didn't necessarily think he had autistic. Maybe.
You just go maybe.
But it's like something.
I never think
But
so.
I think he does it on purpose because
Yeah.
it's as he goes. I mean, the show's gonna break down no matter what.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't keep that structure while the person across the
Yeah.
table is like borderline vomiting and crying,
Yep.
I don't think it would work.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
He-
What do you guys think?
He does that very. He just approaches everything like. It's the most like you're facing a firing squad and he still just fucking kills it. Like right.
I don't. Have you ever?
We're talking about Hot Ones, Robo, on YouTube.
Hot Ones on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Where he interviews people while eating hot wings, but he does real like depending on how the people come in like willing to talk about shit. Like you get stuff like there are worse interviews like the
DJ Khaled.
I didn't see that one, but I think of the Jack Black and their interview was
I don't
goofy
even
because it was
remember
Jack.
Jack Black.
It was with the band with Tenacious D. Where they like gave up like with 2 wings. They were the earliest quitters I've ever seen.
No,
They show you- yeah,
I thought DJ Khaled was the
Yeah.
the earliest. No way.
I think he gave up, but
They
I
have
think
he did. They have a wall of shame, and he's one of
Yeah.
the most notorious because he literally like got to wing number 3, like it was Frank's Red Hot, and he was like, "I got shit to do later, man,"
yeah.
and just like stopped the interview. So what the theory of the interview? So if you guys haven't seen Hot Ones, sorry, there's a fuzz on my mic, and I keep trying to get it as we talk. I think I got it.
The interview was weird.
The way
Robo,
the
that's
interview
all.
goes is they have, I think it's like 8 hot wings.
It's
ish.
10. It's
10?
10 now.
Okay,
It
so
used
they
to
have-
be 5. That's like
Yep,
Tenacious
and
D
they
was
keep
it.
going
Yep.
up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they have 10 hot wings, and the way that they do it is for every hot
Yeah.
wing, Sean asks the person he's interviewing, and he's interviewed like some of the most famous people I've ever seen. It's crazy how this show's grown. every hot wing he gets to ask them a question
Yeah.
about this random. He asks amazing questions. Like he does these deep dive research on
Yeah.
these people to find cool questions. Like he always gets complimented on his interviews, and every wing gets progressively hotter.
Yeah.
Until you are at these levels that are just unbearable.
Yeah.
And I've tried them. I did a hot wings thing with my ex one time, and I tried all of them. I did all the ones that were from the original season before they started changing them up, and I
Yeah.
still have the hot ones.
The
hot sauce.
atomic one is the
The bomb.
yeah, the bomb. Yep.
The bomb. So they have how many seasons now? The show, like
It's
a
been.
lot of
I think there was.
seasons of this show.
They just wrapped up 17. I think it was with Josh Brolin, which was really good. If you
Which
haven't
was
seen,
amazing. Yeah, it's so good. I
Yeah.
watched it. It's really, really good. I watched them the day they come
Yeah.
out. Come on now, they're so
Yep.
good. But they've been since the beginning. They used to have like 5 hot sauces, and they kept them the same. And Da Bomb was somewhere in the end. It wasn't the hottest. And then hot ones became kind of big, and they created their own hot sauce line with the scorpion pepper, which is hottest, whatever. And now they have 10. But every line in that many years, if that's the correct amount of years, every fucking line up of hot sauces has always had Da Bomb.
Yeah, as soon as they switched to 10, it's been on like they've had it
They
every
can't
single.
get rid
yeah.
of it because it's so bad. It's literally a hot sauce called Da Bomb.
Yeah,
Like I'm gangster. I'm not just saying that. I am not.
it's called
gangster.
Da Bomb. Yeah,
From Baltimore, in no way gangster.
it has literally an atomic bomb on the label.
It's not only horrifically painful in your mouth forever and makes you like feel like you're shitting blood, which is the crazy thing about hot sauce. You don't actually shit blood, you just feel the blood. It tastes so bad.
Yeah,
It's like, when you burn something, but you're like, you know what, maybe I can scream it off, and you try it anyways, and it's fucking burnt. That's
Yeah.
it.
so I
It's so bad.
my last places that I lived before I moved, bought my house. We right on Quincy and 470. There's a place called Wingin' It. They have
I think
wing.
that's a chain.
Yeah,
'Cause we've
there's.
seen wing and it's here. I've never had
I
it.
think
but-
there's a couple of them. But they had like cheap wing nights. Like one night was boneless, one was regular wings.
Imagine the prior night at the chicken house, what that
Yeah.
was like.
Yeah, but
Honey, can you close the windows? It's the wings place sale tomorrow.
they have a order of wings that they did when I lived there years ago around there called Chernobyl wings, and
Terrible.
I ate an order of them, and I was like in agony. And then like 4 hours later, I'm shitting and like I'm like Dumb and Dumber, like shitting like that. I'm like
Water.
like it's like your like asshole is like lit on fire. You're like
Can I get a hoo-yeah? What up, Lena? How are you? love?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Damn. Mayo, I will not.
CK, please.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've never lived near a slaughterhouse. However, I live near Delaware, and that's basically the same thing.
One of my favorite things going up to like up 25 to like towards by the airport. It's
I moved here the weekend of COVID, so I haven't gotten
Yeah.
to go near the
Yeah.
airport yet. My life is miserable. Thank
They-
you for rubbing it in.
there's a dog food plant right there, and my wife always laughed because we drove past it with Ripley when she was little, and you just see her go, huh? Like smelled it and was like, this is the greatest thing ever. This is the greatest
I
thing
have so
ever.
many gross facts about that I won't bring up because
Yeah.
it's disgusting and sad. But I have an aunt who works in the dog food business. She owns her own company now. But because she worked for a dog food plant and found out what they put in dog food, for another day and another time,
Yeah, that
'cause
is.
that is something to turn your soul inside out.
And we all
America sucks. You
or
think
it-
they don't care about what
yeah.
we eat? Oh, I really don't care about what Fido eats.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, Fido might be eating Fido is all I'm saying.
then in any place that like if you don't want to pay $60+ for a dog food bag, you're taking your own thing into your hands, right? Or your dog's own.
Your dog's no hands, poor
Yeah.
puppy.
Yeah.
The last dab from But First We Feast I will never touch again. I honestly, this is personal. The Da Bomb, when I did it, which was like 5 years ago, it was when I
Yeah.
lived in Baltimore still. It was like, I think like third to the last of 10 hot sauces.
Yeah, that's like its permanent spot.
Yeah,
now. I was like,
it's usually in that, if not
Yeah.
maybe once, give or one or take, depending on what the lineup is that
Yeah.
year. Yeah, you're right. And my mouth was just fucked from it.
yeah.
It was like eating battery acid and the most acidic pineapple ever. Like, not only was it like burnt, horrible, just the worst flavor in my mouth, I was in so much pain that the next 2 hot sauces, I was like, I don't feel,
Yeah.
nothing happened.
That's what
It's just a
they-
consistent everything.
they never
hurts.
react to them because your mouth gets burned out
The
from that.
bomb ruins you. I think
Yeah.
it's the worst.
Yeah.
Like I wish just one season they'd put it at the end.
Yep.
And see if people could taste it.
Well, you have to wonder,
'Cause
what
it
are the other two?
fucked me up.
What are the two after that do? Like, what would they do?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, can you? Because I know, like they, hot ones, they put effort into it. They put
Yeah.
flavors on it, like some
Yeah.
pineapple or whatever. Who's tasting it after the bomb stained their mouth by dragging its asshole across every taste bud in there?
Tilly was talking about that recently. She was like, "Don't. It's not worth it."
Don't.
Yeah.
I
And
wouldn't.
Tilly's a food expert. I mean, she cooks all day on her streams and knows food. I think one of the
I'm all about a hot sauce that has
Yeah.
good flavor.
Yeah.
I love a hot sauce to me is the condiment of everything. I'm Beyonce. There's hot sauce in my purse. There is. Because it is the condiment that can practically fix anything. In my book, breakfast, lunch, or dinner,
Yeah.
I'll put it on. But just hot for hot's sake.
There's no point to it. Yeah, you want flavor. There was a female guest this
Lord
last
Hybrid,
season.
right? And I'd make my own sometimes too, because sometimes I'm just like, I can taste like the preservatives in a
Yeah.
lot of hot sauce. If I branch out, try to get a hippie hot sauce or something that's more expensive, I taste like some off plasticky taste in it or something.
I mean, Canadian Brian, I'm shaking because I never stop moving, and there's a lot of like human being in this little area that isn't usually here.
We just are twitchy people.
Yeah,
This is a streamer. This is Rod Johnston, my friend who's local as well.
Yep.
And a common trait is twitching.
Yep.
It's a problem.
Would never stop.
Currently, a mini thing of Tapatio. Sometimes it's Cholula. However, they don't make tiny bottles with a real cap on it anymore. They keep putting that little fancy wooden cap, and if the bottle turns sideways in your purse, it leaks everywhere.
That sounds
And I use a leather backpack.
like a mess
Imagine
and a
cleaning
half.
hot sauce out of leather.
Yeah,
Let's not.
it's
So
like
it's been Tapatio lately.
it's like when a dog diarrhea's on a leather
I'm
couch.
very basic.
I mean, you putting hot sauce on it is already more than a lot of people. Not most, but a
I
lot.
can't.
Yeah.
You know me in eating. It's kind of a chore. I do it. I'm not in no way. Please don't worry about me. I've been through the ED thing. Like not there anymore. I do it because I know I need it. I know I'll get lightheaded and shit. I know I need to eat. But I get really pissed off if the one time I put aside time and take time out of my day to sit down and fucking eat,
Yeah.
it's shit.
Yeah.
Like that is the worst to me. I'm like, why did you do this to me? You realize I don't get another chance because I don't want to, right? But Tapatio, Cholula, I mean,
Yeah.
any like decent. One of my favorite hot sauces ever. I can never remember the name, but I know it's from Arizona, and it's a jalapeno hot sauce.
Yeah.
It's one of the best hot sauces I've ever had in my life. Like it's perfect, just spicy enough where you're like, but not enough to ruin the flavor of any food, and it's just good on anything.
Yeah.
Eggs, steak, whatever the fuck fixes anything.
My wife puts barbecue sauce.
Please do. Oh my God, Lord Hybrid, I would be honored.
My wife puts barbecue sauce on everything.
He does
And-
the same.
yeah,
That's me in hot sauce.
yeah.
But it's not. I will always try food first.
Yep.
And I feel like, especially if someone else cooked it, I'm like, please don't take this as an insult. Your food is delicious. I just want hot sauce.
Yeah.
Like I don't feel like my life is complete until my tongue burns a little. I just need it. Maybe
it's
it's
funny.
a drug.
I got into my in my late 20s. I started getting into hot sauce, and then my acid reflux came not long after that. So I like it, but like it's not something I do consistently because of
I'm
that.
glad I don't have that.
Yeah.
Dude, eggs is one of the only places I'm a big fan of Tabasco just because it's runny. Like, one of my biggest, like, pet peeve, I
Yeah.
guess, is when I'm eating a burrito and, you gotta pour hot sauce on every bite because I'm a heathen, that's what I do. But, Tabasco will just go through the burrito. So, every bite will kind of have a little bit of Tabasco flavor, but that last bite is a glass of Tabasco in my mouth. It upsets me. I think their Verde is thicker, if I remember correctly.
It's like
I haven't had it in forever.
When I go to Chipotle, I get everything besides their hottest sauce, like on my burrito bowls.
Sauce ruins food for you? I mean, did you grow up with parents that just cook really well?
Yeah, you have to wonder, are they?
Because that would make sense.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the things that white people get accused of is not seasoning our food, right? And so it's.
I don't hang out with people that say white people, so maybe that's it. Unless it's in a hateful manner, because we suck.
I mean, we do suck. I just think it's one of those generic like white. You know how making fun of white people's okay, which I'm completely on
I mean,
board
if you
with.
think about like American food,
Yeah.
the only truly American food is barbecue, and it's fucking delicious. However,
Hamburgers are
I'm
pretty
sure
American.
it originated from black people
Yeah.
in America.
Hamburgers are
It's-
pretty American though, right?
I
I
don't
mean-
know. I don't know the history of a hamburger. There's Hamburger, Germany. It's a place.
Yeah.
It's not Hamburger. It's Hamburg. I don't know if it has anything to do.
We also
with it.
turn a lot. I mean, pizza's pretty. I mean, pizza's an Italian thing, but we've turned pizza pretty American.
I
We've done-
agree, Brian.
Yeah.
I actually completely agree with you.
God,
But sometimes I just want a sauce. So
Yeah.
like, I wouldn't put it on a delicious food. However, I would find a conduit for said. Like, a really good example. I don't know why I can't come up with another one. Red Robin. Not a fan. I'm not a huge fan. The burgers are semi.
but
are,
you like the
subpar.
seasoning, right?
No,
The
it's
fries-
the campfire
oh,
sauce.
Campfire sauce.
It's this goddamn whatever sauce they serve only with onion rings. It's called campfire sauce, and sometimes I just wake up in the morning and I'm like, if I don't get that in the next 48 hours, something very ugly will happen in the next
There will be a body to hide.
week in my general vicinity.
Chicken fried steak is wonderful, Robo, and it is one of the things that my wife loves. Cracker Barrel.
I've never been to Cracker Barrel.
You have one not that far north of here.
Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Yeah, I
Bob.
know. Well, I mean, I want to go to. Going to Cracker Barrel during the pandemic. Even my wife hasn't wanted to go to Cracker Barrel during the pandemic.
Why? Is the pandemic? Is it like?
Cracker Barrel's clientele may consist of a lot of people that wear MAGA hats. Is how I
wouldn't go.
Yeah, but the food is
You
yeah.
want to know the only mayo I like in the whole world is the one in my chat right now. But outside of that human being, presumably, possibly alien, possibly unicorn, I'm okay with all of the above. Mayo is the thing of satanic creatures. It is so foul.
What was the poll?
I agree with the sauce should elevate the food. Like, if a sauce is supposed to go with the food, it should be like part of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it should already be on it, served to me. Versus, I feel like ketchup, ranch, like all these side sauces we
Yeah.
use are kind of, well, that's plain, or it's like a great example, Chipotle or
Yeah.
Taco Bell. To me personally, no shame on anybody. Every single menu item at any of those places tastes exactly the same. It all tastes like Taco Bell, or it all tastes like
Yeah.
Chipotle with a different crunch and texture. It's either
Yeah.
crunch or mush. And a little bit of hot sauce can save me from that moment, but I wouldn't choose it.
Yeah.
It's desperation at that point. And I've got the hot sauce because I know it's going down. You know what I'm saying?
You know, it's funny because
Mayo,
like,
you're the one in my heart. I hate when I say I hate mayonnaise because I know you're here always in my soul.
Katie
I
ran.
do not hate you.
you ran
However,
a-
the condiment is so gross.
What were the results of your poll that you ran on Twitter recently about?
Mayonnaise won, which is so fucking disgusting.
I would.
Crazy how many people would rather gargle a tablespoon of thick ass mayonnaise than some cum.
Yeah, fuck
Like,
that.
are you not eating your partner?
Yeah.
I didn't
exactly.
even specify man cum. That was the crazy.
I think when you-
everyone assumed
Yeah.
jizz.
because it's cum is a. Is
Most
just
women squirt and just don't talk about it.
yeah. Well, it's even that it's but I think it's just
I
that
don't.
automatic
I just
assumption.
Have friends, just assuming. Never have.
How did he drown? Well, she was a squirter, and here she went. He
It was a long day at the shop. She
he-
was well hydrated.
he hit the G spot and it went down the wrong pipe, and here we are at the funeral.
Feel this.
Chuck loved
No
to eat
shame.
pussy, and he did it well until the end. I mean,
Dude, I was literally, Brian, get out of my head. Literally, you and Robo just called me out in one thing and you don't even know it. The only time and place that mayo, I won't actively be like, if you put that on my sandwich, I'll find everything you love and burn it to the ground, is a fucking BLT.
Yeah.
It needs shitty white bread and, for me, a very light smear of mayo just
Yeah.
for the moisture. If it's like gooing out the sides, I will actually vomit. It's the texture. I'm the same about pudding and stuff. Like, that just overall smush, like, my gag goes, no, please. I can
Yeah.
swallow cum all day, though. It's crazy. Not the same texture for those who haven't tried both, in case you're wondering.
I think a lot of men have tried their own cum, but I don't think,
I mean, why wouldn't you? It's like,
especially as a horny
What's so
teenager,
dirty
like
about it?
it's just like it's a curiosity
It gets
thing,
on your
right?
hand.
Yeah. I think
it's
I did it
thing
one
to, like,
time
come in
as
your
a-
hand and-
Yeah. Well,
You
not I
know.
didn't gargle it.
but everyone's like,
It's like a.
all right.
It doesn't. I mean,
If you're gonna make someone suck it, it's only
Yeah.
fair, right?
man, Till, what's up, Pogman42?
Hellman's only. I know for a fact I would rather die than eat Miracle Whip.
Yeah.
That is so. It's like someone found out I didn't really care for mayonnaise very much, and decided to hurt me.
I feel like they take it. It seems like they just
They
take.
took the worst notes, and they were like, make it stronger. More of that sour off smell.
So
Add it to the whipped cummy thing. Whatever the fuck you would call it, that dense liquid.
I think Zoe at some point shared. I think it was Zoe showed a picture of a pizza that looked like someone had cum all over it. And I'm like, and it wasn't just like one cum. It was like a lot of cum. And I'm like, I
used to order a pizza that kind of looked like that. It was a teriyaki chicken pizza, and they would like do these little like dollops of cream cheese.
Yeah.
And I shit you not, it's delicious. Like it would toast on the top from the oven, but it looked like little cum smabbles.
yeah.
Pogman, dude, I'm all about education. I'm here for you. A spoonful of mayo, right? Like, I just can't. It's so much of just like a gooey overall texture in my mouth, and that is just me. I respect people's love for mayo, and I would never hate on you for it. Taco Time's entire menu is merely vessels to cram as much of their hot sauce in your mouth as possible. Thank fuck, because we wake up at 4 a.m. to make it every day. And by we, I mean me like 13 years ago. Let's not talk about it. I'm still bitter.
Man, it's like all the entry level workplace thing, right?
No, Coven, you're fine. Picked up partner's ring. Oh, I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for you. The prettiest engagement ring.
Aw.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. If the world was a better place, cum would taste like Hellman's. Dude, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. As an efficient sucker of a dick, I've just gotten into this mode where, like, you know when shit's gonna go down. Like, just jam it in the back of your throat, go straight in your stomach. You have no idea what happened. I honestly can't remember what it's like to just have a mouth full of cum, which is what you would have to experience to spit.
Yeah.
And I assume for a regular amount of time, you gotta, like, get up and get somewhere to spit said mouth. I'm not gonna go there. Like, A, I'm lazy. B, I love efficiency. Stop it. So honestly, I just don't know.
I think it's like it's a weird like
And
interaction.
that's just me being very real.
I don't think you like. I'm mad at anybody who spits because some
I would
people it's
never
just
be
like
mad.
a texture or whatever.
No, I
No.
would never shame anyone for it. But for me
No.
personally, like, that's
Yeah.
a lot of cum changing from the hot
Yeah.
penis temperature to now my mouth temperature. And if anybody hasn't experienced man cum, it's mysterious. Scientists literally can't explain it. But after about 30 seconds, it mysteriously coagulates.
Yeah.
And then in a couple minutes, liquefies again.
I mean, most guys
In your mouth. In your
Most-
mouth!
most guys are like you get you come on like a sock or a tissue or something and then it's gone instantaneously. So
And that's, I mean, honestly, that was my solution, was like, if I just, like, choose to deep throat at the moment of impact,
Yeah.
it's just bleep. Not that I'm saying everyone can or should do that.
No.
I like to suck dick. I've trained myself to do it. It's something I enjoy. Don't be weird.
my wife sometimes
More
goes,
power
"You're
if you
trying to
don't."
drown me." I'm like, "I'm not trying to drown you. It's just you're doing a good job. That means what that means."
The thought of all that hot in my mouth really makes me want to die inside. Like, I cannot fathom what that's like to just hold. Please help. No, I don't.
Well,
And
that's-
unless it's your thing, like, you have better options
Yeah.
in your life.
Yeah.
If you can. I don't have a very strong gag reflex. It's there, but I don't like, fucking vom when I do that. He can't handle it. Unless you get it in your hair and then hit it with hot water. Dude, it turns into glue no matter what. I'm not even kidding you. Like, I've fucked and then, you go pee. You should always pee after sex.
Pee
For
after
self-loving.
sex.
Very important. Avoid UTIs. And clean up and whatever, but you miss a spot where a little bit of cum drizzled down pussy cheek or something, and it turns into rubber cement on my leg.
Yeah.
And no water was
Yep.
introduced.
Yep.
It just turns into rubber cement. Like, literally, I'll, like, itch my leg later that day and be like, what the fuck? Is that a booger?
we better
Oh,
get
is that
going then.
cum on my finger?
Pizza's gonna be here.
You know what I'm saying?
Should we find someone cool?
I
to
was
raid?
just talking about cum boogers, and you're trying to get me excited about a pizza, bro.
I'm hungry. I mean,
Go
come.
hang out with the other hungry guy, and he'll tell you how much I respect hunger. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not.
Hungry.
But before these two
Hungry.
boys turn mean, I better let them eat. So, thank y'all for hanging out with us tonight
was a
for
good time.
420. I have lots of weed for the full week because 420 is not just a one day. But today was special because Rod got to hang out with
Yeah.
us and meet the puppos and have a fun day.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You have a message?
Yeah,
We were talking to you, had a whole
No.
conversation
No, I'm
about your message about the food being here.
No, it's gonna be. We have to heat it up. So I mean.
That's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna top my bowl because it's a little toasty, and I don't want to give you a shit hit. Thank you guys for being awesome
for
and
hanging out,
hanging
everyone,
out
yeah.
with us.
It was a blast. It was, I mean,
Thank you guys for being awesome, my friend Rod. He does stream. Not that I'm pimping him out, but in case you're wondering, Rod_Johnston. He usually streams at nighttime. He also is like an actual rocket scientist, like no pun intended. Not that he can tell you a lot, but he can tell you cool shit, and he can show you projects that are like done and stuff, which he's done.
I
know you guys are into nerd shit. Don't even lie.
My favorite thing ever was I worked on a spacecraft that's orbiting Jupiter now. So Viata's favorite thing.
But like, how long ago was that finished?
So it launched in 2011. Got to Jupiter
cool.
in 2015.
What were you gonna say? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Greg always makes the joke. He started the whole my wife is my neighbor lady. And
is Greg the one who started?
I think so.
He figured it out.
I think so. And
played
then,
Clue.
But
for us.
Viata goes, you guys don't think Rod's wife is real, but you believe that he sends things into space. I'm like, Viata, that is so incredibly funny and
my
so,
fucking
yeah,
fuck.
Yeah. And I'm just like, yeah, because it's Viata. Just
I am
like,
speechless. I could add nothing to that. That is beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Of the two stories, the wife is the one he chose to disbelieve.
Yeah, it's.
What does that say about you, Rod? How does that make you feel?
I am a goofball. A lot more believable, really. Yeah, it's. I mean, there are a lot of people who find love in this world. A lot of people.
That's what makes you interesting.
Yeah, I am.
Honestly, I think everyone's a goofball, but some people just like
embrace it.
I don't think I embrace it. I just don't think about it, so it happens.
Yeah.
Like, we were kind of talking about this earlier. We were talking about feeling things too strongly, and I was like, one thing my therapist told me is like, because I told her a long time ago, I was like, sometimes I feel like I'm gonna explode because I can't stop feeling everything all at once. And when someone else comes into the room who has a strong emotion, I take it on and then I want to die. And she was like, I don't think it's that you necessarily have more emotions. I feel she says some people have just trained themselves to not exactly acknowledge them all the time, which is why, people like that have ADHD sometimes get dumb excited, like they're being sarcastic, but we're not being sarcastic. We really are that excited.
Yeah.
But we don't think about it till afterwards, and that's what Rod's talking about when you go to bed at night and you lay in bed like, oh my god, did I do the Macarena for pizza? I did do the Macarena. Did I cry? Did I cry and do the Macarena for pizza earlier? What the fuck is wrong with me? No one wants to be my friend. Like, you go through these cycles of thoughts because it feels good to be excited. Like, why would you even think to stop it in the moment? But when you realize, like, no one else does that.
Yeah. It can affect most things, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Luna.
That's not good.
Make sure to take care of your mouth. You don't want to get like dry socket or something horrible.
Dry
like
socket
that.
is fucking What is that? Like it's a good 2 weeks or something like after. So.
Lord Hybrid, I have heard tales told that there are specimens of humans who can simply sleep.
What is that? I still will never understand that.
Witches, unicorns, sleep.
Yeah. Cheers! What?
It sounds like Tooth Fairy Claw's shit to me, motherfuckers.
Let me see where that is. I was looking for another Twitch window so we could see who's streaming.
If it's kittens because we're all stoned as fuck. What's better than kittens?
I mean, that's also fine. I was just looking for... Where are we? God damn it.
Let me help you. You're helpless and it's precious.
I know.
I have everything right here in hotbars.
Okay.
So I can
There you
literally
go.
just go between, because lazy and typing is hard. And I have 2 keyboards, which Rod is finding
I only have one.
why I struggle.
Yeah, it's
And
a
2
lot.
mice. Watching him bounce between my keyboards and my mice, trying to figure out which one's which, is pretty hilarious, though.
That's why
I mean,
I have-
it's humor in itself.
I have one single...
Greg, same. I overanalyze, like, thoughts I thought 15 years ago. I'm like, I hope no one heard that thought.
Yep.
The fuck is wrong with me? Same. I do the same. I am, as much as I wish you didn't go through that, there is comfort that I'm not the only one haunted by those things. Because it means on some level, it's human nature to do that.
Yeah.
It sucks, but it can't be, you know, it's not that I'm like reliving traumas and I'm the only one doing it. Misery loves company? I'm so sorry. They wake up 3 times a night to pee because diabetes, or to roll over because dogs.
Skin Teen is playing a game called Weed Shop 3.
I played this. Oh my god, one of my amazing community members bought this game for me. We played it last year. This is who we're rating. Guys, you know Jade. I don't see kittens anyways. Kittens is always at the top because everybody loves kittens. There's an amazing channel. I always rate it if it's live, and it's literally just a new litter of kittens crawling around and they're precious.
I think it's a perfect target for today.
Luna, I'm hitting it for you. Hold on. Cheers.
Also, you have a 20-month sub anniversary. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
The girl who said she liked my name randomly, followed by repeating it many times, was probably not flirting. Oh, God. I mean, maybe. I'm not the judge of flirting. I've been
Dude.
flirted with many a time and been told I'm a cunt because I didn't have the balls to turn someone down. And I'm like, when was there an up to turn down? Like, I didn't.
Yep.
What happened?
Yep.
I don't think we spoke out loud.
Guys are pretty oblivious to
Everyone
flirting.
is.
Yeah.
I think people are oblivious when they want to be oblivious. They don't. Honestly, I don't think it's anybody, but that's me personally. All right, I'm hosting my friend Jade. It's 420. It is a 420 friendly stream. However, I'm not sure if her state is 100% legal. But
she is playing
she's
a weed
playing a
game,
weed game. Like,
so.
literally, it's a weed dealer game. It's hilarious. Jade's amazing. If you've never heard my story of being kidnapped, potentially, and taken to Tijuana to be sold on the sex trade, it was with Jade and a few other people. I will be here tomorrow. Do you stream tomorrow?
I should be streaming tomorrow night. Yep.
Rod should be streaming tomorrow night. If you like angry men playing video games and or French bulldogs,
Yeah, give Gizmo a treat is the highlight on my channel. So
don't kill Gizmo. If you make him overweight, I will come for all of you. He's the most precious being. He is our
Yep.
prince, and I love him. Go be good to my friend Jade. I cheers. I am so fucking high. I'm promising a stream. I mean, I try to always do that. Don't jinx it. Fuck. Knock on wood. Kill the fairies. Everything's going to be fine. The weather's not going to dry out. I'm not going to wake up with a migraine. Pee after sex, you ass fucks. Bye. Fella rad. Bye.